It's here! Welcome everybody to the final Shadowverse Open of the year. The Shadowverse Open 2023 Southeast Asia Oceania September Cup. I'll be your host, Ignitius, joined as always with my inimitable, effervescent guest, East ML.
What does inimitable mean? Are people
and
fighting me?
Also special guest caster, Justin from Team Mana Surge. Welcome back to the casting desk, my friend.
Always good to be here. It's great to be back.
Yeah, and for a really eventful tournament too. You're back for maybe the most important tournament of the SVO competitive circuit outside of Contenders Cup. Yeah, the last one. Whoever wins this auto qualifies to Contenders Cup at the end of the year. So yeah, there's a lot on the line on top of the usual stakes. So let's go ahead and take a look at the format before we get into it, what the players went through and what we're going to go through in this tournament today. So as usual, day one was a 7-round Swiss with a top 16 or top 32 playoff. And now we are in day two, top 8 single elimination. If you lose, you are out. The format is 3 decks, 1 ban. You have to win with all of your decks. And yeah, there's a lot on the line as I previously mentioned.
Yeah, if we can take a look at the standings right here, there are so many stories that are there's so many make or break moments for the players here as well. There are some players who are just on the cusp, like we see here, the top 10 for the SEAO region. Life sitting atop there, pretty healthy with 52 points, but underneath him, that 45 range to the 40 range is really scary. The one specifically, and TK Sadfeeder at 7th and 8th place, is terrifying. Now, these guys are going to be vying super hard to make sure that they can get it in to the Contenders Cup a little bit later this year. But their runs today will definitely determine if they actually make that get that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. But outside of the league points as well as the auto qual spot, this tournament, of course, has the usual monthly prizes for SVO. Let's take a look at the prizes and see what the players are competing for today. It's that $1,000 grand prize at the tippy top, and then 600 for second, 400 for third and fourth, and 5th to 8th gets $200, and a bonus 100 for using their webcam during the broadcast. I mean, that is not a small chunk of change right there.
Nah, you can get a real nice webcam with that. So as soon as you get 8th, you just grab a webcam, you get an extra 100 the next time you come in. Easy money.
Yeah. Use the $100 from your bad webcam to buy a better webcam. Every time you show up, camera quality gets better. That's the real story. But yeah, I mean, especially in the SEAO region, like with it being in USD, I mean, personal experience, that's a lot.
I gotta say, right now the yen is basically worth garbage. So even if we could just translate that over into yen, I'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, you're on the wrong side of the desk.
Please allow Japanese players to enter the tournament.
You gotta start competing.
Please and thank you. Would be much appreciated. Yeah.
But let's get to know the players who are actually playing today. The top 8 of today, and it is a stacked top 8. All right, we mentioned, we sort of foreshadowed a little bit when we took a look at the standings there that Sadfeeder, the one, Gian is in this, but the rest of the top 8 is still also a lot of familiar names. So let's take a look at the bracket and see how we're going to be going forward today in the competition.
I think we've got some really familiar faces in TS Essia and S5's The One. That's the first match of the day, by the way.
Yeah, and then we got Sadfeeder Twilight Knights also up against Fujin, and then Bendy versus Domi Rune, and then Conf versus Gian. Like, almost all of these names are familiar. We've seen them in the top 8 before. I mean, they really brought their A game. As the last SVO of the year, they're like, we have to show up, all right? No new blood allowed.
I mean, Conf, actually, he was here in May, excuse me. But I think this might be Bendy's first time topping. And man, what a first time to get a top, because now you have the chance to go straight to the Contenders Cup in 2 months here.
Can you imagine, like, Bendy first time topping an SVO, and then if they win the whole thing, they immediately go into the biggest tournament of the year? And then,
in the past.
They'll earn the eternal enmity of the 3rd place on the point standings of like, I worked so hard, and you. There's a lot of stories going on. Our first quarterfinals though is going to be Tempo Storm Essia versus S5 The One, so look forward to that. But before we get into the competition, we want to shout out the community support program for Shadowverse. If you guys didn't know, if you make Shadowverse content, be it a video, an article, a guide, anything, you can send it over to svo.gg/CSP. That's svo.gg/CSP to submit your content for the community support program. If you get approved, you actually get a card pack of the upcoming set for each piece of content that you submit, up to 10 packs. Some people are really kind and give those packs away.
Some people.
Some people claim those codes for themselves. I won't say which one I am, but I'll just tell you that I haven't run a giveaway in a while. So, but yes, svo.gg/CSP. The deadline's coming up. It's tomorrow because the new set's coming out. So go ahead and create content, svo.gg/CSP, submit that, and receive your rewards. And as a further incentive, if you are a noteworthy content creator making some good content, doesn't matter what size you are, you get a chance to be shouted out on this program. So let's take a look at some of the 3 content creators that we want to highlight today who are doing some great work in the Shadowverse community.
Yeah, the first one I want to talk about is Miru. Actually, before this cast, we were all complaining about Amulet Haven, and Miru has probably made one of the funniest memes I've seen of like the actual Amulet Haven lineup, and like he just compares them to each one of like the JoJo characters, and like when they first set out in part 3, it's like, yeah, that feels about right. Like I'm not gonna beat any of these guys. So Skullfane, you know, Diamond Master, that's pretty much like the top tier squad. So good to have him putting in stuff like that. Also, Justin, your boy Alfie doing some good work out there. Not just content creators in terms of like videos and like Twitch streams or something like that, but also just running tournaments, right?
Yeah, he's huge in the Reddit community. He's posting monthly tournaments through Reddit that anyone who even doesn't play necessarily competitively, get them into something where they can like play against other people and get the feel for the tournament before they can really get the confidence to join something like an SVO. And on top of that, just reach out to him. He's like the nicest guy in the community.
He's the mod for the R Shadowverse Discord, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I talk to Alfie semi-regularly. He's always super, super kind. I've actually had him review my scripts once in a while.
Oh, wow.
And
claim that, Alfie. Claim that. That's content.
Yeah, it's true. And it's important to note that, again, he's a tournament organizer. It's not just YouTubers, streamers who can claim. Content creators, article writers can also claim rewards from the community support program. So, again, if you think that you're providing any sort of value to the Shadowverse community, please apply. Like, it takes 2 seconds and you can get free packs out of it. So there you have it.
Applying is probably the hardest part. People just forget to apply. So like, yeah, just you already make the content. Just apply. But remember, you're on a schedule though. Like tomorrow is the day. So
tomorrow is the due date. Yeah.
Make sure
you
finally, get that done.
We got to talk about Globani, of course. Globani. Like he's a name that's been around for a long time, at least since 2018, and recently he's back. He's back on YouTube.
I watched this man from 20 to 0 OTK so many people with Lila's Marionette on Unlimited. Oh, yeah. It's wild. Like he's got an entire like highlight video of him just like murdering every deck you know and love with like Lila's Marionette. It's so nasty.
Like a 20 attack puppet.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's like doll operation. Hey, man.
hey, we might be seeing that kind of play today because you know Lyle is a pretty important alternate win con for Artifact Portal, which may or may not be in the top 8.
No spoilers.
We'll get there.
So you know, maybe Globani is going to be represented in this top 8 with a 40 attack Marionette or whatever. That'll be kind of awesome to see.
Most we'll see here is about 6.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
There you go. Those are some content creators who have applied through the community support program. Again, if you think you provide any value at all to the Shadowverse community, svo.gg/CSP. Go ahead and apply. Now, let's get into the competition, y'all. This is it, the final SVO of the year. Again, all the league points, all the money, and importantly, the winner straight shot to Contenders Cup. So let's get started with the first quarterfinals.
Yeah, again, it's going to be TS Essia up against S5's The One. Now, S5 The One, you probably remember if you've been a Shadowverse fan for a long time, winning the last year's wildcard event. But taking a look at the Essia's deck list here, the first one, Condemned Force, a deck that I think has risen to prominence pretty recently. Magachio Force, for you folks who are really in the know. But yeah, Igni, tell me a little bit about this one.
Magachio Forest Crafts, it's not, you know, I would say that the main two threats of the current metagame are obviously Loot Sword Craft and Crystallized Haven Craft, but Magachio Forest Craft has some pretty good matchups against the other decks in the format, like particularly against Loot. They can OTK before Loot does. They can take out Shin before Shin goes off as well. And it's all down to the fact of this card, Magachio Barbed Convict, which has the evolve effect of if you've played 4 cards in a turn on 4 different turns, it gives all of your condemned followers +2/+2 and Storm. So you pair that up with your Warden of Recurrent and very, very importantly, your Budding Initiates, and you can easily get 20 damage plus on an OTK turn 6 if you're lucky, turn 7 usually. And the new mini expansion actually provided some great new tools for this deck, particularly May Budding Spring Wind was a huge boon to Magachio Forest Craft, being able to clear basically any wide early board, which Magachio struggled with before, with very little investment because you invoke it from your deck as well. And then Lily, Crystallian Brilliance is also a control tool that helps you take out any problematic last words, for example. So even if you don't get the turn 6 OTK, you can control to the point where you get the OTK turn 7, turn 8 because of Lily and May, the new additions from the mini expansion.
Yeah, Lily is the card that made me like take my Ghost Shadow deck and just drop it into the trash can. It's like, well, all my Ghosts do 0 damage now. All right, time to play with something else.
Magachio saw a really huge spike in popularity after the mini expansion, particularly in the Japanese tournament scene as well. But it's kind of stalled now a little bit, but like the fact that many players are still bringing it even in this tournament, I mean, just goes to show that, you know, it's a deck that some people are comfortable with, especially like with Essia in particular. He's known as a Forestcraft main, right? So I bet he's very happy that he gets to play a combo Forestcraft deck in this tourney right now.
Yeah, so alongside his like strongest class, let's take a look what else he's bringing to his top 8 lineup. Again, yesterday he went 7-0, and I gotta know what he did it with, and it's going to be that Loot Swordcraft. This is the deck. Justin, tell me about this one, man.
Yeah, with the inclusion of Rogers, Rule of the Seas, this thing is a menace and brought Loot Sword right back into contention. This thing is huge on Evo as early as turn 4. It recovers play points immediately, so you can follow it up with some loots. And then on Evo, this is the big part, it gives you a leader effect that when you play your first loot, it recovers the play points, so it's free. And when you play your second one, it deals 2 damage to the enemy leader, and that adds up over the course of the game. And it can be so deadly.
It just opens so many avenues for OTK potentials that weren't there before, because now your first Dread Pirate's flag is free, which is so much damage for 1 play point. Once you've played or fused 7 loots, a lot of your condemned cards generate a Dread Pirate's flag. So then once you get that Dread Pirate's flag, and if the Rogers effect is up, you get a 0 play point deal 3, and then also with the secondary effect of the Rogers Evolve leader effect, you get a 0 play point deal 2. Now your OTK lineups are like, you get so many more like options to end the game, which weren't available to you before.
Yeah, those flags plus Rogers plus of course Barbaros, Briny Convict. Just the damage there is just too much for a lot of decks, and yeah, her getting Storm on 7 is just also just rough.
Yeah, you gotta pray to survive turn 7 against Loot Sword.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Also, like. We can't forget Tidal Gunner as well, just dealing like machine gun.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, especially when you have that free flag.
Yeah.
Tidal Gunner gets so dangerous at that point.
It gets really dangerous. If they have 2, it's like, okay, I'm out. All right, I'm gonna go take a nap. All right, I'm done. But I want to talk about this. Not every deck runs this in Loot Sword. What's up with this Seeker of Love character?
Oh, I love this. Yeah, Justin, tell me about Seeker of Love, man.
Yeah, Seeker of Love's a new inclusion. It's basically just a goblin, but it gives you another card to work with. So it gives you like Juliet when you can push some damage, and then after the game's gone long, once you get to that 10 rally, you just get a free 2/2 Storm if you choose Juliet, and that can push so much extra damage. Like turn 6, you really pressure them, and then like they're already up against the ropes going into turn 7, and then they have to deal with that too. Not to mention in the early game, if you have Send in the Troops, you can discard a card with Send in the Troops, and Secret Love gives you a card that you can just easily discard because you don't really need it.
It's really important. You don't go negative in terms of your like card advantage. Like you just you discard a card you generate to draw 2 more cards. Like it's so much value.
Feels good, man. Feels good.
All right, well, Loot Swordcraft, we talked about it. It's one of the decks to beat, but what is he going to bring as the third deck in his lineup? It's going to be Heal Havencraft. Now, I want to talk about this in particular because I think a lot of people, like the consensus is that Crystallize Havencraft is one of, if not the best deck in the meta, but we heard very, very strong player Life talk about this in a previous tournament during his interview, where he said the ceiling is so much higher, and also the potential for getting a missed draw is so much higher with Crystallize.
That's true.
Compared to Heal Havencraft, so a lot of people feel more comfortable with Heal Havencraft as a more consistent tournament option, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, of course, this deck wants to get out that Alluvia Graceful Lady and then get her her leader effect up so that you can start buffing all your followers on board whenever your defense is increased. And with, like Igni said before, like there's so many cards that just kind of tutor her out, like Aether Guardian of Light on 4 just pulls her out. Also, that card can pull out Gian Worldwalker on 7, which honestly, we need to have a conversation about. I'm sick of just getting hit by this on 7 with Gian. And then Gian will just heal her play points back as well. I'm like, what the heck happened here?
Yeah, we all know that Gian is an out-of-pocket card. It's a 3 of in every Haven. It's very, very strong for a reason. But like the question is always just like, do I want to bring Heal or do I want to bring Crystallize, right? And it looks like Essia has decided to go following in Life's footsteps. And he is the top ranker, so, you know, not a bad plan. Bringing Heal Havencraft.
He won last month with this Heal Haven deck.
Yeah, he
so
did.
There's gotta be something to it.
Yeah,
one new addition in Heal Havencraft. Oh, obviously with Alluvia effect, you buff up your entire board, and it's very, very nice. It becomes almost unanswerable. But there's this new addition from the mini expansion, Regretful Apostle. Justin, what is this all about?
So there are more Evos in this deck than you might think. You got Lou that Evos for free. You got Gian that Evos everything. Even Baby Gian also evolves for free on 6. And so you can quite easily get a large, massive Evos, and by the time you get to turn 8, turn 9, Apostle can just come down, because your opponent's struggling to clear your board. They're going to have nothing on board, because they're just trading everything they possibly can. You play Apostle, and that's like your secondary win con. You smack them for like 20.
Yeah.
And Heal Haven is one of the decks that actually can get to turn 8, turn 9, not only because they heal a lot, as in the name, but also with Sacred Sheep immunity for 3 turns. Like it can tank a lot of potential OTKs that the opponent's setting up.
And there you have
I also
it.
want to note that both Essia's Forest Craft deck and Havencraft deck only have 1 copy of the namesake of the deck, whereas Magachio Forest only needs the 1 Magachio to win the game. Same thing with Heal Haven. Every Alluvia after the first is just a brick, just a 4 play point 3, so it doesn't do anything, because you don't get the leader effect 1 time. So you have 3 Kiras to get 1 Alluvia, and you have the Aethers, like you said, that can just pull it straight from the deck, so you only need 1. And I love that about this deck.
Yeah, the consistency there is so nice.
The consistency is actually, it's so ironic, right? That it's more consistent to only run 1. Same with Magachio, like it's more consistent to only run 1 and have 2 Wardens for your budding initiates to pull properly. So that's the power of a good tutor, man. You just you run 1 of the namesake and then you're still fine.
Yeah, so that's going to be TSSE's deck list: Condemned Forest, Loot Sword, Heal Haven. But on the other side, Team Sonar 5's The One is going to also be running some similar lineups here with the Condemned Forest.
What is happening? We're getting a Magachio mirror in the first round of the tournament?
Yeah.
Huh?
Like,
no, this deck is super versatile. It's got defense, it's got the fastest OTK in the format. This deck is a menace. I'm not surprised in the least that in our first match where you have 2 players playing this deck.
Yeah, it's real. It's a real deck. I played it for like a good 3 hours to see what was up with it. I was like, did May and Lily really change all that much? And the answer is a resounding yes. You know, if they ever try to aggress you, just play May, and they're like, oh, I guess I'll just concede now.
It's like, all right.
It's really, really nice, yeah.
GG's, bro. But
and with all the bounces in this deck, not only can you bounce cards in the early game to make sure you can get 4 cards played every turn, but if the late game comes around, you can just bounce your Lily and just stall as long as you need. It is brutal.
That's disgusting.
It is brutal. It's true. And the deck is so consistent because it has not 1 but 2 cards that invoke themselves from your deck just from you doing your quest. Like, you're already playing 4 cards in a turn for your Magachio quest. And then May and Rain come out for free. That's like 2 draws for 0 play points. It's like super efficient, and you know, as a combo deck, thinning your deck is like the most important thing you can do. So it ends up being way more consistent than you would expect.
Yeah, one of the things that I've seen is that most folks only run like 1 copy of Rain. The one is running 2 copies. I kind of like that. Rain is just free evolves, evolve something else on board. Also, because you're playing 4 cards every single turn, and you're not always bouncing or returning cards back to hand, your hand gets really thin really fast. And so getting those cards like tutored from the deck to your hand gives you more resource and fuel for the following turns to actually hit that 4-card threshold.
Rain is also really, really good, particularly with Cannon, actually, Warming Heart. Because Cannon on non-evolve only gives you a fairy, but if you evolve Cannon, it heals you 3 when it leaves play and draws a card. That's a lot of healing, right? So like here it says if it leaves play, you get a fairy and 1 defense, but if it evolves, you get a draw and 3 defense, which is so much better. So if you can combo Cannon with Rain, not only do you get 2 bodies to trade with, it's a huge defensive play. You heal and you cycle like towards more of your combo. So yeah, Rain is really, really good with the new Cannon Yearning Heart card.
Let's also take a look at the one's next deck list here. I think we've seen Heal Haven today, but we're going to see Amulet Haven make its first appearance, first of many, no doubt. But yeah, I mean, this deck is probably the strongest deck in the format right now, hands down.
If you draw your cards in the correct order, this deck is nigh unbeatable. The problem is that sometimes you don't draw your Skullfade on time, sometimes you don't draw your bird in time, but when you do get the pieces, what's the meme in the competitive community? Bird emoji, skull emoji, bird emoji, skull emoji. And then you proc, obviously, the effects for Skullfade, accelerate 4 times. It becomes a 0 cost, 4/4, swing 8 defense. 4 on their side, 4 on your side. It also like takes out your Muse Gesture Amulet, so you can go Phase, which gets buffed by the Wingy and the Bejeweled Shrine and the Diamond Master, and then you Gian to finish. It's like it's unending amounts of storm and damage that if you actually get the pieces on time, it gets really, really hard to deal with. And not to mention, like with the addition of Divine Wolves in that last set, you now have like a free 4/4 evolve that heals you. It's like, okay, now I'm guaranteed to survive to my Skullfade and Gian turn. So yeah, Crystallized Haven, very, very strong deck. There's obviously the discourse I mentioned before. Do you bring this, which has the possibility to brick and just be unfunctional, or do you bring Heal Haven Craft, which feels a little more consistent, but is maybe has a lower ceiling for potential? Looks like the One and Essia differ on this aspect because they brought the 2 different archetypes here.
Yeah, it feels like we're definitely going to see the spectrum of like how well this deck or how poorly this deck can perform today. But I also want to take a look at the one's last deck list here. It's going to be Condemned Forest, Amulet Haven, and this last one is Artifact Portal.
Artifact.
You know, it feels really good to be right, because when the expansion came out, I was like, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before Artifact Portal gets good. It took a little longer than I expected, but with the addition of Carnelia, Amnesic Attendant, it just pushed the deck over the edge. Shin has kind of stalled. It's still popular, but Artifact is starting to overtake it with its really good defensive utility, as well as like several OTK lines. So with Carnelia, it gives you more consistency because you draw 2 different random artifacts from your deck into your hand, and the rest of the artifact cards from the last set shuffle 1-cost artifacts into your deck. Namely, and very importantly, Airstrikes and Radiant artifacts become 1 play point when shuffled into your deck from the Jet-powered Pugilist, as well as the Evamia, right? Oh, sorry, as well as the Lazuli. So the idea is that that's 1 line of OTK. Another line of OTK is Shin, Enemy of Chaos, getting the evolve off because of your Robopups, which evolve for free. So that's another line of OTK. And then the third line of OTK is to have Retrofia up, run all of your analyzing Andes into the opponent's board, and then your Lyelf Marionette does like a bajillion damage or whatever. You got that going for you too.
Also acceptable.
I think one of the. So I'm talking a lot, but you know, I'm excited about this. One really important thing about Artifact that has sort of pushed it into popularity is its ability to prevent OTKs that would otherwise just lose you the game. Like for example, Evamia's Evolve effect gives it the last words, that gives it damage immunity, like a counter magic for
Oh,
that
that's
turn.
right.
So that gives you protection against like a huge like 20 damage swing from whatever an OTK is going to happen on your opponent's side. You also have wards out of Vermidea's effect, and because you get so many artifacts out, you can get like a whole board of wards of Vermidea's end of turn effect. And then of course, in this list, we also have the one of Summon Divine Treasure that can get you Shield of Transgression that also blocks damage as well. So it's got 3 separate OTK lines of play. It's got multiple defensive options to prevent OTKs so that you can reach your own OTK, and it's also got the ability to, if you roll really, really well, just start spamming 1-cost incredible value artifacts that your opponent just can't deal with in the early game. So yeah, Artifact is here, baby, and it's
good.
It's kind of
very
nice.
good.
As like a swan song too, because right after this set, when the new expansion Order Shift comes out at the end of this month, we're losing both Robopop and Cyclical Fate. So as the final swan song, Artifact Portal is here, baby. And if you don't believe me, I mean, just last weekend, our brothers over on the west side, Calby won with an Artifact Portal in his lineup. So, you know, are we going to see a repeat of that? Is Artifact going to get its one final hurrah? Let's find out.
So those are going to be the decks from both these guys, Essia and the one. Similar lineups, but the decks are different within those lineups. So Condemned Forest for both these guys, and then we've got the difference of Heal Haven and Amulet Haven. And then the more offensive decks, I suppose, would be like Loot Sword and Artifact Portal. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Artifact Portal. I played a little bit of it as well, and I always have this feeling that I can't kill you fast, but when I can kill you, I can kill you 1,000 different ways. That's how it feels. Like it's rare that I'm gonna like turn 6 kill you, but on turn 7, you're dead 1,000 different ways. So I get to choose how I end your fate. Yeah.
Yeah, Artifact is also not easy. So
That's true.
I'm personally going to be taking notes about like how do I pilot this myself before it rotates out.
Yeah, keeping the fact that your hand basically rotates every time you have resonance at the end of your turn is kind of scary. So you have to like manage like how you end your turns, what cards you play, how many cards you're pulling from the deck at a time.
Do you even shuffle artifacts this turn, or do you want to draw into your key like main deck cards? There's a lot of decisions you have to make every single turn. Yeah.
All that line though of having to discard your hand at the end of every turn if you need a new hand or want a new hand, which is crazy by the way, just drawing 6 cards for free. But this deck plays 8 ways to shuffle cards from your hand back into the deck. So you see that he's playing a bunch of these one-of copies of utility cards, especially the Divine Treasure. And so say you don't need Divine Treasure now, but you want it later, you don't have the play points to play it, you can just shuffle it back into the deck with Kasim, for instance, and then end your turn, get into Resonance, and draw it back off those like 6 or 7 cards you're drawing at the end of the turn.
Yeah, enjoy your Kasim,
so many things you can
while
do.
It lasts. Godworm is out of here in a very short few days, okay? Finally, the reign of El Diablo is over.
Amen.
All right, those are the lineups from both these players. The One versus Essia, both very storied, accomplished players. The One, as East mentioned, winning that wild card last time. Essia has been to the World Grand Prix. Who's going to take it in this first quarterfinals? I'm freaking out. Why is this the first match? This is like a finals-worthy match right here.
Yeah, this is the finals match right here. And this is make or break for Essia. He did not do well all season long. So if he loses this, he is done. He cannot get to contenders.
Ooh, there's a lot on the line. Meanwhile, the One is currently 8th in standing, so if he can get a few points and climb his way to maybe second place.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no touching life, but, you know, the battle for second place.
Yeah, life is in. 100%. Number 1 in the standings.
Yeah.
Facts.
All right. Let's get into the game. Of course, guys, just a reminder, this is single elimination. If you lose, you are out, and it is a 3-deck, 1-ban format. On Essia's side, the Magachio Forest Craft has been banned. Yep. And on the One side, the Artifact Portal Craft has been banned. So it's going to be a Loot Sword, Heal Haven versus Magachio Forest, Crystallized Haven matchup. You know what? I'm really not surprised that the One banned Forest, because it's Essia's most comfort pick as well.
Yeah.
I think it's so funny, though, because I think Essia banned Artifact Portal to protect Forest.
I mean, that's the gamble you have to take when you're doing a banned format, right? Here we go, straight to the first match. The One is going to be piloting that Magachio Forest craft up against that Heal Haven craft. What do you think about this matchup, Justin, for the one here?
I think this is actually pretty tough for the one, because there can be a lot of wards that come down come turn 6 for Haven. It is so important to go first and get your 0-cost spell on turn 3 to set up that turn 6 OTK before Essia can set up enough wards. And you see Essia right now has Sacred Sheep in his opening hand. That is so important in this matchup. It forces the one to get an extra source of damage during his OTK turn.
I think the Sacred Sheep is
going through the wards.
No, yeah, I think you're totally right. I think the Sacred Sheep is going to be like one of the deciding factors here. He's even keeping it in his opening hand.
I had a feeling.
He's going to play it on turn 5 just for the damage immunity, because that one extra ping that the one has to scrounge from his deck is so difficult to get. And, you know, Essia gets that damage immunity 3 turns in a row. So, like, he's protected.
Yep. And Essia got a Luvia off the top there, so now I can save Aether for turn 7 for Gian.
To be fair, he tried to throw the Aether away and it came back, and then he just draws Lulu like, all right, well, okay. So what's the actual
that
brick
happens
now?
all the time, though. I get.
What's the actual brick now?
Have you ever, like, mulliganed a hand, you get the exact same hand back, and you're like,
pain.
What?
Immortal pain is what that is.
So unfortunately for the one, he doesn't get the winged inversion, so he can't set up a four card turn on turn 3 right now.
He can still top deck it. I'm not saying he will, but it could be off the top here.
Early Metatron is very nice here. Very nice. Like that big fat ward here.
Yeah, I would actually... You could get rid of the... Yeah, passing's fine.
Yeah, you can hold on to it until, like, you're not worried about 1 damage from Freya.
You can heal anything, and Metatron's actually a heal, so you can actually use it after Alluvia to buff your board and have a ward in play, which is so important against Makachio.
You know, with Essia's deck, there's so many Academy cards in there now that Ariat becomes such a pretty important card, not only for free removal, but also, like, an additional source of going second ramp. But right now, it's just sort of, like, sitting in hand, not really answering anything.
This is a tough spot for the one here. I think he actually has to play one more card here to make sure he doesn't overdraw next turn. Especially if the bear dies, which is unlikely because I assume Essia is just going to be board locking as much as possible in the early game.
Yeah, you don't want to give them the space to work with.
I mean, do you just play the Roach?
Yeah, Whirlwind Assault there. Yeah,
I would have played Whirlwind Assault there.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't, right? You want to get 5 of those done over the course of the game.
He wants to make sure he has enough cards to play next turn with limited board space.
Oh, great
he wants that extra spell to be able to play for free without adding to the board.
Yeah, especially if Essia doesn't answer the Kerberos, right? Then if that happens,
he doesn't have any bounces right now.
The one doesn't have a bounce. Yeah, exactly.
Just holding.
Right here, Essia could honestly just pass again.
Wow. Yeah, he's just holding. Like he's not really doing any damage. So.
The Fount of Tranquility to set that up for future turns, but he hasn't evolved yet at all, so it won't pop until like turn 8, and that's probably too late.
Yeah. I honestly think you do just pass.
Yeah, there's not really much else to do. Hand size is fine. He's just gonna draw another card next turn. He'll be at 9, so then he has to start emptying his hand out. But yeah, for now, I think he's okay.
Ether on 4 pulls mini Gian. That's not anything, so yeah, just pass. Why are you calling her Mini Jean? That's so disrespectful.
I call her Mini Jean.
Put some respect on Jean.
She is the beacon of salvation.
What I really like about Jean's voice line is that she actually does have like a distinct French accent for some reason. I think that's really charming.
Right, because isn't she modeled off of the French Revolutionary back in like the 1800s?
Oh God,
that Jeanne d'Arc, right?
The Jeanne d'Arc, yeah. Wow, I had to, like skip on the name when it's really in the card.
Yeah, it does end up playing the Fount of Tranquility, letting it able to pop on a future turn. He spent a long time deliberating that though, so.
So if the one decides to play 4 cards here, which honestly he has to, he cannot invoke. The only thing he's going to invoke is the Whirlwind spell.
Oh yeah, no board space, eh?
Very awkward. It's very smart of Essia to not present any trade target for the Gerber, because now the one is in a very awkward position here.
Double bear, all right.
Unless this top deck's the Verdant, what's it called? The
pulls a May.
The bouncer, the big boy.
Yep.
What's his name? You know what I'm talking about.
You know the one.
I only use him as a 1-cost accelerator, so I don't actually know his body.
Gnarled something.
Oh yeah, Thicket of Gnarled Hands.
Thicket of Gnarled Hands. Yeah. You're absolutely correct, East. How did you do that?
East knows it.
Did you Google it? Yeah, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I just know it as... It's just random airbound barrage.
Yeah, that's I because in this deck there are so like there are a few key cards that are able to like help you bounce board, and like I make sure I know what those are, like the bear, floral breeze, and then
Floral Breeze.
yeah,
He was
thinking
Thinking
of
of
all
gnarled
hands.
hands.
Also,
That's
look
too
at
long.
that guy, man.
It's way too long.
Look at his hands; they're so gnarled.
Yeah. Also, why does he
they're
have so
so
many hands?
gnarled.
TGH. That's the new name. TGH.
Yeah, this is
All
kind
right.
of sad, unfortunately.
Alright.
He also
It is
Looks
incredibly
like-
sad. Yeah.
The bunny
Essia is
initiate either.
deciding. Looks like he's thinking about playing the sheep here. To get it down as soon as possible.
Is that even, I mean, it's
Yeah.
nice. You can also banish.
Evo it,
you can banish
banish.
the Gerber right with this.
Yep.
That's
No bounce
nice.
for you.
Bounces. And you can even trade it into the Bane to
Oh, that's
keep
right.
board problems.
This is so disgusting.
Ten-sider!
Translation. he is
Drawing
genius.
Mikhail up the top there, not what you want to see.
This is so, dude. Essia is
The
like, I'm
one
gonna make
cannot
every
play
turn
4
as
cards
awkward
here.
as possible.
Oh
Yeah.
no, the one's in a really bad spot now.
The one can't play 4
Yeah.
cards. The one can't invoke any of his cards from his deck. This is a
can't
bad
bounce. Yeah,
no
position to
bounce.
be in.
No bounce is brutal. If he had a bounce, he'd at least be able to play 4 cards, but
Where's TGH? That's what I'm
he's
asking.
just got to try to be as aggressive as possible against a deck that heals too much. So that's
Yeah.
not going to get anywhere.
This is Essia has.
He's like, "You can't do
I
it
mean,
again,
the
though."
counterplay is insane. Like, we're only on turn 5, and Essia is like, I can see through your entire deck. This is how I win.
I think Essie's
Adam
only played
Sandler
3
uncut gem style. This is how I win.
Oh, don't say that, bro. I actually watched that movie. The ending is not. oof.
That
It's
for
rough.
media draw was insane. You
Yeah.
throw down,
Oh,
or sorry,
no.
Verdelia draw,
Yeah,
because
Verdelia,
now you
yeah.
can get down your Alluvia, you can fuse, you can get a Metatron down.
Yeah, you can use Metatron, and you're not using that Ariat in hand anyway. Just get that out of here.
Yup.
Yeah,
This
he
is
needs
big.
to start also healing here, just because he's at 11 life, and while the one hasn't really got his game plan going, he does have damage on board. So
He does, he does.
Yep,
But, I
he
mean,
has damage
Essia's
on
at least gonna
board.
heal, I think he's at least going to heal 3 or 4 here, right? Like with the Alluvia Evolve plus the Fuse and the Metatron, so that should be fine.
yeah, put up a couple fat wards. Yeah, Lily has to come down here, I believe.
My heart
Ah.
wills it.
Essia is just totally in the driver's seat here.
Honor and dignity.
That's the biggest problem for the one.
Shadowverse is a really fun game because wait, he's not playing the Metatron?
Really?
Yeah, you should play the Metatron first, right?
Yeah. Unless he's gonna play the Verdelia and use the
No.
spell
To
cyclical
clear.
guidance to
It doesn't
clear,
even clear.
because
It doesn't
2
even
of
clear.
the followers are 1 cost.
Oh my
or
god.
1 defense, I mean. Yo. Could this be heads up, or is this a fatal
Be
misplay?
sensible.
All right, the
He
one
doesn't have
is
an
praying.
Evo, so I suppose he feels like he can't get much value out of it, and he has no more academic cards in his hand.
The one is like, can this hit the Mikael? Whoa, the
It
Mikael
whiffs
lives!
the
Oh
Mikael.
my
The
god.
one is like,
I had a feeling.
the one's prayers have been answered.
Wow, speaking of prayers,
How'd that happen?
So in this situation, he still doesn't have a good setup here. Sure,
Yeah.
he can get rid of the ward. Sure, he can evolve the Mikael to push some damage. But you're still not doing 13 damage this turn. You're nowhere near enough turns for
Can't he invoke-
Magachio.
Can't he invoke a Rain or a May to help clear
He
this board?
could
and then just,
definitely invoke Rain.
the winged version of Lugia here for sure.
yeah, go face
Shield
it.
is
Yeah,
gone.
bounce the... Oh, he even gets the Freya as a draw, right?
Yeah.
With the play
Yeah.
point recovery too.
Yep.
There's
He's got both the wardens here, so that's good. But he's got a long road to walk if he wants to get that Magachio effect online.
Yeah, 2 mains clears pretty easily, and then probably Evo the Mikael, really pressure as much as possible.
I would
The only problem
agree.
with evolving Mikael is he doesn't have a Carbuncle. I actually don't think he plays any in his deck. And
He does.
So-
He does, yeah, he plays. I believe he plays 3. Am I tripping?
I know
Oh,
Essia
so
does.
Essia plays
Essia,
3
excuse me.
carbuncles. The one plays no carbuncles. You're correct.
what I
Oh
thought.
wow.
And so, if he evolved there, his Rain would basically be worthless.
Yeah, that's true.
The sky watches over.
Ether
And
pulls...
so here comes the Jean, and then
Oh, yeah,
the
it's turn
double
7, yeah.
Metatron.
Yeah, it pulls Jean Mini.
Oh, Jean Mini.
Yeah, because it's turn 7. It only pulls Jean Biggie
Turn
on
8.
turn 8.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Remember
We gotta stop talking like crazy people.
Oh.
Really?
This is reasonable. His entire hand next turn sets up a Jean play, and he's drawing 2 more cards. So Essie is fine. It's just a matter of if he's safe.
Yeah.
I don't think the one can do anything because Magachio's still not ready
Because
he's only
the
had
one got
2
stalled
turns.
2 turns. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So there's no way that Magachio's active.
So the one would have to use Rain here to clear one of the 4 defense followers, probably a budding,
Yeah.
or trade with the Plumeria plus the Whirlwind Assault into another one. Essia does still have a shield from the Sacred Sheep, so he does have to keep the Freya to go face to break that shield.
Let's see here.
This is a lot closer than I thought it would be, based off of that mid-game that Essia was controlling with.
Yeah, he controlled the one's game plan, but he definitely took the hit in defense, right? He's only at 11 right now, despite the fact that he's like put up like some pretty strong defenses.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, just
Yeah, right here.
Rain over
He's
here.
got a double trade here because he
that's
can't
kind of
invoke.
painful. Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to play the budding because he needs as many cards he can get, but he has to play it.
Yeah.
And budding doesn't draw anything.
Just pulls. Yeah. Nothing.
The counterplay against this Magachio has been masterful by us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really has.
So now here comes Gian. Full board clear. Storm.
Heal. Extra draw. Wow, he just pulled, yeah. John right at the top.
He's still going to Aether it.
I think
can't
so,
imagine
yeah.
not.
No reason
There's
not
no
to.
reason not to.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a reason not to. He doesn't have enough Evos to get the fanfare effect from
Oh,
Gian.
that's right. Hold on, you need 5 Evos in order to get the fanfare effect of the card that you tutor out, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
So this Jean is actually
So that
technically
Gian
cheaper.
draw was huge.
Actually, never mind. Yeah, actually,
It's technically
factually,
much,
yeah.
yeah, it's 1 play point cheaper than using the Ether. Metatron into the Condemned, right? The Condemned Ambush,
Yeah, because John's clearing anyway, so you don't have to Verdilia here for the spell. So you may as well heal as much as possible.
Yeah. Like that Agent of the Commandments is such a huge threat to Raven.
God, giving them Bandit, or not Bandit, but Ambush. Yeah, we saw the ones to see the card like, alright, okay.
Yep.
Guess I'll cry. Yeah, this is nice. Pushing 6 damage here.
That's a board.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
the
Fuse?
Metatron's gonna be protected. You can't kill it with anything. Like May will do no damage.
Hold the line.
Hold
Oh,
on.
dude, he's
He's really thinking about his next turn. Really
There's a-
considering
free Evo.
like praying that he draws a follower to go
Oh,
on with
only
his
the Commandments
Aether.
is shielded because it's a Haven follower, right?
Only Haven followers, I see.
Metatron is still vulnerable
Well,
to May, but
Here comes the Magachio. It's now or never.
I don't think it's enough. Sacred Sheep is still up.
Yeah.
That's true. And he only has 4 followers, 4 condemned followers to give Storm. He doesn't have a bear for an extra Storm
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the bear also gets storm once you hit the that threshold,
bounce
Yeah.
condition.
And there's a lot of bounces in the deck now because May and Rain self bounce, but no
They
Vertigo
count.
in hand.
Yep. Absolutely.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it here for the one.
There's no lethal. Like he's already spent 2 initiates too. Like
Go
it's,
with you, sister.
What an
He-
initiate.
I think he might have to use an initiate here just to trade to try to stay alive,
0
I'm gonna
warden here.
and then
top
just
side.
pray that Essia can't clear. But we know he's got Gian in the follow-up.
Oh, the wing inversion.
Actually,
Hold on,
I
that
don't
actually might be
know
pretty big. Is that?
if no, it doesn't matter.
No?
Yeah, this is not enough.
that's not enough. He has to go through a
yeah.
ward and damage immunity. It's not enough.
Whirlwind
Right?
Assault
Yeah, if it wasn't the
here.
damage immunity-
Whoa!
If it wasn't for the, it is enough.
Wait,
Yeah,
it's
it is.
enough?
Pop.
It's exactly lethal.
Wow.
How did he pull that off? The draw off the second
Hold
warden,
on.
getting the assaults was exactly what he needed.
Yeah,
The
the
warden
warden
drawing the
assault there.
second assault.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cracked.
Wow.
Despite Essia's masterful control over the mid game, the one still managed to pull through. Despite a sacred sheep and a ward, the wardens I think drew a winged inversion and a
whirlwind
whirlwind
assault,
assault.
Which
yeah.
is exactly what he needed to
How
get
did that?
exactly lethal
What
on
the?
that
Is he the
turn.
protagonist of an anime? What is going on?
He's definitely looking like it. I mean,
Essia.
There
Up
are no
against the
pathetic
walls.
cards in my grandpa's deck.
but there is whirlwind
Wow.
assault, homie.
What a first game. Like, we knew this was going to be at the level of a finals competition here, but
That
wow.
was something special. That really was.
And here we go now to see if Crystallized Haven has what it takes to end this for the one.
Oh yeah, Crystallized Haven
Essia
versus
home.
Heal Haven here. I'm assuming we're gonna see a Haven mirror here.
I can't believe that was enough.
That was pretty wild.
How did that happen?
I mean, there's definitely a reason the one won that wild card last year, and I think we're seeing it on display right now.
The one won.
Alright, terrible hand for the one here. Get rid of that. I don't see Skullfane.
Yup.
Mulligan everything. That's
No
the rule.
bird.
No Skullfane. Get
No
rid
bird.
of it.
Hey!
Skullfane. But
Wrong
no
bird.
cards yet.
Wrong bird though. Yep.
And bird.
Oh, there we go.
That's
Okay,
a good
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a good start. Yeah.
Still kind of a rough turn 2 for him, but we'll see what he draws. Meanwhile, Essia's got a decent hand. He's got his
Wow. Top
Olivia
deck
lined
and
up turn
gone
5.
the one.
How do you feel about this? Do you feel like this is even between these two? I guess it depends on how early the one can like start cycling the Skullfane.
Yeah, I think the boards that Essia presents aren't that useful defensively, just because Diamond Master erases them entirely.
Yeah.
So he'll have to use those offensively in order to close the game out that following, or excuse me, that same turn.
Or if you can set up like a double defense, then like buff the massive.
That's a lot of Skullfane.
Excuse me?
Wow. That might be too much Skullfane, to be honest.
Nah!
That's
you
more
get
than my
3
daily
zero
recommended
cost
dose.
8 damage to it.
Never too much.
That might be too much, man. That's more than my daily recommended dose of Skullfane.
Skullfane.
You can't OD on.
I mean,
Skullfane.
the one's
You-
even
you
got it set up
definitely
for
can,
next
trust
turn
me.
too. He can pop both these amulets
Oh yeah, wow.
and get another one down.
The Muse Jester there.
See what he draws off of
Okay,
the.
so before the triple
damn
Skullfane
beauty.
draw, I was like, is this even? And now I'm like, no.
I think the one's got a bit of advantage here.
So, what do we think the out here is for Essia? Just to get to that turn 8?
How does
Yeah, he's gotta set up a board, bait out the I'm sorry, bait out the Diamond Master as soon as possible, and then force the one to use his Skullfanes defensively rather than aggressively.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, that is a lot of work.
What's nice here for Essia is he can actually get ahead on play points so that he could get Gian before the one does.
He can ramp with the
if it goes that far.
I think you gotta.
Yeah.
Area ramping time.
Yep. Because you use Aether to get your Olivia for turn 5 anyway, so it's the perfect opportunity to ramp here with Ariette.
This might be one of those baits for Diamond Master, right?
Yep. And then I would personally play the Covenant agent here as well.
Yeah, set it up.
Have a great
yeah.
setup for next turn.
Is that committing too many resources
He's
here?
passing.
He's
Okay, I guess
passing
it is
to
too many
invoke
resources.
To invoke the
Lane
Academy.
Crest? Yeah. Stuffle to pop here
Yeah,
for
because you
3.
can go Aether plus Pure Flower next turn.
Yeah, that's
potentially.
true. He can Aether Pure
Oh, and
Flower.
there's the Diamond Master. Not gonna be able to play it though.
He's got 2 Diamond Masters in hand already, and then he's got like
Yeah.
not really any clear for this 4th.
This is exactly what you want as Crystallized Haven.
Yeah.
The one's very happy with this.
Yeah. He's gonna heal
Oh,
back
not
up, man.
Olivia.
Ooh.
That
Oh, now he can't
puts a
pull out
damper
his
in
things.
things.
Yeah.
He can
I feel
loop
kind of
here,
bad.
but that's not great.
Feel kind of bad.
Oh no.
Oh,
It's
no.
fine. You
I mean,
still
you have to
Olivia
keep the effect
evolve
up,
here,
right?
get your Covenant down, force out like a Diamond Master or something, and then have a large turn 7 play the turn after.
I don't
He's
think
still
you
in a
should-
decent
no, I don't.
spot.
I don't know if you should play the Agent of the Commandments this turn.
Yeah, not the agent. Yeah, keep the
Because
Olivia
it can
though.
still get. It, can,
Play
it just
the
gets cleared
Olivia.
by Diamond Master
Keep
2,
the
and he has
agent.
the other one in the back. I mean, he doesn't know that obviously, but like it's always a possibility.
On
I think it would be better if he played the Pure Flower here because he would still get the draw from the end of turn Olivia buff, right?
Would he run out?
He's playing the Lu for the Evo so that he can get the Tranquility Fount down.
Yeah.
That's a decent
that
idea
works.
as well.
That
Because
This
you
also
can,
works
you
for
can
the
wait
John
and-
Worldwalker later, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Save your
even with
followers
this,
for
even
that.
with this board without playing the Agent, you're still beating out a Diamond Master. Like this is still this is fine, right?
Good
Yeah.
bait. It's a good looking bait, bro.
I like the way you said that.
Stuff it.
Alright.
You
I mean,
Wow.
that's a board. That's a board.
That
you
is
wanna
a
take
large
down.
board.
But
Alright.
Are we like just
Gotta
pronouncing
go
it
with
weird today?
Skullfane here.
cute board. Goodbye.
Justin, you said large board.
Large.
What
The
happened?
large board right there.
Holy Oh,
My
no,
American
this
came out
damage,
there. I'm
though?
sorry.
You're a Minnesotan all of a sudden.
This damage.
I'm sorry.
though?
This is a lot of damage. What's going on right now?
What? I mean, listen, we saw 3 Skull Fiends get cost reduced. Like, this was an inevitable outcome. Like, the one is like, I am the protagonist, okay? No, he's not even the protagonist. He's shifted from the protagonist to the end of arc villain.
He's the
right
villain.
now.
He's the boss.
Oh.
he's the main boss
Yeah,
at the end
boss
of the,
monster
at the
stuff.
end of the movie.
What's the answer here?
You can't do anything. You need to Gian. He just doesn't have it.
Yeah,
It's
I don't see a way out here. This is
Yikes.
so unfortunate too. Oh,
It is pretty
After
considering
being
Essia's
undefeated
story.
in Swiss and it goes down this way, and this
I mean,
is
this
the
happens
end
all the
of
time,
your
though,
year
Justin.
for
Like,
SEAO.
the
It really
7-0
does.
curse
This
is
this
real.
is how it works. You just
The
get cursed
7-0
by that
curse is
undefeated
real,
record. Yeah.
But, like,
on the other side, like the one.
That's so sad. Like,
He
you
wins
gotta
this
get
game,
Gian
he's
out
good.
here, right? This is what
And-
this gets
and
Gian, the
I
little
think
Gian.
this entire set could have gone so differently. Like, if that first match went to Essia, because I think he really played really well trying to counter that Magachio. But then that, like, the assault off of the Warden just changed the entire course of fate there. And now
hold
here
on
we
there.
are.
Now
Area
Essia's up
evolved
against
John.
the ropes and has no idea what to do. This is brutal.
Evolve
You
John
can't
here to take
clear
out most
this,
of the
right?
board.
No.
Well, if you
All he can
evolve,
do is evolve Gian.
no, you can
Yeah,
evolve
that doesn't-
Fujin, right?
Yeah.
My blade.
That would clear.
It just
No,
doesn't
it
do
wouldn't.
enough.
That's,
You would-
no,
you
you just have
would-
too much use gestures.
And
there.
Essia knows that the one has he doesn't know he has the Skull Fane actually. But the one's looking over here looking at his double Skull Fane hand just like, I got this in the bag.
Yeah.
Double Skull Fiend isn't lethal though, isn't there? Is there something else?
If the 2-1 survives, sorry, he's at 11. Not
Oh,
10.
no, he's still got an Evo, right?
He can Evo. Yeah,
So he can
it's
just
over.
double Skull Fiend Evo and that's lethal.
That's
Yeah.
not even fair.
Ah!
1, 2,
Not back down.
and there you have it.
Poor
Essia's perfect
Essia.
run.
That is really unfortunate. I mean, Essia did so well in that first match, and then lost to that Warden hero play, and then in the second round, the one just absolutely steamrolled. What happened?
Best possible hand from Crystallized. That's the danger. It has such a high ceiling, and that's what we saw.
Yeah. If
I
you
know
don't get that
my
hand, you're like,
God.
what am I doing? But if you do get that hand, you're like, okay, GG, go next.
GG easy.
I know you guys
Essia
said
took down Life in his undefeated run earlier in Swiss just to get 2-0'd by the one in the first round,
Oh,
ending
that's rough.
his 2023 season.
I mean, that's why they call him that. He is the one.
He is
He's
the
that
one.
guy. He's him.
he's him. I know you guys said that you couldn't OD on Skullfane, but I think Essia OVD'd on Skullfane right there.
Yeah.
I just
The user doesn't OD, but the opponent definitely feels the effect. Holy moly.
Yikes, that's unfortunate, but that means we're gonna see Team Sonar 5's the one moving on to the quarterfinals. Oh, excuse me, the quarterfinals, and that means that I believe he's secured a spot for contenders, correct?
Not quite yet. That puts him
Not
at 42 points, which puts him at 8th, tied with Sad Feeder.
Oh, so this next match is actually gonna be super
huge.
important.
Yup,
Hold
it's
on.
Sad Feeder versus Fujin, and you know, Sad Feeder Twilight Knights, widely considered by everybody to be one of the best players in SEAO, if not the entire world for Shadowverse.
I mean, he won Contenders 2021, he won Contenders 2022. He's pretty good. I don't know if we can say he's the best, though.
he's not MS Justin level, but you know, he's a pretty good kid, yeah. And Sad Feeder, one of the best players in the world, and he's up against Fujin right now. Sad Feeder in the running for the contenders points right now at 7th place currently before the tournament started. So let's see if he can make this work in this quarterfinals. Let's take a look at their deck list.
Yeah, what's he playing?
What is he playing? It's gonna be me and Justin for this one. Justin, I'm so happy that we got the lottery of being able to cast Sad Feeder.
Oh, absolutely. It's always a joy to watch Sad Feeder play. And he is bringing the Loot Sword.
I am really not surprised that Sad Feeder brings Loot Sword. Like, when there's a deck that's consistent and top performing and it isn't like, you know, disgusting, for lack of a better term, like that Crystallized Haven was just now, you can bet that Sad Feeder's gonna play it and he's gonna master it too. So, we talked about this
he usually plays Sword to get GM every single new expansion, so you know he's going to be good with this. This is his forte. He loves Swordcraft. And we're seeing a very, very similar list to what we saw from Essia when we went over the list. We never got to see him play it. But He's got one extra Asuka and Shiori, which is great for when you run out of cards in your early game. If you want to try to kind of throw cards down and be a little more aggressive, which is what this deck tends to do. Tend to get cards out of the hand very quickly, stock up with loot, and then you fuse the loot, play Asuka and Shiori, which is exactly the same as Angel's Blessing from last format, after right before it rotated, and you just dig through your deck to get to that Rogers by the next Evo if you don't have it yet.
Yo, Justin, I feel so vindicated right now because very, very early in the mini expansion when people were trying out Loot Sword, very few lists were running Asuka, and I put it in right away and did so well with it, and now Sadfeeder's doing it, and I'm like, yo, maybe same wave. Am I as good as Sadfeeder?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you for humoring me. Another thing that Sadfeeder has in this list, though, is the one of Tony Plucky Polywall, just being able to draw a commander. Is that specifically to try and either tutor Barbaros or Rogers, I suppose, in the early game?
It is. A lot of people actually play more than one Tony, and even people were playing the 3 play point card, I can't remember her name right now off the top of my head, that can also draw a commander. They were gung-ho on getting that Rogers as early as possible, but it just proved
the
too clunky.
The 3 play point card actually draws an enhance, so it guarantees Barbaros.
Guarantees Barbaros.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I've misremembered that. Tony...
I don't blame you. Nobody plays that card. The only reason I know it is because I revealed it.
So Tony is huge. Those commanders are so important. Barbaros and Rogers, those are your absolute win cons. Opulent Strategist is also a commander, so Tony can get Opulent, but Opulent is just so strong. She gets you 2 loots, an extra Evo point, which is massive. For something like your Storm Rack in the mid game, if you have to scavenge through your turn 6 to just survive enough to get to that turn 7 to OTK. And so Opulent's totally fine to get off for Tony, and you just want to maintain that card advantage as much as possible in the early game, and Tony allows you to do that.
I mean,
and speaking of going second, Metatron is huge because you have to get to turn 7 with this deck.
Yeah.
And in a lot of matchups, especially the mirror, whoever gets to turn 7 will 7 play points first will always win.
Yeah.
Metatron allows you to do that even if you're going second.
A lot of people told me that Metatron wasn't necessary on Loot Sword because you want to be evolving your Rogers on the Evo turn every time anyway, but I was like, no, dude. Even as a 2-play.14 ward, it's incredibly useful. Especially you can even play it on turn 2 and then you protect a body in the back behind it, and then it gets so much harder. It gives you additional tempo in the early game for then making it easier for your Drip Pirate flag turn on turn 6, turn 7. So I don't understand anybody who doesn't play Metatron and Loot Sword. I think it's ridiculous.
So even if you're going first, you can Rogers on turn 5, Evo, get the play points back, play 2 loots to trigger Rogers
and then play Metatron,
and play
right?
Metatron.
Yeah. That's what I've been saying! Anyway. Sadfeeder is vindicating me multiple ways today. I'm
oh, absolutely. Shout out to Larala for being the most protective card in the format as well.
Yes!
You can also play that alongside Rogers. You get a shield, which protects us from that Magashio OTK that apparently isn't enough to protect you from that.
Yeah, but the one did a destiny draw on that one. Right? Most of the time, it should be all right.
So that's huge as well, and I actually saw some people cutting down on Larala, but Sadfeeder is gung-ho on that 3 copies to make sure he is protected to get to that turn 7.
It's always, it tells a story, I think, whenever you see a player's list and the variants of the ratios of the card, the text are a little bit different. It sort of paints a picture of how they want to play the deck, which I think is always very fascinating.
Speaking of how they want to play the deck, let's see how he plays Heel Haven differently than Essia. I'm noticing a big difference in some ratios, he's got an extra Gian that Essia was not playing. He also has the Priestess to always get Fount of Tranquility that Essia was also not playing.
Yeah, Ascendant Prison Priestess is actually, I think, kind of a heads-up tech, because getting the Fount is great, not only because it ends up becoming a 0-cost heal plus draw 2, but the fact that it's 0 cost off of Ascendant rather than 1, it gives you so many other flexible options as well, right? You get to do a turn that's not even possible otherwise because of the existing 1-play point cost. Being able to play it alongside a turn 7 John plus 3 followers, right?
Yeah, and sometimes you can struggle to get some early game because you don't really want to play Purifier Maiden on turn 2.
No.
So it gives you something to play on turn 2 to kind of counteract the board in the early game and get that Fount for 0 cost on turn 2. A turn 2 Fount of Tranquility is sometimes better than the turn 1 fount, because it'll pop and heal you the turn after you evolve your Olivia.
Yeah.
So the timing just works so well for the Priestess.
Yeah, you can either play it on 2 or you can play it like post. You save the 0 cost or post Olivia too. Like that's an awesome one. Like it just makes it so much more flexible. So I really quite like the addition of the Ascender Priestess, honestly.
Oh, I completely agree. And we still got that sheep. People know that putting a shield on your face is worth it. So Sapphire so far has 2 decks that can give himself a shield. What is his 3rd deck? I need to know.
Now let's find out. The 3rd deck in the lineup is going to be that another deck that can give you a shield. Wait, you're actually so right. So Artifact, we talked about it earlier. No Rosas in this list, I'm finding.
No Rosa, but he's still got the triple Lyelf. I did the same. I saw that you definitely want at least 6 copies of cards that can put things back into the deck. And Rosa just proved to be a little bit too much, and it was a little too weak. With only the 1 attack. And you don't want to be evolving your Rosa if you need like a Chasm to go with your Robopup loop that you got going.
You know, I quite like the several changes Sapphire has made to this list compared to the one. Like the one of Robotic Arm Rescuer as well. Like if you don't have your Retrofia down and your hand is clogged with, for example, a bunch of analyzing artifacts, you can then fuse into Robotic Arm Rescuer to maybe try and get your Shin game plan a little more consistently off, right? And then you also
absolutely.
And then now you're also running 3 Alices instead of 1, also giving you an option to Shin discount 2 Alices for a potential OTK there as well. So
that's what I was gonna say. Sapphir's leaning more towards the Evo plan because that's where you get your real OTKs in. So he just wants to make sure he can get as much damage in as possible, get that Shin active as early as possible, and just always kill on 7. And the Rescuer definitely helps with that Evo count since he is more focused on those Evos. So whereas the 1 was playing more cards to put cards back into the deck to protect all of his 1-ofs and his techs, Sapphire is just going all in on the Evo plan and trying to be as consistent as possible.
But he's all in on the Evo plan, but he still has the option of Lyelf like to deal a bunch of damage as well. I really quite like this variation of the list. Like, and as you said, like all 3 of his decks have an OTK protection because Evamia also gives you a shield on last words on the evolved form, and it evolves itself for free. It just all works so well, doesn't it?
Sapphire knows what's up. I think that's exactly how he chose his deck. He's like, all right, which classes have shields?
Yeah, there's 2 because I think it's totally true that like the tier 1 Loot Sword Crystallize, but then like a bunch of the tier 2 decks, which are a lot of them are very viable, all have like some kind of huge massive swing. So Sapphire's like, okay, you know, I'm gonna have to go through a 7-round twist anyway. Who knows what I'm gonna be playing against? I'm gonna shield against all of them with all of my decks, so no matter what. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
And I just want to talk about Cyclical Fate one last time before we move on. Everyone's talking about the Deus Ex Machina drawing at the end of the turn as much as possible, but the Biofab that goes to the deck off of Cyclical Fate is actually just as important.
It's
especially
really
in a deck
important.
that wants to involve as much as this one does. So you get all those extra Robopups in your deck, and then sometimes you want to hold off on playing Evamia to reserve your number of 1 play point artifacts in your deck so that your Carnelia always gets Robopup, or like always gets the Radiant with the Robopup, so that way you can just keep your Robopup chain going, get as many Evos as you can as fast as possible.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like being able to also land a 0 cost like airstrike into Zerk, like that is like a huge play. Not only do you like deal 4 damage for 0, you then also cycle, and then you can go into your other 1 play point stuff. So, and then the Biofabrication adding more airstrikes or radiance to your deck too. Like it's so important.
It's all about the Radiance with Sadfeeder's list. He's actually not playing any of the 1-drop.
Oh, you're right. I totally
so he can't get airstrikes.
No jet-powered pugilists in his list. Yeah, it's all about the Radiance then. Yeah, the Radiant artifact like super blast with the Biofab is a huge play. All right.
So what do we got from Fujin?
Fujin is playing that Loot Swordcraft. What is there to be said that hasn't been said? I think one thing that's interesting is some list running that one of Mikael. It's nice to get off, off and invoked, but if you play me on ladder, Justin, you'll know that I draw all my invoke cards.
Oh, as do I. I had to stop playing Barrel Right Shadow in Unlimited because I drew nothing but my invokes all the time.
You're a
I didn't know what Barrel Right was, but every deck is playing Stormrack first mate, but I think this card is so underrated in this deck. It clears boards single-handedly.
Yep.
This thing, as early as turn 5, like, you saw some of the boards that Essia's making with his Heal Haven deck. First mate can clear that by himself, and with the leader effect from Rogers making one of those loots free, you just get another rush body to trade in, and makes it even more free to just clear any board with this one card, and you're getting loots out the entire time, and you're generating your game plan, preparing your Barbaros. It is so underrated. And little known fact, after you have 7, he gets you a flag.
Yeah. Also, it's not even free, it's a +1, because with the Rogers and the Stormrack, the loot becomes 0, and then Rogers gains you back a play point. So it's literally a refund. Like, and then you just clear the board. And you know, there's a little bit of flexibility in how you can play it too, because a lot of your cards generate boots actually. So if you play a boots on top of the Buccaneer that you generate first, it's actually a more efficient trader than the Cannoneer that you get post Evo. So you get a lot of interesting lines of play that you can target with the Stormrack, which I really like.
Absolutely. Right. What's his next deck he's got?
The next deck list is Crystallized Havencraft. All right, what's the next deck he's got?
This is the exact same list that the one was playing. I can just talk about how much heal is in this deck, and it is very annoying. It has Azurite Maiden that heals for 3.
Justin, you know, when you were talking, I find this so funny. When you were talking about the loot, you sounded very objective, and then as soon as the Crystallized Haven came up, the malice seeped into your voice. I can hear it.
I mean, we've seen this menace of a deck for the last 5-6 months now. Like, I think we're all ready for something new. Skullfane's rotating.
I mean, like, it's obviously a very performant deck, so you know, it makes sense people are playing it, but the list has been, like you said, pretty much figured out. Like the 2 Gian, 2 Divine Wolves, 3x everything else. And then if you get the draw, like we saw in that last set, oh boy, it gets pretty dangerous.
Unbeatable.
All right, Fujin's third deck list, what's it going to be? It is going to be that. Ooh,
Evo Portal.
The first Shin in the deck.
So I like this because if no one bans Portal, we got a head-to-head of Evo Portal versus Artifact Portal. But yeah, we just got all the heavy hitters here. We got triple Chasm, triple Rosa, all of the Evo cards, including the RoboPup combo with Bonds. You got the Blossoming Dancer. You got 3 copies of the Rescuer, whereas Cypher's only playing 1 because he's on the artifacts.
Yeah, I mean, several key things to know, like in case people who are new to the game are tuning in, like the game plan is to get 10 evolves so that your Shin is active, and then once your Shin is active, it deals damage, reduces the cost in your hand, and heals you, and you can get there very easily because of the combo of Robotic Arm Rescuer and Sweeper Doll adding a puppet to your hand every time you evolve, and then Robotic Arm Rescuer fusing the puppet to get a card, an assembly droid that evolves, so like on that turn you just basically juggling puppets and assembly droids until you have like 4 evolves in a turn, and then your Shin gets active so much easier. And then once your Shin discounts your hand, you then have Alice and Grimnir to OTK. So very consistent, but it has been sort of dropping in popularity because of the rise of Artifact.
It just doesn't have as much defensive capabilities as Artifact does. And that is a huge drawback for a deck that can't win before turn 7. The earliest you're going to get your Shin active is turn 6, so then all of your cards get reduced in cost, and then you can OTK with your Alice and Grimnir combinations on turn 7. And a lot of the times, especially if you're going second, that will be too slow.
Yep. And you know, with the artifact plan, not only do you have the Vermidea giving all your stuff ward, which is a great blocker for board-based damage, but then you also have the Avamia counter magic for whatever huge swing the opponent's got for your face. So
whereas Fujin does not have that with his Evo Portal deck. Absolutely.
There's like almost no defensive options unless you're there's no shield. You're unprotected. So you better hope you get that shit on turn 6. All right, that's all I'm saying. All right.
All right, let's see what they're choosing. So let's think about these bans.
Yep, it's, as we mentioned, a 3-deck, 1-ban format. You have to win with the other 2 decks that are unbanned. So what is going to go from either side? I don't know if Sad Feeder is going to gamble with that Crystallize. I think he might just ban that. Honestly.
I would ban the Crystallize if I was Sad Feeder. I
Same.
don't want to take that chance. If it can go off like we saw in the last match, it is just unbeatable, and
Yeah,
I
what are you
wouldn't want to
supposed
deal
to
with
even
that.
do, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you're Sad Feeder, you're confident against loot. You don't care about that. And if you're playing artifacts, that means that you believe that Artifact Portal is objectively better than Evo Portal, so he will not fear Evo Portal whatsoever.
No, I think the Crystallized ban is almost guaranteed for Sad Feeder. But what about on Sad Feeder's end? What's going to get banned between loot, heal, and artifact? Maybe artifact, honestly, because
I'm thinking artifact.
yeah, because the damage shield. I mean, all of the decks have damage shield.
Yeah.
Artifact
But it's the
has
most consistent damage shield.
Yeah, with the Amamiya evolving for free, right? Like with Lyrala, there's a condition. With Sacred Sheep, you have to spend 5 play points on a 2/2. With Artifact, you just play Amamiya, evolve it, and then
Free
it's like,
evolve.
okay, now you got it.
Trade it off. Yeah.
So I think Artifact might be the one to go. But let's see if our predictions bear fruit here as we get into the head-to-head. It's gonna be. Whoa, really? Both
They
portals
both
banned.
ban Portal.
Crystallize
Interesting.
staying up. Okay, so it's gonna be Loot Sword versus Loot Sword, and then Heal Haven versus Crystallize Haven.
Maybe if we can get the Haven versus Haven match again, maybe we can Sad Feeder will show us how you're supposed to win that matchup. No shade to SEO whatsoever.
Whoa, Justin! All right, send your angry emails too. All right, we're heading into the.
So
this
are
is
we
actually
gonna
really
see?
Sorry,
I don't know what I'd queue up.
Yeah, do you think you just queue the loot first as the scout because you know it's your most consistent list, or?
So we're gonna see a loot mirror immediately? That's the real question.
I think that's actually quite likely. A loot mirror immediately. Eesh. Eesh. Another thing to consider is that in terms of story-wise, Sad Feeder is currently 7th place on the rankings, so if he needs to win as many games as possible to maybe claw himself up to 2nd. Whereas as Fujin, you know, if Fujin takes it over Sad Feeder and goes all the way, then as a person who's not in the top 10 rankings at all, he has a chance to go straight to contenders. So like both players are just like, they got the carrot in front of them. Is all I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, this game's very important for Sad Feeder.
Yeah.
I think he has bad tiebreakers right now because he had a couple of bad months in there, and so I think he really needs to win this if he wants to go to contenders.
All right.
And then
first
Fujon's
match-
just praying. He'll just be praying the whole time. He's
Fujin is
terrified.
leading Crystallize. He's praying for Skullfane Bird. Let's see if the prayers pay off.
I don't
There's
see a
Bird!
Skullfane. I don't see a Skullfane. I would get rid of the bird. I don't see a Skullfane.
If there's no Skullfane, I full mulligan every time.
Sad Feeder immediately mulliganing into his one copy of Mikhail.
Me and Sad Feeder are very alike.
Gotta get all of those. Yeah, he's vindicating you even with his draws.
No, this is a bit too much vindication. Sad Feeder, you gotta look after yourself, all right? Stop drawing your Mikhails, please. All right, on the other side, Fujin
really
is like,
being careful
Fujin
about this.
is actually offering offerings to his ancestors right now, trying to get that. He's keeping the bird. Where's
He
the
kept
fade?
the bird. I don't like that. You need Skullfane. I would never keep bird without the Skullfane. Like, you need draw and you need Skullfane in the early game, and
I
bird
agree,
does not
Justin,
do that.
But did you see what he was doing before he mulliganed? He was like full on like paying respect.
Yeah, full on
to his ancestral
praying.
home,
Yeah.
trying to get it out, but it didn't pay off.
That's
Is there
how
a
it
fade?
feels to play against Sad Feeder. You just pray and hope and just get the draws that you need.
I really
because
love that
you know
Sad
Sad
Feeder-
Feeder will.
I really love that Sad Feeder is one of the best players in the format because he's a really chill guy. But when you play against him, it's really intimidating.
Yeah. He's like a titan.
Yeah.
But then when you actually talk to him, he is super chill. He's got a bit of a humor online too. He's a good guy.
Where's the fade?
Where?
Meanwhile,
is
Sad
the
Feeder's
fade?
got his Rogers. Rogers ready.
I like how
There's
Sad
no
Feeder
floor.
just threw an Illustrious Thief right into the bird, destroying it because he knows the value of that loot. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You need that loot.
It literally doesn't matter. Illustrious thief.
Oh, Fujin desperate for the draw. playing a Sapphire Priestess.
Fade
no.
in the bottom 10? More likely than you think.
So, this is the rare situation when Skullfane is not in the top 10 cards of your deck, so we get to see how he really plays the deck.
I mean, the game is
Not
definitely
autopilot anymore.
without Skullfang. The only problem is that it becomes much harder, but...
Oh, surely. Especially with
have,
2 wingies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we have seen it before in SVO even, that, like, even without Skullfang, people have brought out a win, but, like... It gets a lot more difficult. And when you're up against Sad Feeder, you want every margin you can afford, right? Like,
especially when Sad Feeder draws like this. He's got his Rogers, he's got his Barbaros, he's got his Storm Rack.
Yep.
Absolutely, he's got everything he needs. The only thing he doesn't have is Metatron, and he is going second. So he might have to deal with a Gian on turn 7 to find his OTK. Is this Fane too late, though, is the question.
You'll never sink us.
I mean, he's still gonna do it. Like, what else is he gonna do?
Yeah, he's gotta be careful to not overdraw here. There's the Gian.
He's gotta play something first, right?
So he wants to play Skullfane here, but he overdraws if he does. So he's gotta be very mindful about how he's doing this.
No, but if you bird first, you still overdraw 1 in the next turn, right?
Yeah. So I guess it doesn't matter how you do it, you'll always overdraw. Because I think you have to play another Skullfane here.
No
so I think it is bird, Skullfane, just overdraw off the top next turn.
I think so. I agree. I think that bird in the mulligan was such a mistake. Now he has 2 like clogging his hand, right? Like.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. It's a good lesson to all of you in the chat right now.
Azurite! Huh?
Is he that scared? He still draws off of the Astolfo next turn, so he's still gonna overdraw.
He's still overdrawing even with this line of play.
And now he's just 1 turn slower on his Skullfane.
The tides roil the waters of my heart.
Well, here comes the big man on campus, Stormrack first, mate.
Alright, time to see a big old board real quick.
Let's go.
Going for the prey.
Going for the prey. He can even play the Rogers with the Accelerate now, yeah.
Yeah, this is a rare sight, seeing Rogers accelerate, but yeah, it's just a
when you
free
got the
Cannoneer.
Up, right? Yeah, you might as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Let's go.
It's actually very underrated, but yeah, it's just a 1 play point, 2/1 rush, get to another loot. 1 play point loot is huge.
Look at this board.
Everything I have, I give.
Is he gonna be forced into a Diamond Master?
Oh, definitely. Overdrawing the Diamond Master.
Well, he's got 1 in hand. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't panic.
So he's got a slow Skullfane, and he doesn't have another follow-up Diamond Master to this Diamond Master. But
and he knows that Sad Feeder saved his 0 cost loot as well.
yup.
Oh boy.
To the sapphire.
Yep, you gotta do the Sapphire Priestess plus Diamond Master combination. With
He's
the
drawing a lot
wingy
here, though.
here.
Isn't he like
This-
overdrawn massively?
Oh, he will, but I don't think he cares at this point because he has his Gian ready to go with his wingy. But correct me if I'm wrong, he does not have another follower right now to play with the wingy next turn. Never mind. He just draws as I made it up top.
Why are you doing this, Justin? You're always tempting fate.
That I am. Alright,
Playing
so
this
you gotta
Barbaros
put
right away,
Barbaros
let's
here.
go.
You gotta start clearing some stuff, absolutely.
There it is, and you can also take out the Sapphire Priestess for free with this Evo, and it runs straight into the DM.
Yep, gotta get rid of that DM.
Lyrala also gives you a damage shield here. This is nice.
And that is 10th rally for Opulent.
Which is another heal.
More
And-
loots.
Yep, more loots as well. If you play the Goblet, you get a play point back, so you can
Get the
play.
point. My god. And he gets to keep his Barbaros alive here. Great, great heads up. Very quick play by Sadfitter. He knows that line very well.
Keeping the 0 cost Goblet for this turn is like genius.
Yeah, he had that play set up. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
So here Fujon's just gonna heal up again and then play a couple of protected wards. But since he overdrew that Diamond Master, he does not have Diamond Master here to clear the turn after. I don't know what I'm talking about. I forgot Gian clears. Oh.
This is tough.
He decides to hold off.
That's a big board on Fujin's side, but
But Sadfeeder has Stormracked.
yep, in the hand. And Deep Sea to even draw further,
And Deep Sea to
Get
just
deeper.
keep his card size up.
He's not playing the Stormrack first, which I think is interesting.
He's trying to see if he can draw lethal here with all of his flags. Like, he wanted to see if he could draw Tidal Gunner first.
Nope. No
Nope.
dice.
Yeah, he's gonna play the. Yep, he's looking for the Tidal Gunner. He's gonna look
There
for
it
the
is!
troops.
There it
There's the
is!
Tidal Gunner.
Is that lethal?
It's not lethal though.
It's so close.
It is very close though.
Right there.
So is Fujin taking this with his Crystallized Haven again?
Right there.
Do you think playing the Stormrack was so much safer?
Stormrack was definitely safer, but I think he knows at that point that he's so low in HP and won't have any wards of protection that Fujin is very likely to have a follow-up to kill him.
That's true.
So he felt like he had to go for it in that turn. So I respect the decision, but we were looking at Fujin's hand the whole time. It was not the right decision. Fujin had
Yeah.
no follow-up.
Yeah, especially because Saphir knows that he mulliganed, or he milled the second Diamond Master right as
I
well.
won't suffer even a whisper.
I don't know. That's interesting. That's interesting. Knowing that he milled the second Diamond Master, would you not have gone for the saver play there?
And knowing that he didn't have an active Skullfane. His Skullfane still costed 7.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting.
But sometimes those Stormrack plays are difficult because you got to be very quick and careful with your trades, and it's very hard to calculate that in the moment.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of what I like about this meta in particular is that a lot of the decks right now feel like
Even days are over.
very execution heavy, which I really appreciate.
Oh, definitely, especially artifacts and loot, which Sadfeeder is playing. So, Sadfeeder is going second here without the Metatron. Fujin has the Metatron that Sadfeeder wants. But he has the Asuka and Shiori, so he can get some extra draw on turn 4 to try to get that Metatron, which is honestly more important than Evolving Rogers on turn 4 in the mirror.
Absolutely, it is. Because if you don't, then you're the one who's
Fujin's
getting
thinking about just
Barbaros
playing
first.
Juliet to clear here.
You just Juliet and
I have no
clear?
regrets.
I don't know
No,
if that's
no,
even
no, no.
good.
He's thinking about it. He's doing it.
No, he's going
Go
face.
face. Okay.
Why would he clear?
So he would clear to deny loots from Sadfeeder, because now Sadfeeder can trade into the 1/1, and you don't have a way to kill the 1/1 if he trades into the Tony without trading into it, because you don't have any blades.
Nice having talent.
That's true. Is that not a?
There.
Can I double check this knight? Is it a strike or a clash?
It's a clash.
It's a
It
clash!
is absolutely a clash.
So he would have gotten the loot anyway, I guess. But like, it denies one loot if he doesn't have the trade, I guess. That's true.
That matters sometimes. It really
Yeah,
does.
You're right on that.
All right, this is decision time for Sadfeeder. Do you gamble to draw Metatron, or you just play Rogers? Just play Rogers.
He made that decision so fast too. I mean, like
He did.
He must have practiced with loot swords so much, right? Leading up to
Yeah.
this event.
Oh, for sure.
Because the gamble, like, I don't know. Do you even have the margins to gamble in a mirror like this? Like,
Especially when you're already down a game, you really
yeah,
don't.
exactly.
Get rid of As. Probably the boots? Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, there's the title you were looking for last time.
Righteous path.
Always showing up on the next game.
Yup.
The counter Rogers, right?
Yup.
Who is the true pirate king?
That Barbaros draw there for Fujin is huge. So now it looks like both players have everything they need. Another Tony to get another Rogers, maybe? No. Okay. Are we firing?
How do you trade?
We have fire.
That was not
And
efficient.
Stormrack. Alright, so Sadfeeder makes a board, it doesn't matter.
You'll never sink us.
That was not an efficient trade, but Fujin's like, I got the follow-up, so it doesn't really matter. It's fine.
No.
Welcome home. We've been waiting.
One play point draw 2.
There's
Pretty
the
good.
Metatron.
There's the Metatron, but he cannot
Doesn't that mean that
maintain
if
more
he
Evos.
doesn't that mean that if he played the Asuka last turn, he would have gotten?
He would have drawn the yes.
Yeah, he would
Yes,
have.
it does.
It would have paid off.
Although that's not necessarily true, because he did play Ascend in the Troops to draw 2 cards at the end of last turn.
Oh no, you're
which
right. You're right.
Probably shuffled his deck.
You're right. The rare Penguin Punisher evolve here.
Yup, you gotta get that extra loot. Every loot matters.
Every loot matters.
The tides roil the waters of my heart.
And like I said, doesn't matter what kind of board Sadfeeder makes, it is gone. Here comes Stormrax.
Everything I have, I give.
Yeah, the Stormrax, man. I feel like I'm really still stuck. My mind is still stuck on that decision from Sadfeeder in that last game.
I'm not playing Stormrax at the end of that, yeah.
But and now we're seeing on the other side, Fujin's like not hesitating. Stormrack time. I'm gonna clear your whole board. Don't even.
That's what
sweat
turn 6 is. Turn 6 in this game, in loot, is just Stormrack the turn.
Yeah.
You don't even think. You just play Stormrack.
We're out of bone balls. I don't know if you've heard this. Important news.
Captain, we're out of boom balls.
What's a bone ball?
I thought she says boom balls, like they explode.
That's kind of childish, isn't it?
I mean, she is quite a little child, so I'm not surprised.
What's going on with the pirate industry?
They just take anyone they can get.
Clean
right?
it up. Roger's got to go in there and clean it up. All right.
He's the ruler of the seas. He's probably supporting it.
I guess pirates aren't known of being virtuous. That's fair enough.
That they are not.
All right, the double fuse on the barb gets it active right away. Are we gonna see a barb played? Yes,
Yep,
we
here
are.
comes Barb. Absolutely.
That's a free clear. And a Dread Pirate setting up for turn 7 lethal with Tidal Gunner, Barbaros, double flag, right?
And he can get down the Lorala here to protect a little bit.
Yeah, he can get down to La Rolla, and he has
Yep.
the ambush for additional damage, setting up for a turn 7 lethal.
Yep. This is huge. And he's got the second Barbaros for that setup. This is perfect for Sadfeeder.
Yep, and he's
it's
got
just
the
a
additional
matter
control.
of
This is
can he
huge.
survive? Because we see Fujin also has a Lorala and the Mikhail here, so he can do the same thing with more protection.
He can technically
And
clear
more
this
heals.
ambush too, right? With the
Yep, with
maneuvers.
the
Yup.
opulent. That's exactly what he's gonna do. Because
The
he knows he doesn't have
counter.
lethal, so he's just gonna be as defensive as possible, just like Sadfeeder was.
This mirror is tired.
This is when you get to this point in the game, it gets really complicated.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But
there's a lot going on.
Sadfeeder has his own opulent follow-up, but he has no protection after that.
You're gonna
So it's
Lyrala?
possible.
I will Lyrala your Lyrala. You're
Yeah.
gonna opulent? I'm gonna opulent your opulent.
So the difference is, oh no, okay, I'm about to say Fujin broke the shield with the Rogers spell. I was gonna say Sadfeeder has the Tidal Gunner to break the shield for only 1 play point,
Yeah.
or only 1 hit.
Ooh, the scout is another source of flag and cycle. That's actually kind of big.
It's not enough though.
You can
Not
still
this
clear,
turn.
can't you? Like if you use opulent.
Yeah,
for
he's
re-merchants?
gonna just draw as much as possible here, clear, and maintain his 20 HP, and hope that's enough to survive.
If he draws a Lyrala off of Deep Sea, that's huge, right?
Oh, absolutely.
With Rogers.
Another Roger.
That helps
That
you clear, though.
is-
You just trade the Mikhail one way, you trade the Rogers into the 4-2, right?
Yep.
But you don't have Lyrala.
It's still a tough spot though. Yeah, you don't have any shield. So if Fujin has the OTK, but with the flag from the deep sea
But
and the
Fujin
extra
doesn't have
storm,
Fujin doesn't have title, and he only has 2 flag generators right now. Like, yeah,
that is true. He only has 13 damage here.
the penguin, regrettably,
15 with the Rogers Pain.
Regrettably, the penguin is not a pirate, so it doesn't
This
get
is
you a
true.
flag. The
This is
penguin's
very
actually
true.
an animal, so it's not fit for sailing the high seas.
Illustrious Thief is also not a pirate, even though he looks like a pirate.
He's a thief. He's not a pirate, right? He's a land-based
Mm-hmm.
criminal activity. Okay, there's a huge difference.
Another deep sea.
That's actually pretty big,
Scout.
especially if you have like not a lot of cards in your hand up here right now.
Yeah. But I'm thinking that Sadfeeder's got plenty over there for a OTK, and Fujin's got no
yeah.
protection.
Yeah.
So this game is looking over,
Wait,
and
why
Sadfeeder
does
still
that-
has a chance.
I don't understand why Fujin didn't play the. Oh, he doesn't have a commander.
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't have a commander to play Lyrala on.
Yeah, he would have had to play the
The Barbaros.
Barbaros like Sadfeeder did the turn before, but he doesn't have the follow-up Barbaros, so it was a little too risky, because it takes away his potential to OTK the turn after.
This is the most
And
OTK
so-
I've ever seen in my life. Look how many flags there
Unfortunately,
are.
we know Savage has everything.
This is the freaking United Nations Assembly with how many flags going on right now.
So I've been playing too much. I've been playing too much Unlimited lately, where you also have this with Dramatic Retreat. And so
Yep.
it's like this, but even more so.
What's going on over here? Is there a G7 meeting? Like, what's up with the amount of flags and what's going on?
All the flags. Oh no.
Oh, man.
All right, so it comes down to
Justin,
loot
I'm so tired.
versus
The mirror is
Wheelhaven.
so tiring. Every turn is like, okay, how are we gonna counter this? I mean,
Yeah.
but the thing is, like, the mirror is very exhausting, but it's also very skill intensive. Like, if you can
It's so
navigate
skill
that,
intensive.
it's like a huge showcase of like how good you are at the game.
All
right.
Sad Feeder is going first with his Heelhaven deck, which might not even be that good of a thing because he can't
No,
Evo
because
until
you
turn
want-
5.
Going
Exactly.
second for Heelhaven's actually pretty good. Like, you kind of
Yeah.
want it.
Oh, and Fujon's got that Metatron going second,
That's true.
so he
That's
can get
huge.
out his OTK before the Gian.
Oh, we do
comes
have
down.
on Sad Feeder's end. We do have the play that we were talking about earlier of return to turn to Ascended Prism Priestess, right?
Ascended
which
Prism
trades
Priestess.
really nicely into this one too.
I'm dealing out some
And he's gonna play the Fount immediately because he has the follow-up Fount as well.
Yes, very
Oh.
nice. Very nice. My wife. All right, so now we. Oh, Fujin has the Rogers, so he's gonna end up playing the Metatron right away. Interesting.
Yeah. This
And
is
you know,
fine.
with this
He plays
Metatron on turn
matchup.
2, he shields a Juliet that can just go face, which I find very, very funny. Unless Sad Feeder just plays the Metatron on his end too, right here. You think it's likely?
I think you just play Kira here.
To try. Can you? That's true. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a ward either way, right? That's fine.
It's gonna be a lot of draw coming up for Sad Feeder.
my life. There.
Here comes Juliet.
Juliet, get rid of that. Trade because the damage doesn't matter too much, and you go face. Yeah.
Dude, Romeo sucks. Juliet is
Yeah, no,
so
Romeo
much
is
better.
awful. There's no reason to take Romeo. Why would you ever take Romeo? He doesn't even have, like, untargetable protection. He's just
No.
a ward.
But Juliet go face is what I've been
Juliet do be going face.
getting. So true, bestie. All right, out comes the Ariette to take out Juliet, probably.
No, you gotta take out Metatron.
Yeah, but
You can't let him evolve that.
true.
Future.
Oh, okay,
No, but
okay.
is he-
We're
is he-
playing mind games now.
No. But he can still take out the Metatron with if he just plays the Verdilia, right?
That's too many
He even gets a
resources.
2-3 out of this. He doesn't even.
Oh,
he
that's
doesn't
true.
Even, he doesn't
That's
even
true.
play
He
the
doesn't
spell.
need to play it. You're right.
Yeah,
I forgot that Ariette is festive and does. I'm
Ariette's
sorry,
actually
academic. Yeah.
The opposite of festive,
Yeah.
in many ways.
Yeah. They don't party there at the academy. Nope.
You've been
Absolutely
playing
not.
the story. It's messed up in the academy. All the teachers are evil. Go home. The only teachers that's not evil is Verdilia.
It's funny because she looks so dark.
This is the worst school ever.
So yeah, it's just a standard turn 4 go second play with Rogers plus a 2-drop there.
And we get the agent of command, which is also a nice draw as well. That pulls potentially another agent, right? With the condemned tag, condemned trade. And the
And
cyclical
then
clears that.
cyclical, get rid of the
Wow,
ambush.
that's so clean.
Sad Feeder's kind of playing off the top of his deck here, though. He's got to draw something really good off his Fount.
It's true that he is top decking, but the agent does draw another agent potentially, which already sets up for a huge turn 7 player.
That's true. The only condemned callers in the deck are the agents. So yes, if he feels safe enough to just sit behind a couple of ambushes. And this is a board lock, and so if Sad Feeder heals back up to 20 with
Yeah.
the double ambush, he's safe. Interesting.
Yeah, it would be.
I
Right?
want to see him do it. I
Ooh,
wanna
and he
see
gets
it.
the shot, so he can play Agent Evolve Agent, set up for a
I wanna
turn
see
7
it.
with the Fount popping on the 2 agents as well, and
That's
the agents
crazy.
double heal as well. He goes up to 20.
Yeah.
Just
This
pass.
gotta be the play, and then don't even play 2-drop. Yup.
Let's go.
Really good play here for Sad Feeder.
Scream for me.
And then this board lock is brutal for Fujin, and there's
is
nothing he
brutal.
can do, and it looks like Sad Feeder's gonna take it. Gian plus Metatron plus Lu. Anything that heals at that point.
He will show us a miracle.
Oh, this is so good. Isn't this
And that's
OTK?
beyond lethal. Yeah, it is. And then the Lu is lethal. That one other heal gets him up to 21 damage. I'm sorry, 23 damage. Brutal.
That is brutal.
And Sad Feeder takes it 2-1 over Fujin in a decisive last game.
I mean, that play of... I called it out like several turns before, and I'm so happy to see it happen. Like, Sad Feeder knew the lines, man. He knew the lines.
Yeah.
With the ambush into... Dude, that ambush, if you just don't have a way to clear it, is such a huge threat. Every single heal is just representing 9+ damage, as we saw just then. Not only that, but it heals you on its own, and then you set up for... Like, the fact that you have so many zero-cost healings in the deck with Verdilia Fuse as well, it makes it so free, the damage that you can get out of that card.
Yeah, no, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Just a single ambush can do upwards of 12 damage. It's whack.
She's strong, and the fact that she's like you mentioned, Justin, she's the only condemned, right? So getting 2 is so simple, and then you just set up for a lethal line that like becomes so clear to you once you start playing the deck more. So very huge congratulations to Sad Feeder for making that play and being able to move on into the semifinals. Let's go.
Yeah, and even more importantly, that brings him up to 43 points, which ties him for 7th.
Ooh.
So he has a tiebreaker for that 7th spot if he doesn't win the whole thing. But he is in now 2 contenders with that win.
Oh, that's pretty exciting. So, unfortunately for Fujin, it is the end of his tournament journey here in the last SVO, but our semis is going to be the one versus Sad Feeder. What is going on? By the end of this tournament, I'm going to be out of energy. I'll just be passed out the rest of the day because these are some intense games. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was really, really awesome. Justin, such a pleasure to cast with you. We're going to be back after a short break with the last 2 quarterfinals. But before I go, I just want to tease really quickly. You guys already know. At the end of this month, we got the new card set for Shadowverse, the 30th set. Insane that we got the 30 sets. Order shift. And for everybody in the chat who's watching along, a little gift for y'all. We may or may not have a card reveal to share at the end of this stream. So, you know, just saying, you might want to tune in until the end. But for now, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the next 2 quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere.
Twilight reigns. Day wars with night. Thus it has been from time immemorial. At the end of their trials, bearers of light come to know their fate and face it head-on. With wills sharp as blades, they stand against the darkness. Drawn to their imperial valor, fledgling heroes will come together and become the guiding light for all those who abide in hope. And Aeon the Lost Lambs will follow in their shepherd's wake. For they all know that at grueling journey's end, a bright future awaits them. And the time for swords will be no more. Bearers of darkness sneer at light's folly, and with baleful claws seek to rend the world asunder. As the ages pass, the battle rages on, giving birth to new heroes who forge their own legends. Heroes of Rivenbrand. What legend shall you forge?
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure. Leave it to us. come on, Greya. It'll be fun. You're gonna love the academy.
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave and let your talents shine. Right? Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
What's going on, folks? Welcome back to the Southeast Asia Oceania Shadowverse Open September Cup, where players are fighting for that one coveted auto qualifying spot to the Contenders Cup coming up soon this year. Guys, AD's taking a break. He said those last two games drained the crap out of him. Like, that sword mirror was masterful by Sadfeeder. But let's take a look at the bracket in case you are just joining us. Man, Justin, like, I don't know how you're still like functioning right now after how crazy Sadfeeder's plays were over Fujin in that first quarterfinals
I
match.
get invigorated by his plays. Like, they bring me life. And all that life that I gain, Igni loses.
You just pull it from him? Yeah, all right. So you actually, like, Igni transmutes into you is what you're trying to tell me.
Exactly, yeah. I'm draining his life force. But more importantly, we had some crazy matches between Essia and the one where he just took down the undefeated Essia from Swiss. Sadfeeder taking Fujin in a very close match with some very tense games. And now we're looking at the bottom of the bracket with Bendy and Domi Rune coming up here.
Yeah, now both of these guys, I believe we've seen Domi Rune before. I think he was here back in May. I got top 8 there. Unfortunately, lost to Sadfeeder, which means there's a chance for him to get a little bit of revenge if he can take these next two games, and that'd be an exciting, that'd be a very exciting finals match. And Bendy, I think this is his first time here, so let's see if he can actually take it. And as like the one like super newcomer out of all these 8 players here, it'd be insane if he just came out of nowhere and just took that final Contenders Cup spot.
Yo, yeah, always nice to see an underdog story like that. Without a doubt, I'd love to see Bendy take it all the way. And once we start looking at the deck list from these players, we're going to see Bendy actually has a spicy list that no one else has even touched. that we've seen so far.
Wait, this isn't spicy. Condemned for it. What is it? You lied to me.
We'll get
I want a
there.
refund.
We'll get there. In the meantime, we got Condemned Forest, extremely similar to what Essia is playing. Very consistent, very strong. Has very quick potential for OTKs. Has a lot of healing with things like Carbuncle and Plumeria and Cannon, which you can evo with your one rain.
I think a card we haven't really talked about today is the new card Asuka and Shiori Twin. Do you remember, like 2 SVOs ago, we were like, man, Shadowverse sure could use some healing because Ghost is kind of going crazy. And then they just like, we have heard your prayers. We know Angel's Blessing has rotated, but here is Angel's Blessing again in the form of not 1, but 2 people.
Yeah, actually. People were worried that going second would be so much harder now without Angel's Blessing to heal up and draw out of their difficult situation going second. But no, Asuka and Shiori comes in, fills that slot perfectly. And in this deck, it's even better going second because you're going to be playing a bunch of cards on turn 3 to guarantee those 4 cards played. And then you play Asuka and Shiori, replenish your hand immediately, and get those play points back so you can still play 4 cards in that same turn. On top of that, if you have a bad hand going first, you just play it on turn 3, get the cards you need to play 4 cards on turn 4, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, again, such a very powerful and good defensive card. It feels like the defensive cards have really been like the make or break for a lot of decks today. I think you talked about it before. Like, Sadfeeder had, all 3 of his decks have some form of protection, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's what makes Lily such a good inclusion in this deck. In the early stages of when this deck first came out with the main expansion with May, people were playing May immediately, but they were not playing Lily because it cost 2 play points. People were thinking, we have to play 4 cards in a turn. If I'm playing 2 play points for Lily, I'm not playing 4 cards.
Yeah, I'm forced, bro. I can't do that. I can't afford to.
Yeah, of course not. And you don't want to draw it early, so people were worried that I can't get my turn 6 OTK if I have Lily. But we've discovered that Lily is unbelievably powerful to prevent OTKs and prevent any kind of aggression. Like you were saying, ghosts hate Lily. All those ghosts do no damage, and exact same thing happens against Crystallized Haven. Everything gains Storm from Winging, and everything does 2 less damage.
Ooh, that's painful.
It's huge in surviving, which is why we see 3 copies of Lily nowadays in this deck.
Yeah, again, a very powerful card indeed. I think we've talked about the offensive potential of this deck, and it is insane. So let's take a look at the next deck that Bendy's bringing here, which I think is going to be a Haven deck, but maybe not the one you're expecting.
Heal
yes,
Haven
it's Heal
again.
Haven.
Okay, I like it. It looks very, very similar to Sadfeeder's list. He's got the Ascended Prism Priestess. 3 copies. Sadfeeder's only playing 2, but I still like that because it is absolutely your best 2-drop. You almost always want this as early as possible. And otherwise, it's a very streamlined list. He's got the 1 Vengeful Apostle, just like all the others. Regretful Apostle, rather.
Yeah.
Just has a nice little endgame fallback if your constant board pressure is not enough.
Yeah, if by some miracle Gian doesn't kill you, the Apostle will definitely kill you. So
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the other card here, we saw it in the last set of games. Hopefully you guys got to see that. But Agent of the Commandments. Hey, if your opponent has a huge board and they can't kill you in the following turn, they board lock themselves. What if you just played 2 Agents of the Commandments and then just evolved 1 and just chilled? What if you just did that?
Yeah, they're just over there doing the MC Hammer dance, just staring at the board, just like can't touch me, and then you can't kill me either because I'm a heal 3 at the end of the turn.
Yup, and then buff themselves. Thank you, Alluvia. We appreciate your support and your service. So yeah, very powerful card. You have to be careful, especially setting up boards here, because if they drop 2 Agents of the Commandments, like you're kind of just SOL, you know?
You gotta have an answer to that, absolutely. And that brings us to the spicy deck that I was referring to.
Ooh, Bendy's last
I want to see this. We've seen Portal before, but we haven't seen Machina Portal. I absolutely love this. This is fantastic. Very streamlined list. He's just got the 2 puppet workouts and the 2 Warden to the trigger. Everything else is exactly what you would expect from this deck. It's just non-stop Machina cards because you want to get 10 destroyed for your Invoke of Gratina. If we can bring that up real quick. Gratina is huge for this deck. It defines the Machina Portal deck. As soon as you get 10, she invokes straight from the deck. She's got Storm and deals 3 damage to all enemies. So that is 8 damage potentially on Evo for free.
I just realized that I thought it was only Machina followers, but it's also academic followers. This is the weirdest. Like...
There was a buff that they did to Machina actually last format. They buffed Machina because it was originally just Machina followers, and they added academic because of the synergy that's supposed to be between the academic cards and the Machina cards. So a lot of them have both traits, but they wanted to make sure that you could play things like I can't remember her name, the 2 play point academic follower that ramps. So a lot of people were playing that in Machina Portal, but Bendy decided against it because you don't really need the ramp when you can like protect yourself with like Rescuer, which we still see a lot.
Yeah,
but in this case, you're using Rescuer just to make a 1 play point Machina follower instead of getting a 1 play point Evo. But it's all the same. You use Robotic Rampage to get 3 followers for 3 play points. Going towards your quest, you got Robotic Reporter, which evolves to get 3 more Machina followers. It just snowballs so quickly, overwhelms you, and you can't even board block them as much as you normally could with other decks because you got Puppet Workout that can buff your entire board +2/+2, and on top of that you have Gullius, which can buff your entire board +2/+2 if they're Machina for 3 play points. Gullius is huge for this deck. Accelerate 0. You can get removal with the Howl. You can get a buff, which is what you normally use with this deck with Aura. And that is mind-blowing to me that we finally have Gullian's Aura actually playable. It was never playable in the past. You would always get Gullian's Howl, but now you have you always have 4 or 5 followers on board, and if your opponent thinks they can board lock you with a bunch of 1/1s, suddenly you have a bunch of 3/3s pressuring them down. They need to react.
Yeah,
so
you can
Gullius
get that,
is huge for that.
Yeah, if you can also get the turn 6 Gratina somehow, then like when you play your Gullius, there's a chance you could pull Gratina back, and the other one will evoke as well, which means you're gonna be pushing a ton of damage turn 7 between the storm damage from Gullius as well as the storm damage from Gratina and the effect damage from Gratina as well. So
absolutely,
really
you gotta get kind of lucky for that because you're gonna have a lot of different Machina followers destroyed at that point.
Right.
But it's a possibility, and that is scary.
And of course, if things don't work out, you also have Kierzael here, Killshot Enforcer, just to also push some damage. Also, he pulls out the 2 warnings of the triggers because they get summoned by an effect. They can pop 2 things on your opponent's side of the board, which is actually really useful in a lot of defensive situations. And at the end of the turn, he just buffs everything. So he forces your board even bigger, and then your opponent has an even harder hill to climb with half their board being destroyed.
Oh, and it is almost impossible to not invoke Gratina by turn 7, especially when you shuffle her back into the deck with things like Cassim and Lyelf. So when you get that Curseal down, you're going to have a Gratina, and she's going to be massive and have ward.
Yup.
The synergies in this deck are just
insane, yeah.
Chef's kiss.
Hopefully we get to see it actually come out today. I feel like I thought a lot of Haven would be banned today, but we've seen a lot of Portal bans, so hopefully we still get to see this Machina Portal deck come through. It'll be really interesting and really exciting. But let's take a look on the other side here. What is Domi Rune, his opponent, bringing in his lineup?
Loot Sword. We've seen this a couple times.
Loot Sword. This looks like the list, the 1 copy of the Opulent Strategist. Although he is running more copies of Tony, the plucky Polywog, than I've seen before.
Yeah, he's playing more Tony and less Seeker of Love. They both do the same thing. They're both trying to 1-for-1 your hand size, make sure you don't run out of resources. But Tony just makes it more likely that you have that Rogers ready to go on turn 4 or for your first Evo.
Exactly that. Yeah, we also see the 2 copies of the Oskin Shore we talked about before. Again, because that's a neutral card, it's just generally good in anything you slot it in, right? If you're going second, you have a way to get play points back, draw cards, heal with just 1 play point. So
yeah, absolutely. In any deck that's not overdrawing by the time you get to turn 4, Oskin Shore always slots in.
Perfectly well. Yeah, let's take a look then at Dominu's next deck list. Here we've got the Loot Sword alongside, I'm going to assume, a Haven deck, maybe?
Show me the Haven.
Yeah,
we got Amulet Haven.
It's really surprising.
The list.
Yeah, like it's really surprising that more players didn't bring Amulet Haven. I'm kind of surprised to see the Heal Haven, honestly, in Bendy's lineup, but Amulet Haven today, I feel like it's done its job. It really does. Like you find Skullfane early on, or you find 3 Skullfanes early on, and then you absolutely murder your opponent.
Oh, absolutely. But we've seen Amulet Haven run hot, and we've seen it run cold. Last match, Amulet Haven really struggled. They didn't get a Skullfane until turn 5. They were never able to get 4 activations on that Skullfane Accelerate, and that he really struggled to push enough damage to close out the game. So we've seen both sides of Amulet Haven, and that's why some people are opting for Heal Haven. They know exactly what they're going to get every game. So sometimes that inconsistency of Amulet Haven really takes it off for some people. And I'll throw myself under the bus right now. I played Amulet Haven for SVO West last week, and I did not win a single game with it. It got banned 4 times, and I lost with it twice.
Oh, rough. So what you're saying is this is like your cry to side games to print a Skullfane tutor. I hear you loud and clear. Skullfane tutor
is
coming
rotating.
soon.
We have a new transmutable fuse coming in for Amulet Haven to replace the Skullfane. I never want to see a skeleton man ever again.
Bro, he's one of the staples. He's one of the staples. You can't get rid of Skullfane. Also, what you can't get rid of, or hopefully Bendy doesn't get rid of, is Domiru's next deck list here, which I think is going to be Portal, but
it is
not the Machina variant.
Definitely not Machina. I can assure you that.
Let's take a look at Domiru's next deck here. Is it Artifact?
I believe
Portal?
it is the Evo Portal.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Evo Portal.
So I like to say that if you're not confident with Artifact Portal, play Evo Portal. Evo Portal is the autopilot variant, in my opinion. You just got a ton of cheap followers that can quickly evolve, and my personal favorite card in this deck is that Kyrie. Kyrie is fantastic in a deck like this, where you want everything to be as cheap as possible, maintain card advantage so you can just constantly evolve, and not only does he draw a random follower on Fanfare, he also draws a random follower on Evo, and then recovers 2 play points. So it is just
I hate Kyrie, bro. I'll
1
say
play
it.
point, 5/5 ward. This was
hate
just
this guy.
the neutral card that you'd want to get out of this set. It was fantastic. And alongside Shiori, you always want to go second with this deck. Your turn 4 is just unparalleled. No deck in the format can match the type of turn 4 plays that Evo Portal can do.
Yeah, a card I think we haven't really talked about a lot is that this deck does have its own way to just Evo like super fast, super hard every single turn. But let's say you're actually running out of evolution points, though. You can just bring them back with the Olivia and Sylvia Wardens. You just recover all your play points, and then if your opponent has a board that you don't particularly want to deal with, then they just do it in a really easy way. You just evolve and kill everything on your opponent's side of the board. So, pretty nice.
It's huge too, because you never want to stop evolving. So
exactly.
Olivia even gives you that chance to just keep going. So if you don't have your turn 6 Shin, you just play Olivia and Sylvia on turn 6, Evo, clear the board, you got a big ward protecting you, get some play points back, keep evolving, and then you got your Shin guaranteed for turn 7.
Absolutely. You love or hate to see it depending on which side of the cards you're on. But that's pretty much Domi Rune's Evo Portal list. I think we've seen this deck a bit today. I think we're going to see a little bit more going into the semifinals and maybe the last set of games as well. Now that means that Bendy's lineups look like Condemned Forest, Hill Haven, Machina Portal, and Domi Rune's lineups are Loot Sword, Amulet Haven, and Evo Portal. Actually, this is a pretty varied lineup on both sides. What do you imagine the bans look like here?
If I'm Domi Rune, I don't want to play against Makachio. I think if Bendy knows what he's doing, you don't want to fight that. So personally, I would just get rid of the Makachio Forest. You know what you're doing against Loot. You faced it all day, and you can handle Machina Portal. It's not a threat. So if you're Domi Rune, I would say you ban the Makachio Forest. Whereas if you're Bendy, I think you ban the Crystallized Haven. It's just too scary.
Yeah.
I would not keep that open.
I mean,
but it also depends on how confident they are in the Loot mirror. There's a potential that you don't want to play it, and you ban Loot. It's just a matter of their practice and what they've done to prepare.
I mean, hopefully they watched that last game where Sapphire was playing, because I feel like he put on a fantastic presentation of how to play that mirror, especially if you're going second. I think we do have the bans ready. Let's take a look at what these guys are both banning out here.
See the bans.
Oh, Haven and Portal.
I'm way
Ooh.
off.
Yeah.
So Domi Rune does not want to play against Heal Haven. That's surprising.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bendy doesn't want to play against Evo Portal. I would assume that has something to do with the Machina Portal matchup there. I don't imagine it's great, though.
People are just really afraid of that turn 6 Shin. Like,
it is
sometimes
really scary.
Evo Portal can make some pretty hefty boards, especially turn 4, turn 5. And that could be kind of scary. I can understand that.
Yeah. Getting your shins broken by Shin is actually pretty bad feeling. But it looks like the first game we're going to have is going to be Forest Craft going up against Haven Craft. Ooh. Heal Haven. Oh, excuse me. Condemn Forest and Amulet Haven.
Winged Inversion is so important in this matchup, and he already has it.
Wow. Yeah, we were talking a little bit before the cast.
First.
Like, if you want to get that turn 3, 4 cards played, you need the Winged Inversion, but you also need a follower. So, Vinny's gonna have to get rid of something here.
Definitely get rid of at least the Whirlwind Assault. I'd also get rid of the Floral Breeze. You need followers. And for Domi Rune, you just get rid of everything. You do not keep anything if you don't have Skullfane.
I mean, Astolfo is cool. Holy Lightning Bird is cool, but it'd be great to have those effects pop immediately.
Exactly.
Really?
He's not keeping the Winged Inversion.
I'm so surprised there. You don't want the turn 3 potential. Okay. Maybe he felt it was a gamble. He didn't want to have to gamble here.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so he might be used to the long game in this matchup because Crystallized Haven can set up a lot of wards on turn 5, turn 6, and it's turn 6, turn 7, and that could be too much for Magachio to get through, and so he's thinking, I want to get Lily as soon as I can. I'm playing 3 copies of that specifically for this matchup.
Yeah, to just take down all that storm damage. Keep in mind, the Bejeweled Shrine is in hand, which means he's going to get buffed a little bit, so he's actually only losing 1 damage out from those storm followers with the Bejeweled Shrine down. And the Magachio's picked up is nice, yeah. You don't want to have to make your budding initiates do the legwork of trying to find it in the deck.
I mean, you just played the Astolfo here, right? You kept it for a reason, just so you can keep drawing, and it's the only way you can continue to draw. And you can save the Shrine for next turn. Deny the potential bounce.
Yeah, like you definitely want to give him another Freya for free, and start pulling out more followers from the deck. So yeah, this stuff has to come down here. Pop her. You get the card draw on the last words, which is fine. Although you are losing a potential immediate Skullfane proc, so there's that.
That's true.
From next turn, he's gonna just have to Muse Jester, and then he's at least 1 turn away from any proc.
Yeah,
to
Muse
get the
Jester
back.
plus Holy Lightning Bird plus Shrine is what it's looking like for next turn.
Oh, Gerber Bear comes down too. That's fantastic. Yeah, he can choose. Yeah.
Guarantee the bounce there with that. Actually, getting that Floral Breeze is very important to guarantee the 4 cards next turn.
He held on to the Carbuncle there. I guess he wants to make sure he has 4 cards
now
played.
Now he draws the Winged Inversion.
Yeah, from now he has to have 4 cards played, right? So.
Yep.
We Carbuncle, Sparkle, maybe not Sparkle because you
can't Carbuncle here without the Evo, so you start with the Bear, Floral Breeze the Bear, play the Bear back down.
I guess that's only 3 cards, right?
Yeah, so he has to decide if he wants to play 2 bears or throw away a May.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's gonna play the 2 bears. Oh wait, okay.
He's gonna play the May and then pull it back, I assume. Wow, no. Okay.
The bear.
Interesting.
This is because if he bounces the May and Domi Rune destroys the 2 bears, he would overdraw. Whereas this way,
that's a great point. Yeah. He'd get the Floral Breezes in hand.
And he desperately needs the Warden of the Resurgence here, so he can't afford to overdraw it. He doesn't even have Buddy Initiates for that matter, so Bendy's in a bit of a rough spot.
He needs some way. Another Freya would be fantastic. TBH. Just something to pull or thin the deck a little bit to find some of your
Meanwhile,
followers.
Domi Rune, no Diamond Masters, no Skullfane. He's got his Gian, but he could be in an awkward spot. One thing I've seen in this matchup, if you can get Lily, even he doesn't have Lily yet either, but if you can get Lily, if Domi Rune pulls out a couple of Moose Jesters, you can play your Lily and bounce the Lily so that the Muse gestures get smaller and smaller until they're only like 1 or 2 attack anytime they attack. And so you can almost board lock the Crystallized Haven player if they're not careful.
I mean, some of those amulets are going to pop this next turn, so he's going to have some board space to work with. But, yeah, the bird's going to pop. Hopefully the
very
bear...
awkward on both sides. But yeah, you can pretty easily play 4 cards here for Bendy. But he's trying to figure out how to draw, but not overdraw to try to get some more condemned cards out of his deck. Because all he has right now is that Makachio. Makachio by itself is not useful.
Yeah, you need some other pieces to actually like push the damage once you get her effect active. Again, being the Warden and the Budding Initiates, and neither of them are here. And it's not really a great way to draw, right? Is there?
No, that's what I was about to say. The only way he can draw is by evolving and playing his Carbuncle. And that only draws 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than 0, man.
Looks like that's what he's gonna do here, because I mean, Evo's the Rain on the
bear,
bear, goes face for at least 4, and then he plays the Carbuncle to draw a card here, at the very least.
Watch me.
Oh yeah, Gobber Bear's gonna push some damage here. The Divine Wolf is gonna pop next turn though, which is, I mean, this feels a little sad. Oh, really? He's gonna play
Carbuncle. Interesting.
I wonder, yeah, what's the consideration? Does he want to like actually get the Carbuncle online? I mean, there's a case to actually use him on turn 7, but I feel like if you do that, you just kind of leave yourself open.
Especially going second against a potential Gian. A Carbuncle does nothing against Gian. You'd have to play your Winged Inversion. So this is the situation where
he
if you have
his
Lily...
face. I think he pushes his face, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, leave the Rain there. 5/8 ward and a 3/6 ward is insane.
That's nuts.
And he has so much work to do here.
Budding is huge though, but the unfortunate thing here is when you're staring at a 5/8 ward, you're tempted to trade the Bane into it to kill it as quickly as possible. Whereas with a deck like this, you need to hold your Buddings as much as possible. So right now, Bendy's trying to figure out how can I clear without using this Budding. And it's not too complicated because you have the Rain in play.
Yeah.
But you might have to use the Winged Inversion on one of those wards just to make it smaller.
Yeah.
So trading into the Divine Wolves is fairly obvious.
The World Assault here gives it what, +2? Yeah.
+1.
+1, excuse me. The last turn was 0. Okay. Wing Inversion here.
5/8.
5/8, that makes sense. And
Budding.
Yeah, pulls Budding. It's either Budding or the it's either Budding or the Warden, right? So
yeah, it looks like you'll have to trade the 4/4 and the 2/1 into the 3/6, and then evolve the Budding into the 1/3,
and then bounce it. Yeah.
I'm gonna be a thorn one day. I'm gonna bloom.
He's gonna trade off the Budding.
Wait, what? What, really?
Go aggressive here.
Okay. And then pull the May back.
He don't have a Warden in hand, so I see why he's getting aggressive here. Because he does have Makachio prepared for next turn, so Domi Rune is now very scared. So he feels like he has to heal and ward up as much as possible.
As like to mention, no Skull Fang. No, at all game.
Nope.
Yeah, bottom 23.
But
all 3 of them.
This is actually a really difficult spot for Domi Rune. He definitely wants to ward up as much as possible, so you actually want to trade off this 1/3 just to guarantee 3 wards here.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of the ward of the Fallen Angel sticking around. I mean, heal is heal, but it's 1, so
yeah,
the wards here would be much more useful.
So if I was Domi Rune, assuming he's played 5 amulets, I'm not actually sure.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, that's
crystallized
the game.
5 times. Oh yeah, they're glowing. They're glowing. Yeah. So I would Azurite Maiden here to draw.
Yeah,
and heal as much as possible.
Is he really going? He's hoping that the Diamond Master and the Wingy Chirpy are enough, and he's gonna get the healer from the Fallen Angel. Really? Okay. This way he gets to keep the Azurite Maiden for next turn. after you.
I'll be honest, I did not know that the temple works on non-Haven followers.
Yeah, I guess it's just if they.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Really? Hold on. Yeah, that's a great point. Let me see my
Alright,
Bejeweled Shrine
tough
really
turn
quickly.
here for
Yeah.
Bendy. With no Evo, you definitely got to use Carbuncle here somehow or another. He might have to use... He's gonna actually play the Carbuncle for 7 and see what he can do with that.
Wow.
I don't know if I like that.
I mean, make or break, right? He's got to
It
believe in
really
his
is.
play.
So now you have to... Winged Inversion the 4-8 probably? Then how is he dealing with the 3-5?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not seeing
Bejeweled
it.
Shrine is a follower. Doesn't have to be a Havencraft follower. Wow.
Any follower
Alright,
with
yeah.
Storm and Ward.
Duly noted. Yeah. Question is here now. What the hell do you do? You have one winged inversion.
May plus May clears the Wingy.
Yeah. You gotta trade the Carbuncle to Diamond Master, and then he's gonna do it again. Time's ticking,
Yep.
buddy. Hurry up.
And then
Yeah, I think
trade into that.
Igni pointed
And
this
then
out
play the May.
last game. Fantastic point. Wow. Okay, transform his own thing into the Fallen Angel. But like, it feels like decks
But-
right now are so like skill intensive. Like you have to, or
Yeah.
like execution heavy.
But we know Domi Rune here can just play a Bird and win with the
Bird.
Holy Lightning Bird here if he wanted to.
Yeah.
So that'll wrap it up here for Vendy.
I had to play the Skull Fame. He shows up to
that he
work
top deck.
a week late.
Alright.
And there you go. Domi's going to take that first game. And Bendy, I felt like he was always on the back foot there. Didn't really find a lot of his pieces. He needed the condemned followers specifically. Just some really
Yeah.
awkward situations as well.
I
Which
think he knew
means-
that because he didn't have his condemned cards, that he had to fall back on Carbuncle. But I think because of that, he kind of tunneled on that play and that idea. And I think that may have been his fallback there.
Yeah, that happens, right? Like you think about one line, or you have a common line, and you kind of just tunnel into that at all times, and it's hard to see anything else outside of that. But we are going to see Bendy's Machina Portal here.
Machina Portal in action. Let's go. So it looks like Domi Rune's going second. He kept Shiori, the twins, and Metatron.
Oh, Gretna in hand. You don't want to see that, bro. Get out of here. How do I throw her
Alright,
back in the
he's got
deck?
plenty of ways to shuffle it back into the deck. He's not worried.
Kasim, where you at, man? Rosa?
Yeah.
Rosa win? Also, I just gotta
Rosa's
say,
in here.
the idea of the Machina deck being able to destroy either Machina or academic followers is probably the easiest trolley problem in existence. Like, all right, if you can switch this lever and kill these robots that don't have a soul, or we have these school children tied up to the rails. Choose
Funny, I was
wisely.
thinking the opposite. We're sacrificing school children now.
You can either flip the switch to kill the kids or the robots.
Yeah.
All right, go see the
Playing
warning come down
Storm
early
Rack
there.
here. Just
Very
to get
early.
the necklace to guarantee the loot. I don't mind this because it is protected by the
This deck
Metatron
definitely
right now.
I mean, you risk your opponent being able to fuse in, assuming Vendy had the robotic arm racer hand, right, and just like running over it. But this works too, yeah. Wait, really?
Oh yeah. No, this is correct. You want to destroy as many mocks as possible. And there's
That's true, yeah.
no reason to play the droid here though, but he will anyways. Because I'm thinking next turn he'll just play the robotics
I mean, the droid is
engineer.
undestroyable, right?
Yeah. So Metatron here.
Oh, you get another robotic rampage. That's 3 more if you wanted. And a big fat Metatron is the perfect target to run into.
Yep, exactly. So we're definitely gonna see the robotics engineer coming down for Vendy to just destroy all of the droids he could possibly destroy. You see Domi Rune here even considering not playing the knight here.
Oh, we had 5 followers destroyed already?
I believe so.
Jesus.
He had the sumo, the 3/3, the 2 droids. It should be on 4 currently.
Ah, okay. I mean, these 2 on board
But
are
with the 2 on
the
board,
chopping
plus he's got
block.
Yeah, plus he's got 4 coming after that. So he might actually, if Domi Rune plays the knight here, that will give Bendy enough board space, or enough defense to actually clear off 5 more droids.
And that's
so he'll
like,
be one off. Yeah, the problem that Bendy is seeing here is he can do it actually. He has to fuse with the
Robotic Arm Racer here.
He has to fuse for robotics to get the 3/3 before he trades into the Metatron, and then trade 3 more droids after that. So now right here you fuse before attacking, but guess he didn't see it.
Unfortunate, unfortunate. So yeah, run this in and then. Okay, see,
I think
this way.
He's gonna fuse the chasm.
Oh, it destroys at the end of the turn. That's right.
Oh.
Yeah, it destroys the stuff at the end of the turn because of the robotic arm racer's effect. That's right.
Nice.
Ah, okay, so that works.
Is that
too.
10 or is that 9?
I think that's 10, bro.
I think that's 10.
Well, we'll find out at the start of the next
so
turn for sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now the question is, if you're Domi Rune, how do you stop the potential damage coming through here?
Unfortunately, he was trying to get Rogers off the Tony and he got Barbaros instead.
Ooh.
Brutal.
Oh yeah,
so
that's
I
right.
think here you have to fuse and just get as many loots
as
possible and try to just do something here. I don't know what he can do. I think he has to.
Yeah, you could.
It's looking like either Tidal Gunner just to clear, or Barbaros. Barbaros is so wasteful here.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good title gunning either, right? Like that's a potential flag that you're not gonna have later in the game.
Yeah,
he's gonna do it.
Going with the Tidal Gunner.
Does that mean he evolves it here? Oh, you could play to. It's away.
No, it's not enough to clear it without evolving. He has to evolve at least the Tony to clear this 5/4.
Oh yeah, he's only 1 play point left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Rogers' effect isn't up yet because he hasn't drawn him. Jesus.
Nope. Yeah.
I'm so used to Roger just like being online to I6.
Yeah, always have Rogers, but nope, not this time. Domi Rune is struggling here. Meanwhile, Bendy's potentially got his turn 6 invoke exactly like he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, just like I thought. Tony plus the necklace here.
He could just.
Does he have another blade?
Yeah,
oh,
he has another
I'm sorry,
blade.
I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, hiding back there behind the
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
that's the
Mikhail.
turn 6 invoke. Wow.
Yeah, Gretzina. Wow, the damage coming down here. Innovation, baby.
Robotic Rampage again doesn't really do too much, but he can get a
He could play a
decent
second
amount of
Retina
draw
here.
here. Yeah, he's gonna play the other Regina. All right, I would have started drawing some cards, but let's go aggro. I like it.
Yeah, 6. That's 8, 14 damage. Yeah,
Pretty good.
my man at 6. Yeah.
And you know that Domi Rune is struggling. Doesn't have Rogers. Doesn't have enough loot.
Yeah. You kind of have to opulent, right? Like if you're gonna opulent, you can't play the send in the troops just yet.
Yeah, and you don't have 10 rally yet either. So you'd have to take
manual
your whole
evo.
turn to manually evolve this, or at least play the 3 play points for the maneuver.
Yeah.
So I think he's just gonna go in with the Barbaros here instead. So you can Evo, get rid of 5/7, shade into the 3/5.
So what if we do we have to do opulence? No, you don't have enough play points for that Raleigh.
Nah, you can't even heal with opulent here. It's really dire.
Man, Roger not being up right now is such a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I never found the shipwreck first mate to get the zero cost spell.
See if the send in the troops gets that Rogers he's looking for. Because if he could potentially get Rogers off the send of the troops, he can also Larala.
Oh, that's right, yeah. But how does he clear the board then?
All right.
Rogers would
yeah,
run
no,
into
it's
the
gonna be tough to
3/5.
clear everything, for sure.
I don't think
He's really thinking about it. He's looking at this Rogers like, can I clear if I play this Rogers? And the answer is no. He absolutely cannot.
Yeah. Oh,
So yeah, he has
that's
the
so
Barbaros here,
painful. But
with
you
the timer ticking.
Okay, he gets the Larala up this way.
Yeah.
Pushes this, takes off the first bit of damage, but
We know Bendy's invoking again.
yeah. The question is, does he have a source of damage? Like the Larala is basically nothing. The Mikhail is
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that'll do it. Cursail off the top.
Wow.
The power of Machina Portal. When everything
Really?
aligns. Yep,
Machina
yep.
Portal out here doing work. Finds just the right amount. Bendy gonna
1-1.
take his first game, tying up 1-1 against Domi Rune.
Yeah, that's the first time I think I've seen Loot Sword really struggle that hard. Normally the
Yeah.
deck is wildly consistent.
Roger said, I hid all my treasure in one piece, and you open up the box and it was just bricks.
Yup.
All right, so that means that Bendy's got to go back to his Forest Craft deck here and try to take it over Swordcraft.
Alright, he's going first again, which is obviously very important in a matchup where both decks OTK consistently on 7.
Oh
Normally.
my god, double Metatron off the top.
No.
Yeah, dumb Rune. So happy to see that there, especially going second.
I usually like to keep Geberbear, personally, when I'm playing Makachio
Really?
Forest. I think it's the best one-drop, because it replenishes itself, and you can just kind of poke in with it.
That's true.
And it gives you a bounce in worst case scenario when it dies, which is great.
Yeah, considering
You
that
always
most
want
of
as many bounces as you can get.
yeah, considering the deck has like the game plan of like playing 4 cards in a turn, you're really hesitant to play anything those first couple of turns until you can start to actually use your cards to that 4-card goal, right? And Gerber Bear, because it, like you said, can recycle itself in a sense of giving you the Floral Breeze, it's actually not that wasteful on an early turn.
Yeah, Cannon is the same way. She does replace herself with a fairy.
Freya as well.
Yep. Freya especially, when you're going
Yeah.
first, you want to slam that thing on turn 2 so fast.
Amen. Yeah, we're gonna see the Seeker of Love here come out.
Seeker of Love off the top, yep. And then Domi Rune, if I know him from the last game, he's gonna play Metatron on 2, and then Juliet smack on 3.
I can see the lines. The question
If
is
you're
on
Bendy
Bendy's
here,
side.
you just pass. There's no reason to do anything here.
You can't pay anything.
If you're not gonna play Cannon on 1, there's no reason to play it on 2.
Right?
But he's doing some math, making sure he doesn't overdraw.
Yeah. Maybe 5 cards in hand, you should be alright.
Paying a puncher instead of Metatron, that's fine. Gotta get the loot. Loot's the important thing.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Twins. Ugh. If you're Bendy here, I actually think you play the twins. But
Yeah,
again,
you're going
he's doing the
first.
math, making sure he doesn't overdraw.
Let's see, what, you go 7? Yeah, you should be fine.
It's tricky though, because the only thing he can bounce is either Budding or Cannon. And if he bounces Cannon, it gives him a fairy. And he doesn't want that fairy if he's bouncing. And it's just really
yeah.
tough to manage board space, hand space at that point, especially if you draw 2 cards with that twins. I still think it's the play, but it's very difficult to manage hand space, and that's the mental gymnastics that he's currently doing.
He also, one thing to keep in mind is he does have, he knows that
Alright,
Domi
you did the
has the
math.
blade in hand. He doesn't want to give him an out to actually use the loot card, right?
That's a good point.
My love is a treasure. There.
Here comes Juliet, the most aggressive start possible for Loot Sword.
It's almost like you knew what was gonna happen, man. Minus the Metatron. Ah, that's fine. Turn 3 though, you were on the money, yeah.
Yeah.
Now watch it through.
All right, okay.
Alright,
Turn
a little bit
4.
of heal here for Bendy as he. Oh, he's not gonna bounce the cannon. He's gonna bounce the Budding instead. Heads up
Yeah.
play here.
Gets the Warden, which is really nice.
Outside the forest.
Yeah, Warden's huge.
It's forged from the heart.
You want Warden before you want Makachio actually
Yeah.
with this deck, because you want to get that counting down as fast as possible to 0 play points. Every spell you play ticks that thing down in cost.
Mm-hmm. All right. Send in the troops here.
A lot of options here for Domi Rune. He could play the Asura and then the Metatron. He could just play the Metatron and the Knightly.
Yeah, he was hoping
He's
for.
got a lot he can do here.
Was hoping for Rogers there, but did not find.
Yeah,
it,
so
which
he
is
needs to
probably
dig
gonna
as
be
much
Metatron
as
turn.
possible. Yup.
Oh, I mean, even if you, yeah, Oscar Shuri is fine, I suppose, but your board is just like Weenie Hut Jr.
He also has the option to, exactly like you said, go aggressive here with that weak board and make it a threat.
Hmm.
So he could even go like Ashura to try to draw into that Rogers and then Metatron just to protect his board instead of ramp. There's the
there's
Rogers.
the Rogers. Yes, that's what's gonna happen here.
And I would probably just go aggressive here and not even evolve the Metatron, but
Really?
now that he has that Rogers, he knows turn 5 on 6 play points, I'm going in with Rogers, setting up my turn 7 Barbaros, and this game will be absolutely over turn 6. That's the way he's seeing it.
I think the one issue we have right now is the amount of loot that's been played or fused. I think it's only 1. So.
Outside the forest.
Yeah, because he's been going in on that aggro plan with Juliet instead.
Well, yeah, like you said, he range.
Great point.
He does have a a big board to contend with. You can't take this aggression for another turn here, so we'll see the rain. What's the May here?
Yeah, so here comes the May.
And shot.
This is why Carbuncle's so good. It gives you that one play point card that you can just play, and it gives you another one play point card that you can just play for the next turn and not play to the board, heal up a little bit, draw a little bit. Carbuncle's a fantastic inclusion in this deck.
All right, now we got to really focus on this loot game plan here. Roger's up first. He needs another. All right, there's another loot generator there in the Cannoneer.
So if you're Domi here, you know you're safe. You know that Bendy can't kill you on 6 because he didn't play 4 cards rather on turn 4. He didn't play 4 cards on turn 3.
Turn 3, yeah.
So
we got there. We got there.
So you don't have to play Larala here. It's actually preemptive to play Larala here because now Bendy has a good chance that he can break that shield with that bear, for instance.
Yup. All right. The Wall of Salt. Of course, Oscar
Yep,
Shiori.
and you recover the play point with the Carbuncle so you can heal and recover play points with the Ashura and Shiori. Fantastic line.
The Lily comes out here. We actually get to see the defensive effect go off. And the Evo here. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. She does turn you into a snowman on Evolve. That's so annoying. I remember that now. PTSD.
I couldn't do a thing.
And now, if the Gerber Bear is active, which it should be, he can break that shield, that preemptive shield.
Looks like no.
I guess it's not active. He had 3 bounces off of the invokes, one off of that turn, and I swear he bounced earlier on turn 4. He bounced the May.
Yeah,
no,
he
he
did.
bounced the budding.
Budding,
He
yeah.
definitely had that bear active to break the shield. I guess he's waiting for the next turn to make it a surprise. Like, Domi might think he's safe, but he's not. Maybe it's mind games.
This is kind of scary. His hand size is a little problematic. If he draws a Magachio,
Yep, that's true.
Could be
He
game
has
over.
the very slim chance that he draws that Magachio, a 1 in 22 chance.
Let me just do let me
to
crunch the
overdraw
numbers here.
Magachio. I've overdrawn a couple times when I was practicing for Magachio, and I never actually overdrew Magachio, but it's always a threat and it's always scary.
Oh, hold on. Does he not even get there? Does he not even see it? He might not even see that next
He does
turn,
not
big
see
dog.
it. Yeah, no. This is a
He just
basically
gets
a setup
yeeted,
play.
yeah.
Yeah. So the question for Bendy is, can he get through a shield and a ward and still OTK without Magachio in his hand currently? The problem is, he only has the 2 condemned cards. He only has the 1 budding and the 1 warden. So
he's gonna
if the
spend it
budding
here.
draws the 3rd warden, he is in a lot of trouble. Or the other warden. He's in a lot
Yeah.
of trouble.
All right, let's see it. Oof. Not as bad. Not as bad.
Fine.
All right. But
If you're Bendy, you could also just Lily here, just to
stave off some of the damage.
exactly.
I think the problem
Lily
is what
heal up a little bit.
flag plus this doesn't matter, right? So flag plus Roger's effect is already 5 damage, and the Barbaros is already doing 7, so -2 is 6. You're still gonna die.
Yeah, and Barbaros still does 5 damage exactly.
Yeah, 5 and
So
6
it
here is
doesn't
not
really
enough.
make that much difference, but Bendy knows that he can't kill this turn, so he's gonna be as defensive as he possibly can be, and it's just not enough here.
Yeah, I don't see a way for him.
This is the world outside the forest.
All right, yeah, you shoot the snowman, but like, then what?
Yeah.
Also rude.
Spam some of these.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know why he's holding the Gerber bear.
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking that Domi could have another Larala and wants to make sure that, like, oh, if he has another Larala, I can still kill through the shield with my bear. That's the
okay.
only thing I can think of in terms of why he would want to save it.
That or you just hold it for your
So
for your
Domi here
Magachio turn, right?
has 8 damage with the Barbaros, but he has nothing else to go with it. So
What?
I'm trying to do some quick math. I don't think he has enough play points if he goes
5,
Tony to get
6,
another
7,
Barbaros,
8, 9, 10. He's 1
which
off.
would otherwise be lethal. Barbaros would be 4, Tony would be 2, and he doesn't have the loot for it.
Oh, that's right. Penguin doesn't generate a flag, which is really problematic.
Yep. Yeah, I think Tony here, or you hit the Barbaros first for the Storm, and then Tony after that to see if you get the other Barbaros. Interesting.
No, he's just gonna hold off.
Alright, he got the Opulent instead, so it wouldn't have happened regardless.
Yeah.
But this is still going to come down to some RNG on Bendy's side to get that Makachio.
Yeah, he's still waiting.
But yeah, a really weak play here for Domi Rune on turn 8 of this matchup of decks that can OTK on turn 7.
This deck feels a lot more, I feel like it's much more explosive than what you're seeing here. And you see it plays the Accelerator on the Rogers here just to get the Cannoneer for the second lead card. So it's like flag, and then they go the boost to get the 2 extra damage from Rogers.
If you're Bendy here, you just go in. You just go for it. 100%.
All right,
yeah,
good
bear to break
up.
the shield. Absolutely.
Pop. You've already played the card, man. You can't turn back now, bro.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Alright, so then Budding, pray to get Makachio. Budding, doesn't matter. It's
has
either
to be
Budding or
Makachio,
Makachio,
right?
and you just play it and get Makachio.
Play it.
Oh, but he doesn't have the board space now.
No, he does.
I don't think this is lethal.
It's definitely not lethal. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on.
7,
yeah, we're good.
12. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
That'll do it.
Numbies.
And then, with that, Bendy will take it.
Wow, I did not expect. I didn't think about the fact that he's just holding on to 2 of the Whirlwind the Soul Stare just to get the damage. So the Gurma Rare breaks the shield, and then you transform it. That's fine. And then you get your. He didn't care that he didn't have
card played for all your Buddings, and eventually you will draw that Makachio. He had to go through every Condemned follower before he finally got that Makachio, but he got it just in time with Domi Rune's relatively weak hand not finding a single Title Gunner or Flag Generator to go along with his Barbaros.
Yeah, but that means that Bendy gonna be moving on 2-1 over Domi Rune.
The newcomer.
Yeah, let's take a look at the brackets here. And to see where we're going next. Again, yeah, Bendy 2-1. The guy who, honestly, if he came here and just took the whole thing, he'd piss a lot of people off. So that's his aim for today. But that means that up next, we're going to have Conf versus Gian. Now, Gian, I believe, is already qualified. So he's just kind of here to ruin people's day. So Conf might be his first.
Sitting pretty at 5th place currently. So yeah, he is definitely locked in, but he can steal something from other people.
He's just here to ruin days, man. And Conf might be his first victim. But I think Igni and I are going to be casting this one. Just feel free to take a break, Big Dog. I know these games have been super crazy so far. I know you probably need to take a quick bathroom break, maybe grab some water, go and do that. But that means we're going to have Igni back here going into the next set of games. Igni, did you see any of those, Big Dog?
Like, where's my win condition? And they just couldn't find it. I was like, what's happening? I mean, shout outs to Makachio for being able to find that lethal with the triple initiate. Warden who? Don't care, okay? It doesn't even matter. Break the shield with Gerbera. Get the lethal there. I mean, I'm just super happy that Machina is making it into the semifinals from Bendy. I saw that Machina game where he got the double Gratina T6 into T7 Gears IL. That's like the perfect, like that's exactly what you want to be doing. But going into this is now the last quarterfinals of the day with Caf versus Gian. Like you guys said, Gian is pretty much already locked in for contenders. So, like, what is this? Just here to ruin people's experience?
Lies. He's here to crush dreams and chew bubblegum, and he's all out of gum.
Conf, if Conf wins this entire thing, obviously, like you said, similar to Bendy, like he would piss people off by getting the contenders auto slot. Gian is here to say nope. Let's find out which way it's gonna land. But first, let's take a look at their deck list, shall we? Between Conf and Gian for the last quarterfinals here. Conf is bringing that Loot Sword. East, what is there to say about this deck that hasn't been said already? A lot of people are bringing pretty much the exact same lineup with the 2 of Secret of Love, the 2 of Lyrala. You know, I feel like things have kind of gotten figured out for this deck.
Yeah, it feels like the only like real changes here are the splits between cards like Secret of Love, Tony Plucky Polywog, the Penguin Punisher, and Asuka and Shiori. So between those 3, it feels like those cards you kind of like rotate depending on like what you feel is more important, whether you need more cards, Secret of for Citizens and Troops, or you want more offense with Secret of the Love, or Secret of Love, excuse me, or you just want to be able to generate more loot cards with something like the Penguin Punisher. So it really is like down to your building preferences. I like the idea of keeping a lot of Tonys because we've seen today that so many players have their Lyvala in hand, but they have no other commander. And Tony's just a quick way to get a commander out so you can play your Lyvala and get that shield up as soon as possible.
Now we saw that earlier, right, with the mirror match between
Sad Feeder.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just being able to just land a strategist or a Rogers or whatever while saving your Barbaros for lethal just to get the Lyvala shield is so important. But yeah, I mean, Loot Sword, it's one of the most performant decks in the meta for a reason, and so many of our top 8 here are bringing it today.
Let's take a look at Conf's next deck list, though. We got Loot Sword, and I think another fan favorite out there. I'm just kidding. It's Amulet Haven.
Yeah, the Crystallize is back. I mean, it's the Loot Sword and Crystallize Haven is the top 2 decks in the metagame right now. So, I mean, for somebody who needs to win the entire tournament to qualify for Contenders Cup, can you really blame Cav for bringing these 2, right? Like,
no.
He's got to bring the absolute best. And we've seen how powerful Amulet Haven can be. I mean, even in that last set between Bendy and Domi, right? Like, Domi Crystallized won over the Malgach Shield without the Fane Open, or just from using Diamond Master turn 6 to Gian turn 7. So, like, the amount of lines of lethal you can have, like, the Skull Fane makes it easier, obviously, but just being able to survive and then set up a turn 6 push with the Bejeweled Shrine into a turn 7 finish with the Gian is already, like, such a strong 2-turn combo, right? So, it makes a lot of sense that that Crystallized Haven is up here today.
Yeah, I mean, what really can you say more about this deck? It is like I believe the best deck in the game right now as far as the rotations format is concerned. So yeah, let's take a look at Conf's next deck list then.
The final third is the third is really where the player's personality shines through, I think, because I feel like it's very standard to bring Loot and Crystallize, and the third is really up to you.
Yeah.
Justin disparagingly called Evo Portal as Artifact Portal on autopilot mode or whatever. Don't think I didn't hear that. I was here. I heard it.
He's kind of right though. He's like Artifact Portal. You have a lot of things to balance, like amount of artifacts destroyed, like your hand size, amount of Evos you have. Like there's a lot of like actual like balancing you have to do. You're really spinning a lot of plates there. But Evo Portal's like, all right, evolve cards. Play Shin, play Grimnir.
Yeah,
you got that.
listen.
Everything is focused on that. Also, if you have Kasim ruin someone's day, it's fine.
He's disrespectful, but he's right. Evo Portal is definitely easier to pilot than Artifact, but it also has the downside of having less defensive tools, like we mentioned before, like with no Evamia, no Vermidea. You're more vulnerable to OTKs from the other side, right? So you're really only just depending on your Shin to go off turn 6, turn 7 with no real counterplay. So we'll see if this ends up working out in Cav's favor, or if the lack of defensive tools ends up biting him in the bum. On the other side, though, we got the competitor to Cav, the person here to ruin everyone's day, Gian, who's already 5th place in standings, back again in the top 8 with Loot Sword once again.
Yeah, so again, like I said before, really just the just like tweaking some of the cards here, the number of the cards here. So we see 2 of the Secret of Love, 1 copy of Tony here instead of the 3 copies of Penguin Punisher, unlike Conf's 2 copies. So you can see what he values more here. He wants more loot cards all the time. Doesn't care so much about having a commander. He can just feel safe with 1 Tony if he needs to pull something really quickly. And then 2 Shioris and 2 Asuka and Shioris there just for the card draw and to keep your hand cycled.
I mean, the loot is really, really valuable, right? But, like, also just having a 2-drop to play without feeling bad about it. Like, sometimes you don't want to play Metatron 2. Sometimes, like, so it's really pretty much just Illustrious Thief and Penguin Punisher that you are happy to play on 2 right off the rip. Like, you want to save your Title Gunner, obviously, for way in the back. So, yeah, just having a card that's a 2/2 for 2 that does advance your game plan. Like, the Penguin is fine, all right? You're not a pirate, but honorary member, okay? You can come on board, okay? So.
Yeah. Also, penguins can swim, by the way.
Yeah, that's exactly why they don't need the pirate ship, you know? That's what I'm saying.
As long as your opponent isn't an orca whale, you're fine, bro. As long as your opponent isn't dragon crab, basically.
Here's another thing I want to mention, though, is I've seen way too many aggressive turn 3 Juliets this tournament. What the heck is going on? Why does that keep happening?
Hey, man, Juliet's just mad. Her man's dead. I mean, what do you expect, bro? She has nothing to lose.
Romeo dies, and instead of taking the poison herself, she just goes on a warpath. What's happening here?
Exactly, yo. Change the story up.
Change the story. All right, what else is Gian bringing to the table outside of Loot Sword? It's gonna be... Huh?
I love this so much. Gian is like full aggro all the time. Don't stop me. Gotta go fast. Gotta go.
Gotta go fast. You know, Tim the Toolman Taylor style surprise noise. Oh, it's Ghost Shadowcraft in the top 8. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Ghost Shadow, mostly because a lot of the decks in Tier 2 have such good defensive plays against something like Ghost Shadow. I mean, we saw with Sap Eater's lineup, right? Every single deck had an OTK shield that just nullifies the Ghastly Banishment. But here, Gian has the full aggro suite with the obvious play of turn 5 Masquerade Ghost, right? Getting a whole board of ghosts into gigantic ghosts, which then make your banish count go up, which then makes your Ghastly Banishment deal a lot of damage. You also have the one of Kerberos, Howl of Hades, in order to tutor the Masquerade Ghost if you're, you know, don't have it in hand. And then, not to mention, 3 of Necro Carnival just to play on turn 2 and be happy about it.
Dude, Necro Carnival, low-key, good card. Just, you get a free ghost, plus you get a 2/2 body. Like, 3/3, 2 follower stats for 2 is insane.
And plus, at the later stages of the game, you can also, like, use it for the secondary effect of just summoning another Masquerade. Like, that's always an option. Like,
that's a great point.
Masquerade in the bag is still there. I will say, this list is very ladder friendly in that it's all 3 of. No crazy text this time around. Like we saw last time with the patchwork pop to take out like potential wards or whatever, but not this time. This time Gian's got one singular focus, and that is to deal damage to the face. Yes, sir.
That means that he's got one more deck, and I mean, we've seen 2 super offensive decks. This last one got to be super offensive. I'm just kidding. It's Amulet Haven.
I mean, it's offensive in that it offends me. That's
You know what? I'll allow it. That's fine. You know.
I mean, we joke. I mean, the fact is that Amulet Haven it can be offensive, honestly, with the Diamond Master pushes with Bejeweled Shrine. But the problem is it's also defensive. Like, how you gonna do both at the same time? And that's why it's one of the best decks in the format, right? Like, that's Crystallized Haven for you.
It's just so funny that Gian's lineup is super aggressive decks, best deck in format. Which one you gonna ban, bro? Do I kill you fast, or you give me the best deck to work with? Your choice.
That's the problem, right? With Gian though, like bringing both, like this list is exactly the same as every other Crystallized Haven list. Is what I find interesting, right? Like with all
the list TM.
Exactly, yeah. All the loot swords this entire tournament, they've all had little tiny differences depending on what the player finds more valuable. But it really does seem like every single pro player has decided that, yup, this is how you play Crystallized. All right, well, those are the deck lists. Again, guys, this is a 3-deck, 1-ban format. What's going to get banned from either side? Let's find out as we go into the head-to-head here. Gian versus Kaf. Gian pretty much got nothing to gain and also nothing to lose. Kaf, everything to gain, everything to lose. Let's see if that can motivate him to take one over one of the SEAO's strongest players.
We definitely live in the world of 2 different dichotomies here. We're getting the bans in right now, but I cannot imagine a world where Gian's Amulet Haven is not banned out and Kaf's Amulet Haven is not banned out.
That's what I've been saying this whole time.
Super offensive decks.
People in this tournament keep banning Portal for some reason. It's like, dude, Amulet Haven's right there. Get rid of it.
It's literally right there.
Why are you banning Portal for? I don't understand it, but I guess we'll find out.
Unless they have the big brain and they're like, you know what? He won't draw a Skullfane. He's a coward. He won't do it.
Spoiler alert. He does. Uh-oh.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happens. Like, you see, like, the fist come in, and you're like, let me tell you how I ended up in this situation.
This is a problem. And even if he doesn't draw the Skullfane, Gian come out. World Walker. Bro, I'm a World Walker. We all are. That title doesn't mean anything.
Now, if he was Jean Mars Walker or Jean Jupiter Walker, I'd be more impressed. I'd be very impressed. But
that'd be impressed.
World Walker? Nah, I'm good. I'm good on that
World
one.
Walkers. In a title, East World Walker. That'd be true too.
Yeah, why don't we all just get our own titles?
What would my title be? East? Come on, be flattering. You can't think of one that isn't a grave insult. That's the problem. Oh man. So sad. After all these years of camaraderie, and you still can't find a single good thing to say about me.
It's hard, bro. I'm trying to weave in like the strong points and like, you know, your themes. It's rough. Igni, comma, hair haver.
hair haver.
Boast.
And we can even use the new order shift mechanic. If you fuse a card into me, I transmute into East hair not haver.
Damn,
Two
come
different
on.
effects.
I thought I was a world walker. What happened?
All right,
we got a downgrade.
do we got the bans in for either side? Let's find out who is playing what. The portal on Calf's side is indeed banned, and Gian's Crystallized does end up being banned. There you have it. Finally got it in.
So John's like, you know what? I don't believe. I don't believe in your Amulet Haven at all. So let's find out.
I mean, against Loot and Crystal, right? Like, ooh, how do you... Can Ghost beat Crystallized? Like,
Dude, I don't like you pull out your turn 5 super play where you get your Masquerade Ghost down with some of the ghosts and the gigantic ghosts, and like they just get yeeted by Diamond Master. And you're like, well, that was
that's
cool.
true, but like this without if the Crystallized doesn't have Sacred Sheep, how do they fight against
Heaven's blade shall
how do they fight against the
that's a good point.
banishment,
Maybe
right? And a lot of the Crystallized decks are already standardized with no sheep, so I don't know. Maybe Kaf can. Maybe the Ghost Shadow can break through Kaf's defenses here.
I mean, we're gonna have to see. I mean, that is our first game here. John running up with the Ghost Shadow against Conf's Amulet Haven.
No sheep, man. I don't know. I think Gian can make this work.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Looking at the mulligan, both these guys very, very patient here. Really considering the mulligan.
Kaf got to toss all this away. No feign.
Yeah.
Right. And now Gian got to toss nothing. Wow.
Nothing.
Okay.
Really, he believes he wants to keep the Masquerade Ghost. The Loyal Ghost Pup is nice too. Just get some early chip damage.
Yeah, I mean it's really important to get the Loyal Ghost Pup turn 1. Like, just gives you a play. Like, as an aggressive deck, you have to be on the tempo, right? So like, you can't like pass a turn here.
Cough definitely dropping this Lightning Bird, man. There's no way you don't.
Yeah, Lightning Bird.
Because if you do get Skullflame next turn, you have a immediate proc.
You pray for Fane, right? Yeah, exactly.
He could go into the Emerald. Yeah, that's your card draw. I get it. All right, that's fine.
Makes sense. Ooh, we get a Freya and a Corral Ghost in the back. Not only that, but the Freya obviously guarantees the Lucius, which is a great turn 3. I mean, if we are gonna win with a Ghost, it is against the Crystallized that doesn't have Fane and no Sacred Sheep to block against Banishment. I mean, to be honest, Gian might have left Crystallized Haven up
really,
for this
Gian?
express reason, yeah.
Yo.
Like, the more I'm thinking about it, like, everybody's Crystallized Haven list is the same, so Gian must just be like, okay, I know they don't have a shield for Banishment, so he might just have left Crystallized up on purpose just for this. In fact, I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, he's already pulling a ton of damage here. Yeah, of course the Assault is going to be an answer here, but still, like, 15 health going into turn 3.
Yeah, not only that, but, like, I mean, this is already another Ghost Pup into... He can Ghost Pup Corral Souls if he really wanted to, right?
I was surprised he didn't go for, like, the Ghost Pup into, like, Spectral Sorcerer here into...
Corral Souls, right?
Yeah, that would have been super offensive.
I was surprised by that, too. Like, having the Ghost Pup killed for the Masquerade turn. And then here we see that the Skullfane, or rather the Lightning Bird, actually does take out the Loyal Ghost Pup, making his turn 5 Masquerade even better. That's so strong for Gian. Maybe Gian thinks, like, oh, he's going to have to answer my board anyway, but then if he takes out my Ghost Pups, I win either way because I just get Masquerade on that turn. So it's like kind of like a mini checkmate situation either way.
I mean, Coff's already at 13 health, man.
It's pretty dire, right? And no, the amulets played haven't been enough to proc the Azurite Maiden heal either.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, just not the Lightning Bird. It's still... Well,
you have to
in hand.
double Azurite here?
Doesn't feel good.
It doesn't. You can also play the Band Beauties as well.
Yeah, play Band Beauties, Plums.
It can work.
We'll see what he's gonna go for then. Yeah, I think that Orchid's Examination Hall pickup was kind of made him really rethink the entire turn.
Yeah, I mean otherwise he would just is it possible to also just Garuda Skullfade? No, you would overdraw, right?
Yeah.
Alright, here comes Mums. Mums to clear so that you stop taking damage is pretty... That's a little dire.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, because when it pops, he's also going to get it next turn, so he can actually use the Skullfane next turn to get 3 pops.
Yeah, that's true, but, like, the Mums...
He's a turn too late.
The mums, I mean, the mums could snipe the ghost, or the masquerade, I mean, but like if it hits a gigantic, that's not even very good, right?
Yeah.
The gigantic's a 4/4.
So we saw the heal here, but...
And here we see the pup surviving. If we killed that pup off with Corral Souls the previous turn, we would have had another gigantic, actually.
Exactly, yeah. Super huge board. Diamond Master is picked up, though, which means this board is... Oh, wait, do we not have another do we not have a Sapphire?
No Sapphire made in here, so this actually becomes kind of difficult.
Ooh.
There's World Walker.
Yeah. This ain't it, Chief.
I think Ghost might just... I think Ghost actually does... Like, the more
Pretty
I think
well
about
here.
it, this is like a really good matchup for Gas. This
Like,
is the downside of everybody having the same Crystallized list, man. Maybe if Crystallized ran one of Sacred Sheep, this wouldn't be a problem, but... because the Sacred Sheep would be really good into this matchup, right? Not only would you get a damage shield for banishment, but you would also be able to banish the Masquerade Ghost too. But
yeah.
Because everybody runs the same Crystallized lineup, it ends up, you know, becoming a weakness that can be exploited.
I mean, it's definitely getting exploited here. Yeah, the third Sculpting is going to pop, which means, what does he drop after this? Like, Garuda?
Nah, Garuda is a
Emerald
one
Maiden.
countdown, so it would have to just be Bird again, right?
I guess Bird, yeah, good point. This is kind of unfortunate. So what do you do here? You evolve and run into the ghost? No, not even. Yeah, you have to evolve the Azure. No, Azure Rate's not even enough, yeah. That's painful. That's so painful.
Yeah, that is not good. And the Masquerade is still up, so he can even Corral Souls this turn. He can Corral Souls his own... Yeah,
Wait, Mikhail comes
and
out too.
there's the banishment for turn
That's
7.
insane.
Off the top as well! Hello?
Spectral Sorcerer, yeah. Now we Corral Souls. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
then you
cute.
can kill
That's
off
cute.
your, you can kill off your pup, right?
Oh, wow, yeah, you can just do this here, get the ghost for next turn, and then just push an ungodly amount of damage.
Yeah.
Night Terror's just
I
raw.
think Gian knows that people were gonna bring Crystal, and everyone ran the same Crystal list.
Well, use that last play.
so-
Well, you have a point now.
He was just like, okay, Ghost can sneak in and just win here.
And Ghost is definitely sneaking right now. Sneaking all this
Oh, and
damage
he
to
even-
wow.
That's disrespectful.
That is disrespectful.
That
He
is
has a full board
absolutely
now.
disrespectful. Not even caring about the one banish Ghost. Don't even worry about it. I have another banish in the back. It's GG's, all right? You got no shot now.
He didn't have to do that to him. I mean, he could have just like, all right, I'll just take the Diamond Master next turn, and then I'll just Ghostly Banishment. I'll be done. But
Yeah, I mean,
no.
like, he also gets a Ghost out of the pub. It's like super quadruple overkill. And even if he kills
Ooh.
the Masquerade Ghost comes back too. Like,
Yup.
I feel like there's no... This is checkmate.
We Skullfane here?
You know, I'm just saying, maybe Crystallize. Everyone's playing
Wow,
the same
yeah, he
standard
just-
list.
He just
Maybe-
passes here.
Maybe you should make room for a one of Sacred Sheep just in case. There's a possibility.
Might be nice. Yeah, I mean, this is. I think this is what happens when like a lot of people look to like Japanese tournament results where they're only playing 2 of no bans, where like it's just most people just don't have to worry about Ghost Shadow, but because John has like third deck to mess with, he can just kind of slot it in here.
Yeah, kind of a heads-up play from Jean. I mean, I expect nothing less. He's 5th place on the rankings for a reason.
Oh, that's the
Is he-
Penguin's natural enemy right there. Yeah. All right.
He can beat it. All right, National Geographic. Going into the
They go to
Loot
Penguin,
Sword.
yeah.
I mean, with Jean piloting Loot Sword with 2 chances, it's an uphill battle for Calf for sure.
Wow, immediate mulligan there. He looks very confident here.
Where's the Fane? That's what I'm asking. Don't keep the bird. We've learned this lesson. No!
Bird
Justin,
ain't-
you gotta get on the call right now. Tell this man. Oh wait, he got the Fane off the top anyway. All right,
Doesn't
nice
matter.
one, Calf.
All right, game is saved. All right, so third game
is
here. John's
saved. Yeah.
sword mirror.
And now he's got the pop for the Skull Fane. Oh, it's so good. Calf had
This-
faith, you know.
This is the most painful start to a game when you're playing sword because everything you put out just gets murdered immediately. Yeah, like you just do this every single turn and now everything
Yeah.
just dies immediately.
Everything just instantly dies, man. That penguin is dying, dude. You know what else kills penguins? Holy lightning birds, apparently. National Geographic.
Alright.
Check that on.
Quetzalcoatl,
All right.
I see you. All right.
Planet Earth 3. We got lots of stuff going on.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like Skullfane and then what?
I mean, this is easily Band Beauty, right?
Garuda as well.
You could Garuda and Skullfane
Skullfane,
again,
yeah.
I suppose, yeah.
Or yeah, Holy Lightning Bird and
Or Holy Lightning
Garuda.
Bird plus Muse Jester. Yep.
Oh, there you go.
Next
Okay.
turn you have the Skullfane again. He's gonna play Bird every turn because everything that
Yeah.
Sword plays is a 2/2. So
Exactly. That's what's so painful. So you can't get any chip damage in the early game, so you have to fully commit to the loot package.
that is insanely awkward. Playing the one of Opulent without a rally just because it's the only body that doesn't die to the Bird, and he doesn't have
Astolfo?
anything in hand that he even
Okay.
wants to play this turn anyway.
I was about to say, if he draws an Astolfo, I'll quit. I'll rage quit right now for him.
He could still draw it technically, right? Like if he plays Garuda Skullfane, he would draw a card, and then he might get a Sulfo off of that.
Oh my
Technically.
god.
Do you believe? You could
He
also
could-
play Band Beauties, and that can draw a Skullfane. Oh, sorry, and a Sulfo as well. It'd be safer too.
I'm
He's
just
got
saying,
multiple
bro.
outs, is what I'm saying.
If he goes for that, he's a demon, by the way. I just want him to know.
I think Ban Beauties is actually pretty safe because if you ban Beauties and you don't get the Astolfo, you can still Skullfane your Bird and then play Bird again with your remaining 2 play points, right?
Yeah. You could just...
Or you can Mums. That's always an
Yeah, Mums
option.
also just, like, punches it in the face, too, yeah.
I
fair
just
enough.
like drawing cards, alright? I'm a fiend for drawing cards.
I get
That's what
that,
he's been
yeah.
saying about me, yeah.
I'm something of a card game player myself.
That's what they told me in high school.
Yeah, you just pop this, right? Like, there's no reason not to.
Yeah, yeah. You could also set up for like a crazy turn 5 by playing Divine Wolves, and then next turn you pop 3 times with Skullfane.
So it seems like Conf feels like he's already in an advantage position, so like he's trying to just push the advantage. at
Oh,
this point.
Sean top decking Metatron.
Yeah, still no Rogers, unfortunately.
No Rogers, but he does get the ramp, and then if he draws Storm Rack, he's gonna get tons of draws off of Deep Sea Scout, which I think is really important considering his hand is cheeks right now.
Ooh,
Irola gets sniped.
got shot in the face. She was so young.
Well, you gotta watch out for big birds. That's a risk when you're that small. You walk outside, a bird can just snatch you up.
Why is it that I have to deal with Final Fantasy summons as a 2/2 follower?
Well, Final Fantasy summons. This game is... The side game's logo is indeed Bahamut.
Oh, you're right, though. Big facts. Big facts. Also a threat. Not trying to get
Dude, the
mega
Divine
flared
Wolves
today.
deals with this Metatron so easy too. You pop
Yeah.
twice Divine Wolves and Mums, and you can even go face with the Jester straight to the
Jester?
dome.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is a setup if I've ever seen one.
It's a little awkward. The one awkward thing is that Cat doesn't have that much draw right now because he spent for Mums rather than Bad Beauty.
He could end this turn by playing the Garuda here, and that gives him some draw for the next turn. He also has the really cheap Skullfane. I don't hate that.
Yeah. He can also play Bird, which sets up to help clear something on the turn after as well. And the Bird has been doing so much work this whole game that I don't know. I think he might be like, Bird's my lucky charm. Let's play Bird again.
Oh, he's gonna... Okay, interesting. He's gonna opt to just trade this then.
I really don't hate. Yeah, there it is.
Wow. So...
And Skullfane's already getting reduced, so it's no problem. There's the Rogers off the top!
Wow. You
What
love
the
to see
heck?
it.
Is Jean some kind of destiny draw? What's going on here?
He definitely got it, man. Turn 5 Roger right after the Metatron, right in
Yeah,
time.
it's still kind of a problem if he doesn't get a Storm Rack, though. But he does get a lot of draws off of DC here.
Yeah. Kill the blade, stab.
Ooh, and send in the troops. That's very, very good.
Yeah.
Oh, he does have another option. That's what I was saying.
Okay, Lyrala put the shield early here. This is
Yeah,
like-
he's worried about Skullfane swing, I guess. I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen it enough times at this point to know. The unfortunate part is Comp's hand is kind of weird. No Chirpy, no Sapphire. So there's not really an easy answer to get rid of this board. So he's actually got to commit here. Yeah, this is actually kind of weird. He actually might force out, unironically enough, the Skullfane. Yeah, I don't see another route here. Diamond Master's a no-go. Azurite Maiden is heal, but card draw? You probably want to save that for like a more powerful turn.
Yeah, I mean... Is there an alternative to just playing Skull?
Emerald? Has
Emerald Maiden
anybody in
sounds different.
history ever played Emerald Maiden for her play cost?
Yeah, you get the Adamantium Bird, bro.
Oh, that's right. I was like, what? She gives me something. What
Most
does she
powerful
give me?
card in the game. Adamantine Bird. What are you talking about?
Psh, that bird is paper mache compared to some followers, man. Okay, yeah, you get a fat ward here. It's gonna evolve. This is so much.
That's a lot of investment just
To not
be
even
able to-
kill Rogers?
She's doing this literally just so that he can land the Emerald Maiden for draw because he's so but it might be worth it if it draws Gian. I'll just say that right now.
Nope.
Ah! Where is it?
Nope. Nope. Hashtag nope.
Hashtag where is Gian? She's walking too much of the world. Come home. That's what I'm saying.
Get off of Jupiter. Come on, come back. What are you doing?
Meanwhile, Gian does pull the second Opulent Strategist, meaning that this is going to be a huge amount of draw, right? With the Opulent Strategist draw effect.
Plus, get that loot package on board here. Remember, he went pretty slow in the early game. Wide open for the trade. Stab.
Thank you, thank you. Now what?
For 2?
I mean, you
Yeah,
could
play-
always necklace
Play some loot, bro.
Is that worth it?
Do you? Oh, I don't like the DC Scout. Why not just play the Goblet on your knight here?
I don't even know if it was worth it to necklace there instead of saving necklace for Barb.
Yeah, I like saving necklace for Barb. I guess sometimes there's a reason to use it. I'm not sure if I,
You were
care for
already
that.
get a buff because of the third effect of Opulent Strategist, right? And you were already over the Skull Fan, so I don't even know if spending the necklace was worth it then.
Maybe it was better to actually hold on to the necklace and then like spin the goblets to heal up your followers after you attack. Ooh. But Conf here, still no Sapphire Priestess, but no Gian either. More importantly, no Gian. It's kind of weird. Because he has to answer the board, but he also wants to put down some damage.
Man, I don't think that necklace was necessary. In fact, that might end up being a real problem because if he's like one-off lethal at the end of this, and that Barbaros doesn't have that necklace on it, especially with no Storm Rack for another necklace generator or flag generator in hand, like this Deep Sea Scout has to be like carrying the entire weight of the world just to draw the good cards at the deck right now.
Deep Sea Scout's back ain't that powerful, bro. I'm sorry. I don't even want to tell you. Astolfo here.
Waste.
Her spine is gonna get snapped off not being able to carry this deck.
Why is everybody on this pirate ship a little teenager? It's not the high seas is not the place for this kind of tomfoolery. Right? That's what I'm saying.
Nah, man. You need creativity and spunk and stuff to be a pirate. All right, trade one of the wolves here.
All right.
Heal back up to 20,
Back
and you
to
just
20,
chill.
yeah. Oh, Deep Sea
All right.
again.
Fuse up.
Are we really barbing here?
Really?
Barb plus
Alright.
Deep Sea plus flags. Is that lethal? No,
Is
it's not,
it?
right?
No, right? That can't be. That's 7, 10, 12.
I mean, it's a lot of damage, but I don't think it's not. Is it? 3, 6,
30, 40, 15.
8, 15.
He's still 5 off, right?
Oh, he's 5 off.
Yeah, I'm not tripping, right? Okay.
No, you're right. Basically, Jean's like have Jean or perish. That's basically what is happening. And unfortunately for Jean, there's no John.
Fortunately for Cop, there's no John here. Fortunately for John, there's no John here.
Fortunately for Jean, there's no Jean. I mean, that's poetry right there. Talk about that in your next poetry slam session.
How did you know?
And he's got 3 DMs with no way to enable them either. I mean, it's an awkward hand for Cap. We were talking about this all day, where Crystallize can be the strongest deck or the weakest deck, depending on what your draws are like, and seeing it now.
Yeah, we definitely are. Also, no Skull Fan in hand now, so you can't just like throw down a Garuda and immediately draw off of it, which is kind of problematic.
You got like no heals at the moment, and like with Gian at the back, he's got a Deep Sea and a Storm Rack, so that's already 8 damage from double flag in the back. So Cap has to heal to at least 9 play points. Oh, sorry, 9 defense. Is what I meant to say. And he doesn't have that heal in his hand.
Yeah, I don't think he has a way out here. Yeah, I like how you put it. John said, "Have it or perish."
Exactly. And looks like Calf, unfortunately, has no choice but to choose perish.
Yeah. He runs into this. The shield stays up. Rune comes down.
But it's already curtains, right? We already know. In the back, there's the Scout and the Storm Rags. Barbaros, who needs her? All right, Captain is busy. The underlings are here to shine now. Don't even sweat it. And
Yeah,
it's Jover.
My heart sings.
It is Jover.
Gian with a decisive 2-0. The gatekeeper. He's already qualified, but he's just like,
He's
nah,
already
you ain't
qualified."
going through. Unfortunately,
Like the
for
dramatic
Path, that is
pause
going to be
there.
the end of his tournament, and Gian moves on to the semifinals. Masterful play. That Ghost, like bringing Ghost to take advantage of the weakness that everybody's probably going to bring Crystallized is really heads up. And then bringing Loot, a deck which I'm sure that Gian is very confident with, having been in many top 8s over the course of this year. Yeah, I mean, Gian's got a pretty good shot, especially since like with Ghost being able to snipe Crystallize, he has the ban freed up for any other problematic deck, right? Like if he's up against Artifact Portal, for example, he's like, I'm not gonna deal with that, all right? I'm just gonna.
Bye.
Yeah, because like the biggest weakness of Ghost is freaking Vermidea making 12,000 wards and healing with the Keen Edge, right? So like
She won't. I'll just make sure she doesn't.
just ban it, and then I'll go against Crystallize and win. So like, don't even sweat it. I mean, very smart on Gian bringing that lineup. Congratulations to him for moving on to the semifinals. And with that, we have all of our quarterfinals finished in the bracket right now. Coming up, we have the one from Team Sonar 5 versus Sad Feeder from Team Twilight Knights. That is a semifinal.
Crazy.
And then on the bottom half, we have Bendy, the only fresh face here, up against the gatekeeper, Gian. Is Gian going to keep up the tradition of smacking down players' hopes and dreams, or is Bendy going to make it past and potentially even make the contenders auto-qualifier spot at the end of this tournament? We'll find out after this short break, and we go into our semifinals right after this.
Hold on,
I
that
don't
actually might be
know.
pretty big. Is that?
No, it doesn't matter.
No?
Yeah, this is not enough.
That's not enough. He has to go through a
yeah.
ward and damage immunity. It's not enough,
Well,
right?
Yeah, if it wasn't
here.
the damage immunity.
Whoa!
If it wasn't for the, it is enough.
Wait,
Yeah,
it's
it is.
enough?
Pop.
It's exactly lethal.
Wow.
How did he pull that off? The draw off the second
Hold
warden,
on.
getting the assaults was exactly what he needed.
Yeah.
The
The
warden
warden
drawing the
assault there.
second assault!
Get to. And there you have it.
Poor
Essia's perfect
Essia.
run.
That is really unfortunate. I mean, Essia did so well in that first match, and then lost to that Warden hero play, and then in the second round, the one just absolutely steamrolled. What happened?
Best possible hand from Crystallite. Yep, gotta get rid of that DM.
Lyrala also gives you a damage shield here. This is nice.
And that is 10th rally for Opulent.
Which is another heal.
More loots.
Yep, more loot as well. If you play the goblet, you get a play point back so you can
Get the
play.
point. My god. And he gets to keep his Barbaros alive here. Great heads up. Very quick play by Sadfitter. He knows that
Keeping-
line very well.
Keeping the zero cost goblet for me.
Beyond lethal. Yeah, it is. And then the Lu is lethal. That one other heal gets him up to 21 damage. I'm sorry, 23 damage. Brutal.
That is brutal.
And Sadfeeder takes it 2-1 over Fujin in a decisive last game.
I mean, that play of
Yeah.
And heal as much as possible.
Is he really going? He's hoping that the Diamond Master and the Wingy Chirpy are enough, and he's gonna get the healer from the Fallen Angel. Really? Okay. This way he gets to keep the Azure Maiden for next.
That'll do it.
there's
Cursail off the top.
Wow.
The power of Machina Portal. When everything
Really?
aligns. Yup,
Machina
yup.
Portal out here doing work. Finds just the right amount. Bendy gonna
1-1.
take his first game, tying up 1-1.
Yeah,
Play.
Oh, but he doesn't have the board space now.
No, he does.
I don't think this is lethal.
It's definitely not lethal. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we're good.
12. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
That'll do it.
Numbies.
And then, with that, Bendy will take it.
Wow, I did not expect. I didn't think about the fact that he's just holding on to two of the Whirlwind Assaults there just to get the damage.
and everyone ran the same crystal list.
Well, use that last play. Well, you have a point now.
He was just like, okay, Ghost can sneak in and just win here.
And Ghost is definitely sneaking right now. Sneaking all this damage to it. Wow.
That's disrespectful.
That is.
Oh! Justin, you gotta get on the call right now. Tell this man. Oh wait, he got the fade off the top anyway. All right, nice one, Calf.
All right, game is saved. All right, so third.
Storm racked. Barbaros, who needs her? All right, Captain is busy. The underlings are here to shine now. Don't even sweat it. And it's Jover.
My heart sings.
It is Jover.
Gian with a decisive 2-0. Welcome back, everybody, to the last Shadowverse Open Monthly Cup of the year. Again, the stakes are high. Whoever wins gets a straight shot to Contenders Cup, the biggest tournament of the year. With me today is Justin. We have just gone through all 4 of the quarterfinals, now moving on to the semis. How are you feeling about this tournament so far?
It's been so exciting. We got Titans and we got this new guy, Bendy, coming through. I think it would be quite the underdog story if he just sneaks in out of nowhere, ruins everyone's day. I honestly am looking forward to that match. But first, we got the 2 Titans facing against each other. The one who snuck in last year in that Contenders, right? And against Sadfeeder, who's just unstoppable.
Sadfeeder is one of the goats of the entire game for sure, and we are heading into a head-to-head between the two. Just as a quick reminder, in case you're just tuning in, the tournament today is single elimination. If you lose, you are out of the tournament, and it's 3 decks, 1 ban. So unlike the Japanese circuit tournaments, which are usually 2 decks, 0 ban, in SEAO and in West, we do it 3 decks, 1 ban. So a lot of the strategy is actually how you bring your lineup and what you're targeting in order to win with the decks you do bring. So going into this, we already went through the decks in the quarterfinals, but I'll just do a quick recap. The one is playing Condemned Magachio Forestcraft, Crystallized Havencraft, and Artifact Portalcraft, and Sadfeeder is playing Loot Swordcraft, Heal Havencraft, and Artifact Portalcraft. So the difference being Forest and Loot, and then with the 2 different Haven archetypes as well. What are you predicting the ban's gonna be? Like, we've been seeing a lot of Portal bans this tournament for some reason.
I'm thinking more Portal bans. I think both these players are very set in. I don't think Sadfeeder is scared of Forest at all. Every single one of his decks has some kind of way to protect against it. He's got a ton of wards in his Haven deck, and I don't think he's afraid
has a shield and
of
a bunch of wards.
Magachio. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think he's prepared for that. And the only thing I'm unsure about is if Sadfeeder knows the artifact mirror well enough to leave that open, but I think V1's gonna ban that every time, so I don't think it's gonna
Justin,
matter.
I don't even know if I know the artifact mirror well enough. Not only is it a hard deck to play in the first place, but the mirror is also like incredibly difficult to pilot. So we'll find out as we get into the ban screen here. What do each of the players ban on either side? Looks like the one Crystallized Havencraft is banned, and Sadfeeder is, as expected, Artifact Portal Crafters, man. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Either Portal or Haven is going to be the pick, because we see Crystallized Haven can really often run away with it, and Artifact Portal Crafters is a scary deck in and of itself. So yeah, it's going to be Magachio Forest and Artifact Portal versus Loot Sword and Heal Haven. Very interesting.
This tells me that Sadfeeder is so familiar with Artifact Portal that he also knows how to beat it, and he's not afraid of it at all.
That's the thing. Yo, Sadfeeder has been trading up. Artifact Portal not really on anybody's radar until just the recent months, right, since the mini expansion. But Sadfeeder's already like, no, I already know this deck in and out. Don't even sweat it. He's already got it. All right, let's take a look. Remember, guys, it's not just league points and contender spots that they're fighting for. They're fighting for some cold, hard cash right here. As people who've made it into the semifinals, they're already guaranteed 400. But whoever wins this walks away with at least 600. So $200 US money match right here, right now.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think
they're going to be on the line for these guys?
I mean, I'm predicting a Loot Sword Scout from Sadfeeder, but I don't know, like...
Yeah, I'm thinking you run Loot, and if you're the one, I think you just run Forest. It went well last time, so just run it back.
Yes, keep it going. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So true, so true. I'm really excited to see Artifact be played here from the one. I think it's such a fun and interesting deck, especially since Sadfeeder and the one have very different Artifact lists, if I remember correctly. Like, the one has the... jet-powered people.
All the extra techs.
Yeah. And Sadfeeder is mostly on the Evolve plan, so is Sadfeeder only prepared for the Evolve variant, or is Sadfeeder already wary of the jet-powered airstrike tech? We'll have to find out.
Right, yeah. Does he know about the airstrikes?
Isn't jet-powered even only as a one-of? Right?
Yep, just a one-of. That's all you want, because you don't want to play it for the analyzings. You do not want Cornelia to pull an analyzing.
Are you just playing the jet-powered, like, post-DEM, right? Off the top.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
DEM, by the way, being Deus Ex Machina. We have a lot of lingo here in the Shadowverse community, and I'm trying to be very mindful of people who might be new to the game and explaining things to them, but like, yeah, sometimes I just fall back into like, oh yeah, that's DEM, that's airstrikes, yeah, don't even sweat it.
Yeah, for sure.
No, you know what?
I want to see Artifacts actually do something. It's been banned all day.
True, right? And you know what? It's so surprising, too, because like we were talking about, it's a relatively new addition to the metagame with Cornelia. But then, in the last SVO, just last week, our Western brethren over on the other region, Artifact freaking won the entire tournament, right? So, like, the fact that it's getting banned a lot, it shows that the players are putting respect on it right now.
Yeah, no, I think it's solid 1.5 tier. I think it's very underrated. Absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's better than Evolve. I'll say that much.
Agreed.
I always thought that Shin was a fraudulent deck. You can check the last SVO. I've been saying that the entire time. It was about time that somebody took the spot. All right. Here we go. Sadfeeder actually leading with the Heal Haven craft against the Magachio here. Interesting.
Called what the one would bring out, but Sadfeeder switching it up. I believe I saw Sadfeeder going second here.
Let's take a look.
You're the one.
He's got the Gian in hand. He's also got a Kia to guarantee an Olivia for turn 4, which is really good. Actually, going second as Heal Haven is honestly fine. I'm fine
the one
with it.
picking up the winged inversion for turn 3, so you can set up a turn 6 potential DK.
That's true, but you're gonna have to draw a lot with your like, you're gonna have to hope this Freya picks up oh wait, never mind, he got the bunny off the top. Okay, there it is. Yeah,
but he still needs like a bounce or something.
Yeah, hopefully like Sadfeeder just plays Kira and then the one can trade the Gerbera. That's what the one's hoping for, right? But Sadfeeder
knows what's up. He knows what's up.
Okay, there you go. That is already, guys, it's turn 2, and we're seeing some of the high-level plays in action right now. Sadfeeder is like, nah, I'm not letting you bounce your Gerbera. I'm not letting you get a turn 3 activation. No freaking way. And he's already.
And that with that Warden draw, the one has no idea what to do now. Like, he's gonna have some really good turn 4, turn 5 plays, but he can't do anything here. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm freaking out. This is crazy. We're on turn 2, by the way.
You need to get your Alluvia, right, for Sadfeeder here, so you definitely play Kira now. He still doesn't play it! Oh my god.
Oh my god! He's like, no Gerbera for you!
Alright, the one drew a bounce, so he's definitely gonna pull it off here. But that is wild.
Man, that's insane!
But I've got spunk.
Alright, the one's got condemn cards, and he's got invokes. That's all he's got.
Outside the forest.
So wait, oh man, was the one only able to do that on turn 4 because he top decked the bounce?
Yes, actually.
Oh man.
Alright,
Now
so
he plays the
Metatron?
Kira and he's like,
Yup,
okay,
yup,
okay,
yup.
okay.
Well, now he knows he's playing Metatron. He can afford to get one more body out.
Yeah, right. He
Give it
knows
to
he's
Louis.
playing the meta to ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now he's gonna guarantee. Ooh. He guarantees.
Cannon rain combo here. I like
There's
it.
no 5.
We were
There's
talking
no
about
5
that
drop
one
in
earlier.
There's no 5 drop in the deck, right? So he still guarantees Alluvia either
Yeah,
way.
you still get Alluvia. Yep.
Yeah. Woo! Sad theater, brother. The set just started. Slow down. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
He could turn 6 John with those 2 drops that he already has is scary.
So true, right? And also, just to tell you right now, the agent can draw the other agent too.
Yup.
Oh man, we saw that be a huge factor in a previous set, right?
Yeah. That it did.
Here's the combo we were foreshadowing earlier in the tournament, right? With the raid evolving the cannon for a 3 heal plus draw. which is
Yeah, we're
incredible
gonna see that
combo.
here for sure. Yeah.
Can even whirlwind assault. Can also bounce the budding back. I would bounce the budding back. I don't know.
Oh yeah, always bounce the budding back. We saw that just 3 buddings is enough to OTK through a shield.
Through a shield.
Apparently.
The one is gonna destiny draw that whirlwind again. Is what he's hoping for. Right? Like, he's not bouncing the budding.
Not bouncing the budding.
That
I
is
think it's-
surprising.
He overdraws if he bounces the budding, so he wants to make sure he doesn't overdraw, I suppose. With this
Oh, yeah.
cannon drawing at when it dies.
Yeah, cannon draws when it dies, and he also gets the whirlwind off the end of the turn.
But he has everything he needs. I wouldn't be afraid of overdrawing here.
That's true. I mean, the budding's also guaranteed to draw the 3rd budding, so it's fine, I think, right? Because
Yeah.
even if this budding dies, he still has a full board of budding, warden, budding, maga. No matter
Right,
what.
so he doesn't
Yeah.
need the 3rd budding. It's fine.
Yeah.
And having board against Alluvia here is very strong because Sadfeeder can't clear the board and evolve Alluvia at the same time.
He can he? Verdilia with spell? Wouldn't that be almost a clear?
That
Oh,
because you can
it's a bit of a gamble.
target-
You're right.
yeah.
Random. All right. Well, here comes the fount then. All right. This is gonna hit the. Oh, really hitting the
I won't give up.
You think this pray to hit the 1/1 here? Oof.
Yikes,
Worst
good
target.
there.
Worst target.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Mikhail invoked and the one's only played 4 cards twice, right? So he needs to do this turn and then turn 7 potential lethal here.
Yeah. He can't do it this turn. He needs one more turn to stall. But we know Sadfeeder is slamming that Gian next turn. But the Jean's going to be his only ward if he doesn't draw any other ward off of the fount.
But he has a second fount as well. So I think it would probably be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to cast his curse though. Maybe I should take that back. I take it back. I didn't say anything. I didn't say nothing.
But we also know that he has 10 rally already, the 1. So Plumeria will also evolve for free if he wants to do that.
Yup, there it is. Yep.
The world outside the forest.
And then just May plus Plumeria. Or May can just trade the
So this is
Mikhail.
outside the forest.
Yeah, hold the
Most
yeah, just hold off here.
Just hold. Yeah, you got 2 double.
No, play Plumeria because you're gonna overdraw once he kills the bear. He doesn't want to overdraw. But
Oh,
yeah,
that's right, because you invoke whirlwind, right? So.
Yep. But D1 at this point has everything he needs to
That's an OTK on
OTK.
turn 7 right there. Like it's very,
Yeah.
very easy. At this point.
There's
Especially-
Kira, so he has a
yeah.
second ward if he wants it.
It has to be John. He doesn't have a choice, right? Wait,
he board
what if
lock
Sadfeeder
here?
board locks?
He can't, unfortunately, because D1 has the bounce, doesn't he? He doesn't, because he never
He doesn't
killed the
have bounce, the
bear.
bounce is off
No! Is he gonna do it again?
He's got triple agent! Oh my god!
Oh
And then
my
he can
lord.
even play Found for an instant proc!
No.
That's GG!
Hang on, no. V1 can draw lethal here. If he gets a bounce, he can actually bounce something, play Makachio, play the Warden, and still OTK here.
True.
There's a bounce!
There it is! Oh my god!
I think that's lethal. I think that's lethal.
That's lethal! You bounce the May, play Makachio!
Unbelievable. This man has the greatest Wardens, always getting exactly the card he needs. Every game.
I'm losing my... Wait, is that lethal? Yeah, Makachio?
Yeah, you just play Makachio and you play
Whirlwind Assault, right? Whirlwind Assault?
Whirlwind Assault on the pair. Exactly.
Justin, I'm
Wait, did
losing
he
my...
even... Yeah.
I'm losing my mind!
These
How
matches
did
are
this
insane.
happen?
Insane.
Oh my god! That was world's greatest Warden!
Oh my god. Heart of the Warden. Not even Heart of the Cards. Heart of the Warden.
How is that the first game of the... I'm so tired. Let me go to bed.
All right. Now we got loot. Oh, and we get to see the artifacts now. Let's go.
I can't believe it.
Alright, Cypher's running back the Haven again.
Tears are mine to bear alone.
From the world's ashes, I hear
The mind games are insane. I'm getting splash damage from watching this game. Like the
My
triple
God.
ambush.
Oh my
into
god,
the
that hand from
top deck
V1.
match.
That might be the best possible artifact hand in your opener. He's got the Spinari's artifact, he's got the dog, and he's got the Lazuli to get his turn 5 DEM. This is insane. Sadfeeder's got the exact same hand as last game.
And he's got... Oh, dude! What?
And there's the cyclical. So we just get that 3-1 on turn 2. Seems okay. It's like a Mikael, but it's an artifact.
spins on.
Robopop, you know what? I'm glad you're gone, bro. Get out of here. Back to the pound, okay? I'm sick of you.
You only have to worry about it for one more week. Don't you worry, Igni.
Oh, and the Lazuli.
Yeah. Lazuli always drawing Cyclical Fate makes this deck just unbeatable sometimes.
I mean, thank
Like,
God
it's
for the
so
area,
consistent in that sense. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Hold off on that. Kind of a tricky turn here. Probably Zerk, just to see what you draw. He also has to make sure that he can maintain resonance if he wants to toss his hand next turn. I'm not even sure if you do, because you have Carnelia. So you might just play it slow here.
That is the... What is
Aggressive.
that aggression?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
And now he's
No.
in resonance for next turn.
He is
But
in
he can
resonance,
actually
but he-
take himself out of resonance if he wants with the
Yeah.
Biofab that he drew.
Exactly. I was just gonna say, like, with Biofab, you can be out of resonance and then... But is there
Copy
an artifact?
Carnelia?
Is Carnelia an artifact?
Carnelia is an artifact.
That's out of pocket.
So it's just a matter of whether V1 thinks that this hand is acceptable. So I think this hand is great. You already have the Carnelia. Get more artifacts. Keep going. But he wants a new one. All right.
he gets
Alright.
paid out though with a 1.4.
Yeah, he got another Carnelia. He's got the Radiant. Yup. He already has 3 artifacts destroyed with the Spinari's artifact, the Robo Cup, and the Lazuli.
I can't believe he went with Spear. That's the most aggressive treasure I've seen in a while.
Especially against a deck that can heal. Like,
Well, you
it's
know,
just
maybe-
2 damage.
You know, this might be exactly why he did it. Like, it might hit the ambush, but it's too late now. It pops. But
Yeah.
oh,
Another Lazuli. Alright, so for those who aren't familiar with DEM, every artifact that he plays now will recover a play point. So this Carnelia only costed 1. And he's just gonna start turboing through his entire
there's-
deck with these
he
artifacts.
gets analyzing and pop. Okay, bro.
The combo.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. My
And
God.
Vamia's gonna be active after this turn too, right? Like after he
Yeah.
destroys. Yeah, he's.
So
already
unfortunately,
got-
he has Rosa, not Kasim, so he can't get rid of the ambush.
That's true. Why couldn't you be like your brother?
Right.
I'm playing the role of Asian parent in this situation.
There's the Shin, so he might want to save his hand because he only has the 2 Shins in his deck.
Hey, Vermidale just wards up the entire board, doesn't it? Are
Not
we
quite.
already-
He's
oh,
only
we're not at
on
6 names yet. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, not yet.
No, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Because Cornelius is back.
Still only on 3 names because he killed the Spinari's artifacts. Are they analyzing?
1 play point Radiant. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair. Normally 5 cost, but now it's only 1.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's fine. He wants to
Vamia, you
keep
could-
Evamia. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense to me. And then he just rezoed his hand away.
Yup.
There's another Carnelia, first of all. Okay.
Nuts.
And a Red Sophia. Although I don't think Red Sophia is wrong.
Alright. Even when this board is cleared, it's still only 5 different artifacts destroyed.
That's true. That's a
Oh, no, hang on. There was an analyzing. That's the 6th. Okay, no, we're
Analyzing
good.
Radiant, Lazuli, Carnelia, Robopop.
Spinari's artifact.
That's 6. That's 6.
Yep, that's sick.
Fear not, for I am with you.
This is maybe the best artifact hand I've ever seen.
Yeah, but Sadfeeder has a board of his own. This
That's
is
true. He's putting the
formidable.
pressure on now. That's true. That's true. And
Absolutely.
he's leading into turn 7 John too. Or yeah, he's
He's
leading
got
towards
that John ready to go. Yup.
John in the bag.
With a ward
Alright.
too, so he could even like Jean double up on wards if he wants to next turn.
Let's see the one make some Bobby Big plays. What's going on in the back? Oh, Carnelia.
Alright,
That's the
free evolve on Carnelia.
Lyle. This gets Bane so we can take out the 8-9, right?
He's just making sure he doesn't overdraw here. And then
Radiant.
Radiant into that's crazy.
Wait, is
Um,
Spin? Okay.
I would have
gonna
gone
say-
for the 3-drop there.
I was gonna say the 3-drop to clear, right?
I would have gone for Spinaria and Lucille for sure.
That would have
The
cleared.
easy,
right,
quick
on its
clear.
own.
You
And
still
you
have
could
2 play points left over.
You
Yeah.
can still play Unseen Strength on the Marianne after that too.
Yep. And Radiant for that matter.
That's true because of the Deus Ex.
Play point recovery.
Back down.
Wait, how much damage is this? Though? Spin.
Dog.
Pop.
Yeah.
You gotta start doing the APM, bro. Playing a StarCraft.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
this?
yeah. Oh, Evamia is pretty strong here. Another Radiant. Another Radiant.
Oh, is that lethal?
Not like this, bro.
No,
Not
Radiant.
like this.
That's lethal, right? He
Not
gets
like
to-
this.
He gets to Zerk, Radiant. Ah!
This man, he is destined. This man just 2-0'd Essia and then 2-0'd Sadfeeder. He is the one. Speechless. What do you think of that? Oh
What?
my god. That is the power of artifacts right there. Each artifact getting another artifact from the deck as you just dig through all of your Robopups.
The craziest thing is,
Oh
Justin,
my god.
if the one wasn't such a gentleman, he could have done like way over lethal that turn too.
Oh, easily. But no,
way
just right to
over
the
lethal.
point. Zach lethal. No beating around the bush.
He had so much. I can't believe.
Now.
What the? What? That spear for aggression? That's like so much faith in your own deck. You're like, I already know I'm gonna get Radiant Lethal turn 7. I don't even care. Just spear. You know, I only have one of Divine Treasures. I don't need it for defensive capabilities. I'm just gonna use it.
I'm
to
discarding it
attack.
anyways. Yeah, might as well.
Whatever, dude. And he got so
That's
paid off
insane.
because you mentioned, Justin, that turn where he could have got himself out of resonance by playing Biopower on Carnelia. That would have actually been fine, right? Because he would have had a free Carnelia that turn, but he ended up
Absolutely.
sacking that hand and it paid off with a 1 play point Radiant off the draw. Like,
Yeah, even drew the second Lazuli, which allowed him to get that 3rd Radiant on the next turn. Absolutely.
that's
So, a
He's
lot of
the-
trust in his deck there. He's
the one.
He's destined for greatness.
He's him. He 2-0'd Essia and Sadfeeder. Like, what?
The 2 Titans. Unbelievable. Yeah, the 2 World Grand Prix players in
Yeah.
this top 8 shut down by V1.
All right. Well, that means, you know what that means? That means the one is going to the grand
To the finals.
That was so fast. How?
Wow.
I'm gonna take a nap after this one. I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna take a nap. All right, let's head on to our next semifinals. It's gonna be Bendy, the fresh face, versus Gian, the gatekeeper. Can Bendy, who isn't even in the rankings, can he somehow make the top Contenders Cup sneak qualifier spot? Or is Gian gonna crush the dreams of another newcomer today? Let's find out as we go into this second semifinals between me and East. East, welcome back. Did you just see that series? Dude, I can't believe it.
Pogged up, man. That's insane how crazy that last game was by the one. Like, first off, probably, like you guys said before, probably the best hand you can hope to have is Artifact Portal.
Oh yeah.
We started off with like the Pup plus Benari's Artifact or Sisterly Bonds, and then just like like you said, he tossed away his hand before with and
the hand already had Carnelia in it, and
yeah,
he
exactly.
still tossed it away, and he was like,
whatever,
oh,
I don't need this
I'll
card,
get another one.
got another one, got the Radiant Artifact, just pulled. Didn't even need the other Radiant Artifact that he pulled like at the very end of the game, but just got it. Like, you know what? Okay, this works, I suppose.
Yeah. He could have over lethal that turn like by a lot because he had a Vomia in hand too. Like, it would have just been out of pocket, and he had it.
Not to mention the fact that he like Saphira thought he caught him slipping by board locking, and then he just out of nowhere just pulls the bounce for old weeds that he needed and just cleared. Jesus Christ.
He's him.
He's actually him. He is the most him like that.
But now we're going into the next semifinals. It's going to be Bendy versus Gian, like I said. Just a quick reminder, everybody. Bendy is playing Condemned, Magachio, Forest Craft, Heel Haven Craft, and, weirdly enough, the only Machina Portal Craft in the top 8.
Yes.
While Gian is playing Loot Sword Craft, Ghost Shadow Craft, and Crystallized / Amulet Haven Craft. What do you think they're going to ban on each side?
Ooh.
I think the Haven, that Haven's gone, bro. The Haven's, both Havens, frankly.
Well, Machina Portal, I don't really... How does Machina Portal go up against Ghost Shadow nowadays? I'd imagine pretty decently.
It's
maybe
okay.
not.
You have wards and heal to get you through.
Yeah, not that much though.
The sumo mechanic as well as an early ward or mid game heal option, but I don't know. I wouldn't be afraid of Machina. It's the third best portal deck. Like, I don't know if I give it that much respect.
Yeah, I think I just shoot Haven, man. I think I double shoot Haven, especially Heal Haven if you're Gian. Like, you don't want to fight against a deck that is that defensive. You have a super offensive lineup.
Right? Like with Ghost, you can sneak a win against Crystal, but with Heal, like, is there any chance? Like, if you fight Heal, they have not only Sacred Sheep, but they also have an alternate turn 8 finisher with the new Apostle. So, like,
yeah,
I don't think you risk it. I think the Heal's got to go, and I think, honestly, I think Sean's Crystal is gonna go too because that deck is. It's a lot.
Yeah,
but
I think we do have the bans. Let's take a look at what these guys have banned out on both sides here. I'm assuming it's double Haven, but yeah, that's right. Let's go.
Yep.
You know what that means, Igni? Machina Portal gets through, which means we get to kill more of those kids.
What are you saying?
Machina Portal lets you destroy either soulless robots or innocent school children. The choice is yours to make.
That's true.
They all go to the same goal, so
they all go to the same goal. That's funny you say that because I know you're referring to the quest, but in my mind, I'm just imagining a bunch of school children and robots in heaven. Like, what happened here? Anyway, going into it, it's gonna be Ghost first up against Machina. Did you expect this matchup in a top 8 in current month? I didn't.
Not at all. 0%. I think nobody was gonna call this one. Wow, Mikhail loving the opening hands on both sides here.
Can Mikhail go away forever, please? That's what I'm saying.
Please bottom of the deck every time.
Mikhail would be 12 times better if it had the text always starts at the bottom of your deck, and then you just.
Yeah, wow, full mulligan from both players here. I think, unfortunately for Bendy, Gian got the better of it though. Double Goliath is okay, but
that's true. Gian did get a turn 1 pop. I mean, going second as an aggro deck is kinda whatever, but he has the ability to Freya into Lucius turn 4, which is really, really strong as well.
Yup.
You can also just play Freya right straight up turn 2 into turn 3, Lucius into turn 4, ship. But then he's missing a Masquerade still, though. So, I mean, at this point, do you just hope to draw Corral Souls or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, there's that. There's a sumo mechanic we were talking about earlier, just for some defensive plays here. The ward up being there early in the game is actually pretty big. You don't want to
it's actually really
ghost damage. Gretna picked up is all right if it's 1, but more than that, we need to toss it.
I think we're going to toss it.
Never mind.
Away, I think we're keeping both Lyelfs. That guy is important.
Yeah, Bendy's hand is not great, and so yeah, just tossing it back with the card at the end does hurt, and that's exactly what you need.
And there's Joffrey.
Joffrey.
He doesn't summon the guy though yet. That's the problem. And here comes the Lucius.
Oh yeah, you have to kill 5 kids to get Joffrey's effect on him. That's right.
Why do you keep saying it that way? I hate your nomenclature.
I'm sorry. Them kids gotta die though. I'm just saying, you know.
Oh my God!
It's like Final Destination. Those kids have to go, bro.
It's bad enough that they're enrolled in Lanecrest, voted world's least safe school 12 years in a row, and now they got you antagonizing them. Oh,
it's not me, man. It's the robots. Robots grind them kids up, turn them into hope.
God, 5 Nights at Freddy's style. They're gonna get scooped.
Yes, sir. The lore is also there. So
well, that's just a theory. A game theory.
theory.
Okay, going into turn 4. It's really an awkward hand for Bendy, though. Like, all he's got are Lyelfs and nothing to show for it. What's he gonna do with this?
You spin here just to get the Marionette to clear.
And you're gonna clear. Oh, that's so difficult.
Yeah, that's
but you don't really have a
painful.
choice, right? Yeah.
Yeah, not cute at all. And that's the second Machina follower there?
And Gian has an amazing play of Metatron Spectral Night Terrors, right? Like,
Oh
has
god,
so much
yeah.
draw and a ramp option. Like, if this Night Terrors just draws him a simple Masquerade Ghost for turn
Wow.
5, there it is.
Not scripted, by the way.
Not scripted. I just know what's up. I see the vision.
Yeah, there's
Call
no
me
way.
Jake Gyllenhaal, and this is the train that he was on in that one movie.
Is he really thinking about Carousel? To say, yeah, just drop Metatron, man. What are you doing here?
That's what I'm thinking. Metatron gotta happen, because now you can play
Go forth.
Masquerade plus Hellfire, or if you get another pop, or if you get this, that, and the other thing, like, you got a lot of options. You get another Spectral as well as an option.
Go
Mikhail.
away, man. This
No,
is
you
so
can shuffle
weird.
it back. Don't worry about it. Lyelf can send that guy back in the deck.
I need some
then he
better
has no
cards in
plays.
hand. Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, when you're mocking a portal and you don't draw either Reporter or the 3 play point onslaught that summons a bunch of robots, like your deck does nothing, and we're seeing that right now.
Yeah.
No Reporter, no onslaught, no bots, no school children. You got nothing.
We need those kids, man. We need fodder. Somebody's got to keep the fire warm. Oh yeah, he's gonna drop the light here, but I mean after this he has nothing else.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Gian gets a Masquerade Ghost into a potential Spectral or what have you. It's a lot, and Bendy has no banish tools either. In the deck, so that Masquerade's gonna do work no matter what.
Yikes.
Night Terror.
And then yeah, it's just like
I
work
mean, he
as
can also
usual.
just Hellfire Strike and go phase. Like,
Yeah, this is business as usual for Ghost, and they're just gonna go in. Yeah, evolve the Ghost there.
Detestable.
Would it have been better to evolve the Freya? Just to keep the stats?
Is eternal.
yeah. I mean, you could do
Yeah.
it.
What
I
are
don't
we
think Gian
considering that?
cares. John's like, I'm gonna win next turn. So
Yeah.
it's fine. I have Banishment Evo go face with Ghost, right? That's almost lead. No, it's not quite, but wait, is it?
2?
If Masquerade lives, it becomes 2, 4, 6. Yeah, that's super lethal.
Yeah, it's lethal. Yeah. All right. Yeah, and the unfortunate part is Bendy's hand got no better here. The Gulliest not even useful until turn 7. And yeah, he's left with a
All he's got
piddly
is
ward. Hey, what's up, man? It's me. Remember me? Remember me?
This
From
is
high school?
12 quadrillion times.
Yeah. All right. Daybreak burn. Ship of the Soul. Oh my god, yeah.
Comes 12 billion men.
Evolve.
Wow, that was fast.
Yeah, I mean that's Go Shadow, baby. Yeah, we saw it like two SVOs ago?
I mean, we can't really give all the credit to Ghost. I mean, the Machina did brick with no reporter, no onslaught. To like, they had no game plan the entire game. That was so tough.
You make a very valid point. Like, Machina didn't really get what it needed there to sustain in the early game, especially against a super offensive heavy deck like Ghost. So I feel you there. All right, let's see if he can give it another shot here. Is he going to pivot over to Forest? He is going to swap over here, which means we're going to have a Forest versus Sword matchup.
Forest versus Sword. Now, this is interesting. I mean, I think that...
Ooh.
I think
Roger's
that
good,
Forest
like
generally can take the win over Loot, but it also depends because we've seen earlier today where they've been put into some pretty awkward positions. You know, no bounces, no Magachio to speak of. We'll just have to see what the draw is on Bendy side. But I think with a turn 1 Gerbera, he's feeling pretty comfortable. Just toss the other two, probably. Yep.
Hope for a Freya here. Freya would be nice. Nah, it's unfortunate.
No Freya, but I mean, I think Magachio generally is favored here.
We'll see if Bendy's deck can work with him this time.
All right, Gerbera come out, but his turn 2 play sucks, and he's got double May instead of it being in the deck.
Oh wow!
If there
Rogers
was ever
plus
a time that
boots.
Loot Sword would beat Magachio, it's with this hand.
Yeah. Double Roger. I mean, you can actually get the accelerate and then use it for something else, plus get the extra card draw off the scout. That's crazy.
He got the winged. So he's got a turn 3 activation potentially.
I think he needs.
He needs 1 drop, right?
Yeah, he's gonna lose a May though, because he's got to transform it. He's gonna drop May, transform.
He would have to May transform May bounce, right?
Yeah, that doesn't feel. Or okay, Carbuncle is actually not bad. That's a good finisher for the turn.
He's doing it though.
He's gonna play the May, really?
I mean, it's fairly important to kill the scout. To be fair, so I don't
Yeah, good point. You have to deny them card draw.
Yeah.
We see the 4. I mean, that's a good start though, right? You want to get that turn 6 OTK. This is the best way to do it. Tattlegun is gonna pick up as well. He's just waiting at this point to get the Roger online.
Why are they playing the turn so fast? They're like in the zone. They've seen every possibility or something.
To John's credit, this isn't really like a think super hard deck. Like you're playing loot, get the loot down, get the board clear, push the damage. Job is done.
I don't know. I think loot's kind of one of the harder sword decks to play. To be fair. I mean, it's not as hard as Artifact, but like it's got some execution. You know.
Yeah, as long as you're like generating your loot cards as fast as possible, making sure you collect flags for your OTK turn or to like your turn 7.
He's already got the Roger seal for his Evo turn, so he's not like panicking or anything.
Yeah, he's also got Barbaros in hand as well, so he's got tons of resources. I think he knows what he needs to do. He's got to get there. There you go. All right, Gerber's gonna come out here.
Gets the Evo on. Ooh, nice. Okay, and he invokes the rain and the whirlwind. But yeah,
oh no!
I can't like natural drawing 2 Mays is so sad because that's like basically -2 draws for your entire attack. Like that was so unfortunate. And then here comes the Rogers on the Evo turn on John's side.
Yeah, now Rogers. Why don't we clear here? English Punisher, stab the May, run the. Okay, never mind. Stab this instead. Okay, yeah. Good eye. Run this into the...
This was foreseen.
Yeah, okay, run into the Falling Angel. I mean, it's not a full clear, but it's good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough. And he's got a...
It would be painful if that May got bounced, though. I'm just saying. Just saying. I mean, bounce May plus play again is 2 cards.
He's just trying to cycle right now, right? He's going to run this straight into the Roger.
You'll never sink us.
Ooh!
Gnarled Hands is okay.
Nice to get a bounce, though. And the Carbuncles is also 2 cards in that turn right away.
Oh, wow. Another winged inversion here.
I mean, I would just play the Assault here, honestly. Just, like, start getting the count up for the Assault.
Wow, he's going to trade. Okay.
I agree with this. I absolutely agree with this. You want to get the count up for the Assault so that your OTK is so much easier. Here's the problem, East. No budding whatsoever. Like, you have none of your condemns. Like, how are you going to pull off an OTK turn 7 or turn 6?
Yeah,
you have none of the cards you need for the combo.
He's hoping, man. If we can get like one Warden drawn to be all right. But yeah, at this point, like it's looking really, really favored for Gian here. Got the Barbaros cell set up, double Barbaros set up. Next turn, he just starts pushing damage. He's got the Title Gunner in hand. He kept it.
Title Gunner in hand. That's the problem. It's
Yeah,
like,
send in the troops here. Toss Tony? See, oh, Secret of Love first. Okay. Oh no, maybe you hold Secret of Love for the storm.
oh, you get the Juliet from Rune.
Ah, nice. Okay, yeah.
Romeo?
Excuse me? Who is summoning this nerd?
You know why? It's because Gian doesn't know that Bendy doesn't have Maga in hand, so he's like, I'm gonna get a ward up just in case, but we know that Bendy doesn't have it.
Oh, this will be the turn, I suppose. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, this would have been the turn if he had it, because he had a turn 3 inversion, right?
I'm surprised he wouldn't like try to prioritize like a Lyrala there instead. Maybe like send in the troops to try and draw it out, but I guess this works.
Listen, remember when I said Maga Chio's like advantage against Loot Sword? That only counts if you actually draw your budding initiative sometime in the century, and it looks like that's not happening for Bendy this time.
If you're Gian, you can divine a lot of information from that Lily play. You're like,
yeah,
all right,
because
he doesn't have it.
Right, yeah, exactly. If you're Gian, this would have been the turn where you're like,
offense.
You would have been able to win. So the fact that you didn't win means that you don't have the combo, right?
All right, Whirlwind Assault here is, yeah.
I'm telling you, natural drawing 2 maze was the killing stroke. Like, not being able to get those 2 extra draws is huge. Now he has no hand, no game plan.
To be fair, he definitely had the chance to bounce one of the maze, and he didn't. So I don't really know who to blame there. Like, his hand right now is ugly. Not even, like, kind of uncute, it's just ugly.
But I just mean that the invocation would have been +2 draws for 0 play points, and he just
yeah. That's true. It is like deck getting plus like free card draw.
All right. Meanwhile, Gian is setting up, looking for a cleaner turn. He's got 1 Barbaros, which means with Title Gunner, it's 3 flags. It wouldn't have been lethal. So
Yeah,
he's just
3,
trying to
6,
shield
9.
up and.
6, 9, 7. He's like a couple off, I think. I don't know, would that have been it with Title Gunner? I guess you could do a Title Gunner next turn, and then it's a full OTK. You play Barbaros, get the play points back, Title Gunner, that's 2 flags. The Roger effect gives you play point back when you play the flag, so you can get all 3 of them off, plus the Title Gunner's damage, plus the Roger damage. That's it.
3, 6, 9, plus 7, plus 3, yeah.
Plus 2.
Plus 2, yeah.
So, Lily here is maybe staying some of that?
Oh yeah, it does give -2 attack to the Barbaros. That would put them at 19 damage.
Oh, and he bounces Lily.
Is that just enough to avoid lethal? Isn't this 19 damage on the
I think it is,
now?
yeah. I think he's 1 off. And if he can find a source of damage.
Now, right? Dude, Bendy is living on a Lily right now.
3, 6,
no!
9,
No
11,
condemns,
12.
only Lily to try and stall.
17, 18, 19, yeah, he's...
Right. It's like super lethal.
Deep Sea Scout here?
now. Yeah,
Deep Sea Scout, yeah. Then you play the Penguin Punisher.
Penguin Punisher, and you just like play loots.
Be careful of... Yeah, the Lyrala protection's already up. You don't really need Lyrala again. The thing I'm worried about is like board locking, so make sure you have enough space to get down the Barbaros plus the Title Gunner.
Barbaros Title Gunner is 3 play points plus triple flag.
He's just gonna play Lyrala. Okay, yeah.
You just have to ward up and...
Yeah, that's the last board space he could commit, so he just passes after that. Because next turn he needs at least 2.
Even with
yeah.
Lily, right? Yep.
And I mean, that pickup from Bendy is really sad. Like, there's no Magachio. It's like a 1 Warden at 7. No budding initiates. It's curtains here. Like, you can...
Even with Lily next turn, it's 22 damage, despite Barbaros getting -2, right? Because of the additional +3. Yeah.
Yep.
So it'll be 22.
Whoa! He's gonna Lily again. I mean, he has to. He bounced her for this reason.
Dude, why budding initiate didn't even show up to work?
Good
right?
hit, but I mean, yeah, that's... Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, insult to injury.
Now it's like Omega lethal.
Yeah. It's like lethal 3 ways to Sunday, of which it is. Yeah, shoot. Pirate's flag. There we go. Right there.
Right
Pew
there.
pew.
Yep, right over here. Yep,
Pew
right
pew.
there.
He's shooting. Yeah.
What is up with these bricks, dog? Like, no, no butting the entire time, which means Gian takes an easy 2-0.
I mean, that's, to be fair, like one of the, I guess, like one of the old-time weaknesses of Force that their card draw just isn't that great. It really hasn't been in the past few rotations. So, I mean, that kind of continues here, and you see that. While the deck does have some form of card draw off of things like invokes, as well as using the budding initiates, if you don't draw the initiates and you draw the invoke cards, like, well, that takes away your card draw advantage that you would normally have, and so you're kind of left to just fend for yourself.
Like, natural drawing 2 mage is literally losing a 0 play point, draw 2 cards, which ended up deciding the entire game. Like, that is really, really unfortunate.
Yeah.
And you know, with for Bendy, I mean, and you know, with Forest, there's no Rosa or Kasim to save you. You just, if you draw the invoke, you just have to cop it. So like, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket here. Again, it's so sad because Bendy had all this momentum coming in, like as the new face with like no like Shadowverse open tops here, and he could have had that spot to Contenders Cup, but unfortunately Gian, who doesn't even need the spot, crushes his dream.
Yeah, that's the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper
Literally
is in.
Literally here, yeah. And I mean,
now we have our finals lined up. It's gonna be the one from Team Sonar 5 versus Gian.
now this
into the finals.
So I think we're going to take a look at these guys' deck list one more time, but we're also going to have Justin back on with us to take a look at this finals game. Oh man, Justin, you there, buddy? Where you at, Justin?
He's there. He's listening.
Where you at?
Guys,
Yeah.
you gotta make sure you stay tuned for the finals. This is a big deal, all right? Not only does the winner get $1,000 US, they get an instant seat into the Contenders Cup. They get league points. At this point, it's just for bragging rights, and then they also get not only that, but you as the viewer get maybe, don't tell anyone I told ya, a card reveal for the upcoming Shadowverse 30th card set order shift. So you're gonna want to stay tuned right after this break. Board locks.
He can't, unfortunately, because the one has the bounce, doesn't he? He doesn't, because he never
He doesn't
killed the
have bounce, he
bear.
bounces off
No! Is he gonna do it again?
He's got triple agent. Oh my god!
Oh
and then
my
he can
lord.
even play Found for an instant proc.
No.
That's GG.
Hang on, no. V1 can draw lethal here. If he gets a bounce, he can actually bounce something, play Makachio, play the Warden, and still OTK here.
True.
There's a bounce!
There it is! Is that lethal? Yeah, Makachio?
Yeah, you just play Makachio and you play
Whirlwind
the
Assault, right? Whirlwind Assault?
Whirlwind Assault on the bear. Exactly.
Justin, I'm
Wait,
losing
he
my...
even... Yeah.
I'm losing my mind!
These
How
matches
did
are
this
insane.
happen?
Insane.
Oh my god!
There was analyzing. That's the 6th. Okay, no, we're good.
Analyzing Radiant, Lazuli, Carnelia, Robopop.
Spinari's Artifact.
That's 6.
Yep, that's sick.
Fear not, for I am with you.
This is maybe the best artifact hand I've ever seen.
Yeah, but Sadfeeder has a board of his own. This
That's
is
true. He's putting the
formidable.
pressure on now. That's true. That's true.
Absolutely.
And he's leading into
This,
turn.
bro.
No,
Not
Radiant!
like this.
That's lethal, right? He
Not
gets
like
to,
this.
He gets to Zerk, Radiant. Ah!
This man, he is destined. This man just 2-0'd Essia and then 2-0'd Sadfeeder. He is the one.
Evolve.
Wow, that was fast.
Yeah, I mean that's Go Shadow, baby. We saw it like two SVOs ago.
I mean, we can't really give all the credit to Ghost. I mean, the Machina did brick with no reporter, no onslaught. So like they had.
No, but I mean, yeah, that's. Oh wow,
okay.
yeah. All right, insult to injury.
Now it's like Omega lethal.
Yeah, it's like lethal 3 ways to Sunday, of which it is.
Oh.
Yeah, shoot. Pirate's flag. Yep. Right there.
Right
Pew
there.
pew.
Yep, right over here. Yep,
Pew
right
pew.
there.
You shooting. Yeah.
What is up with these bricks, dog? Like, no.
Yeah.
We are here, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals of the last SVO of the year. I'm Ignitius, that's East, and that's Justin, Team Manasurge, and us three are going to be commentating all together this last set. Man, it's been one heck of a journey to get here.
Yeah, speaking of one heck of a tourney here, let's take a look at the bracket one last time before we hop into this finals match. And I was talking about it during the break, but this might have been like the darkest timeline where two guys who actually don't need this spot are here. To be fair, S5's the one just needed to get to this point and then he qualified. But Gian definitely didn't need this spot. And now these guys are just fighting for seeding and money, and everybody else is like, oh man.
I mean, seeding and money is important, but like, what a shame for Conf and Bendy, who had the chance to do a last chance sneak. I mean, but the good news is this means that I guess Paper Flare makes it to the Contenders Cup. So congratulations to Paper Flare! Not even in top 8 this tournament, but gets the qual!
Here in spirit. Here in spirit.
Shout out to Paper Flare.
All right, but now it's the finals, y'all. It's the one from Team Sonar 5 versus Gian, 2 titans of the SEAO scene. Let's go over their deck list in case you're just tuning in for the grand finals right here, right now. Starting off with the one, he's bringing that condemned Magachio Forest Craft that for some reason in his hands seems like the strongest deck ever made. Board locked, top deck of bounce. Don't even sweat it. You got a shield up. Don't worry about it. My budding initiate has 10 attacks somehow, all right? The one is making it work. Justin, tell me about this deck for people at home who don't really understand how it works.
So, this is the fastest deck in the format. It can OTK as early as turn 6 with Magachio because Winged Inversion allows you to play 4 cards on turn 3, and then that allows you to get the condition of Magachio of playing 4 cards a turn for 4 turns in a row but by turn 6, and so that is a threat in and of itself. But on top of that, this deck has so much defense with Plumeria healing with its free Evo, Lily healing and shrinking opponents' Storm Followers, and all the removal with things like May and the Thicket of the Gnarling Hands.
Word.
Yeah, it's an OTK deck that can end things as early as turn 6, but can also go long if they need to. Like, it's pretty tough to beat, but you remember, you just gotta draw that budding initiate because that's like your most important card in the entire deck. We saw that in the last set. If you don't draw budding initiate, well, it's kind of a non-starter.
I think the one's good luck charm in this deck is Mikael. I don't see anyone else playing Mikael in this deck, and he never draws it, always invokes it, always wins the game on the turn that he invokes it. He always gets that luck from the Mikael with the Wardens.
I cannot relate.
Amen, yeah.
Mikael, for me, he's like a neodymium magnet, and my hand is the world's most ferromagnetic material, okay? That's what's happening with me and Mikael, but not for the one, which is very fortunate for him. All right, let's take a look at the next deck list here. From the one going into the grand finals of this tournament, it's going to be Crystallized Havencraft. East, what is this one all about?
Man, look, if turn 1 you can draw Bird and Skullfane, it's going to be a great game. If you don't draw Skullfane, though, by turn 4, it's going to be a rough game. It's not impossible, but your climb is going to be that much harder. Of course, you want to get as many of your Amulet or Crystallized followers destroyed as possible, keeping the board clear with things like Sapphire Priestess and Diamond Master, and then just taking the game late with your cards like Bejeweled trying to buff up all your Ward and Storm followers, your Wingy Chirpy to give your Chief follower Storm and Ward, and then just go face hard as you can. Of course, Skullfane is there to clear boards as well, but also heal you and do damage to the enemy leader, and then if none of that works by turn 7, Gian Wardwalker is there to seal the deal.
Gian Worldwalker, very, very powerful card. We've even seen that, like you said, if you don't get the Skullfane, it is harder, but it's still possible. But, in a competition like this, where the players are this skilled, you kind of want every advantage that you can get. So, yeah. But still, even so, with Diamond Master turn 6 into turn 7 Gian, it's possible to seal a win. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of people think this is the most powerful deck in the format. If it gets rolling, it seems nigh unbeatable.
Let's take a look at the last.
But this is what we've been seeing Gian trying to target. He's going after that Haven deck.
That's true, with that Ghost
Shadow
Craft.
If that'll be his weakness coming into the finals.
We'll cover that once we get to Gian's decks. Very, very true. But speaking of, you know, problematic decks to deal with, here's Artifact Portalcraft. I mean, I'm still reeling from that last set. If you guys are just tuning in for the grand finals, go watch the VOD and go back to that set where
There's been so many good games
just
today.
top decked Radiant after Radiant after Radiant on turn 7 for a huge lethal. I mean, Artifact Portalcraft has such a variety of lines of play, especially the ones list, which isn't hyper focused on evolve like Sapuge's list was. He's got the text like one jet powered pugilist. He's got the one of Alice. He's got the one of Summon Divine Treasure, and it's like Justin said earlier, Evolve Portalcraft is like the baby version of this deck, whereas this one has so many more flexible lines of play. You still have the Evolve game plan with Shin, since Robopop and Avamia and all of them evolve for free, but outside of that, you have like 12 different other ways to get lethal. You can do Lyle, Marionette, Swing. You can do Airstrike, the Jet Powered Pugilist. You can do Radiance. And then all that works with the Deus Ex Machina you get off of Cyclical Fate, which you can tutor off of Lazuli. So like it all just sort of fits together.
Man, what a deck. What a deck. I would love to see the Retrofina actually come into play. I feel like that's the one card we haven't really seen.
I feel like
actually do a bunch of work today.
It's never done anything.
Dang, the hate for the bomb. Dang, come on, bro. Retrofina.
She can sometimes pop on turn 5 right before your Shin and create this huge board of wards to protect yourself, and then you get your Shin going.
Okay, let me correct myself.
7, bro.
Let me correct myself.
That's a big mom right there, yeah.
Girl.
I'll just say in the Shadowverse Open 2023 Southeast Asia Oceania September Cup, we haven't seen Retrofia do anything, okay? Is that fair?
Check your notes. It'll happen soon. But anyway, let's
maybe
take a
we'll
look
see
on
it.
the other side.
Maybe we'll see it on this game right here.
Exactly. Stick with the other side though, Gian, who's running a much more offensive lineup here with, of course, Loot Sword. Justin, tell me about Loot Sword, big dog.
Oh, this deck is aggressive with all the 1-drops, but it's also got a massive OTK of its own. Just like Makachio, this deck can push so much damage with all those loots, and by the time you get to turn 7, you just gotta pray that you have enough defense to hold off all those flags coming down, and the Barbaros potentially gaining Storm with a free Evo. Evo destroy a ward, get that out of the way, and just smack them so hard with all the burn possible in the entire world.
I didn't know flags could do that much damage. I didn't think that flags were a weapon of war. But
well, when you play them in masses, they definitely works really well. I mean,
when they're in the hand of pirates, they can do anything.
I'm learning a lot.
But on top of that, what I want to see that we haven't quite seen yet is I want to see an ambush follower up before that turn 6 or turn 7, and then the loot come down, so you get the extra damage from the ambush. We've seen it from the Haven list with Heal Haven. We haven't seen it from the loot, and that's another capability that loot has that is just so versatile.
Yeah, that Illustrious Thief's so good. Also, like, in a pinch, he's also just an extra source of card draw. You throw away something, you just draw 2 cards on Evolve, so that's also a nice little like double effect he's got in addition to the ambush, right?
Yeah, like if you don't have Barbaros, for instance, going into turn 7, you can Illustrious Thief, Evo, get that Barbaros ready to go.
All right, well, let's take a look at John's next deck list here. He's got the Loot Sword. Also, I believe, Ghost Shadow. Super offensive here. Igni, I heard that you love Ghost, man. Is that true?
I've never said that once in my life. This is slander and libel.
He said it. I promise. He said it. He definitely said it. He said he loved this deck.
But I mean, it's really, really heads up for Gian to bring Ghost Shadowcraft in a lineup where everybody's thinking that Crystallize is the best deck. Ghost can sneak a win, especially since all the Crystallized decks have been the exact same list.
Yeah.
So they have no recourse against a Ghastly Banishment. So if you guys didn't know, Ghost Shadow, one of the most offensive decks in the entire game. You just go face by summoning Ghost tokens that have Storm, then Masquerade Ghost summons Ghost tokens that have Storm, and then when they get banished, they summon Gigantic Ghosts, which have Ward, then they get banished, and then all those banished cards add up to your quest of getting Ghastly Banishment, which deals damage based on how many cards have been banished throughout the game. So it's an aggressive deck that has an OTK win con and draws a lot with Corral Souls. So how that is okay is an interesting question, but
it's a tier 2 deck, by the way.
It does work incredibly well against, despite being a tier 2 deck that does get targeted by a lot of the more defensive decks out there, it works very, very well against specifically Crystallized Haven Craft. So Gian bringing this as a target to just take that down is incredibly heads up, because it also means that in this 3-deck 1-ban format, he frees up his ban for other more problematic decks. So very, very smart of Gian to bring Ghost Shadow into this tournament.
Let's take a look at his last deck list, though. Again, he's got really like 2 hyper offensive decks, and this last one I think is the Band-Aid, which is again the Crystallized Haven we talked about before. I mean, John Worldwalker, Skullfane, Diamond Master, Sapphire Priestess, Wingy Chirpy. I mean, that's like that's the 5. Those are the protagonists, right? They're gonna go stop Dio in
list,
Egypt.
yeah.
Like that's gonna happen. Shout outs to Miyu, by the way.
Yeah, it may not be the most aggressive deck in his aggressive lineup. However, it has the highest ceiling. This deck can do so much damage as early as turn 5 if you can get your Wingy active and ready to go with that Diamond Master, and it's just clears all boards, deals with anything at that point, and then just seals the deal.
I mean, if you're new to the game and you don't understand how this deck works exactly, like, let me just paint a picture for you. On turn 5, you can have your Bejeweled Shrine up into a 0-cost Skullfade, into a Diamond Master, into a Wingy. How much damage is that? Like, that's a lot.
All right, turn 5 is just Muse Jester plus a combination of Sapphire Priestess plus Diamond Master.
That's true,
with the Shrine in play for about 15 damage.
That's turn 5, by the way. Yeah. So, you know, Justin knows it well. As a competitive player himself, I'm sure he's had his fair share of Crystallized Haven, so he knows the potential.
I ban it all day, every day.
A smart man. A smart man.
Speaking of bans, let's get into it, guys. If you guys didn't know, it's a 3-deck, 1-ban format. Each player bans a deck from the opposite side, and they have to win the remaining 2 decks. And if it's single elimination, so if you're out, you are out. This is the grand finals, and ooh, they're playing for $1,000 US. That's a lot of money. So
yeah, I think this one, like, the bans might be a little trickier than we might imagine. Like, on the one side, like, I don't know. Oh wow, I'm not sure if we want to ban the Amulet Haven or the Artifact Portal Craft. Especially if you're Gian.
I'm pretty sure the Amulet Haven is gonna be left up. Like, because he has Ghost to target the Amulet, right? So then he's gonna ban Artifact Portal for sure, I think. But then on Sean's side, what does he ban?
Yeah. I think you just have to ban Haven like that.
Like, it would be
I think you
insane.
ban Ghost Shadow.
I was just gonna say, like,
That's
if the
yeah.
if the one bans Ghost, though, that means that Sean is left with the 2 most powerful decks in the format, Loot Sword and Amulet Haven, but that might be.
But that's what you're prepared against.
That's
what
the
you
thing.
expect to play.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like,
And then if Sean bans Artifact and leaves you up with Magachio Haven, then you have Magachio against Loot Sword, which, as long as you draw the Budding Initiate, you can win that matchup. And then it becomes Amulet Haven versus Amulet Haven, and then it's just a mirror at that point. But
yeah, I think
this
we do
is
have
it. The ban mind games are a huge part of the SVO experience.
Yeah, I think we've got the bans in. Let's take a look and see what those are. Again, I'm assuming Double Haven here? No, Portal Haven.
It is indeed Portal Haven, so
John's Haven. He took the bait.
I'm so worried. Exactly like you said, Justin, this might be the bait. And that means that Jean might have like this all planned out. Now he can play Ghost to crystallize and win that match.
Uh-oh.
For John, it's been the same all tourney long. It's just always loot, always shadow, and he creams the crop. So let's see if he can keep doing that.
What does he do to the
In
crop?
these finals here.
Whoa! Whoa! Hold on! Don't
Excuse
use
me.
over there. Hold on. Hold on just a second. Can we?
My
hold on.
crops! What have you done?
Wash your vegetables, folks. If there
Get
was
off
never
my
a reason
farm!
to wash them before, it is this reason here. Please, God.
Alright, going into the grand finals. We have fun here. It's gonna be Ghost Shadowcraft versus Magachio Forestcraft. Let's
Bro, what are we doing
into
the Forest Craft now? Is that a thing? Is that happening?
Alright, Forest versus Shadow.
And Ghost is going second here, which is actually
That could be tough.
Awkward, yeah. Especially because with Forest has Lily against Ghost. I think this is hugely favored for Magachio.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yep.
The Lily here, if you can snipe the matchup on the first game.
Maybe the
Looks
one
like-
was like, he's expecting me to lead with Crystal, but if I lead with this, then I just have 2 shots at Crystallize, and I could maybe high roll a Bird Skullfade opening hand if I get 2 chances.
John really thought about that trade there. He's like, do I just push his face or do I want to kill this Gerbera Bear? Because I'm going to give him the Floral Breeze, but he doesn't want to lose his Spectral Sorcerer, so.
The one doesn't have
Freya
the
off the top.
certainty. Oh yeah, it's
Ooh.
Very strong.
Very nice, very nice.
Double Loosh. Lucius on going second, actually not that bad. He generates some pretty nasty boards here.
So the thing about this matchup is, as soon as you get that Masquerade Ghost, you just pop so many wards that's just too much for Magachu to handle. So not having the inversion here on turn 3 is actually very detrimental.
I think it's possible for the one to handle it technically, right? If he plays Lily transform the mask, he has a potential make clear.
Will we see the Lucius here? He can get a full clear in this
Yeah,
way. Yeah,
that's a very, very good line to deal with Masquerade Ghost before you go for your OTK turn as Magachio. Great
really
point.
ignore the kitten. He traded one ghost in, but didn't on the kitten. I guess he doesn't want to lose out on the 2 damage here.
But another has a shield.
Budding
so
Initiate is drawn.
Yes, now we have budding, and we can recycle it.
Yeah.
And getting Ward in there instead of Makachio is fantastic as well.
May
and that's the reason you only play one Makachio.
With May and Rain, he gets to invoke another May and Rain next turn. Right?
Hold
he runs
on.
the 2 Rains, right?
Lucius
this is a cool turn for Gian. He could go aggressive here with his Lucius and evolve it to get the play points back that he just used for the Coral Souls.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my god, he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Bodies plus, play points. It's so clean. And the
Lucius
strike.
is a crazy card, man.
It's nuts.
Meta into Loyal Ghost Pup, go all face. Yep. And then has the Ghost Pup in the field, preparing for a turn 5 math if the board gets traded away.
Wow.
Who cares about this stupid cat? I'm a dog person anyway, man. Screw this thing.
It really is cats versus dogs right now. That's a good point.
Oh
so
my God.
how do we deal with this without a
He's already at
cannon
9. He's already at 9 in the
Yeah,
next
he
turn.
really wasted that cannon early on.
The one saving grace here is that Gian has not found Masquerade Ghost yet. If he'd found Masquerade Ghost, I think he'd be in an incredible position, but without the Masquerade Ghost...
I just want to let you know right now, East, that if he does draw the Masquerade Ghost, you are now personally responsible for
I'll take that. I'll take that. I told them the truth, and yet they hated me.
He can clear, right? If he plays
He
Lily
can invoke
to heal.
May.
Yeah.
Well, he can Lily heal to prevent a ghost from just going face. I think that's actually pretty important, no?
No, he's not this turn. He's waiting for it for next turn.
True. And he also can just play May this turn to clear.
Ooh.
Overdraw Rain.
That's fine. You don't have cannon in hand anymore.
Yeah, and you want to Evo Lily next turn on the
Here's the
potential
problem.
Masquerade Ghost.
There's a non-zero chance for the one to mill Magachio.
1 in 23, baby. That's like 4%. Quick math.
Dude, this man's been to math class.
Bro, I've been in there. Why'd you say it like Joey Wheeler, bro? He's been in
Face,
math
put it
class.
a 4 and get another
He was
dog
in
down.
math class.
I'm always trying to channel Joey Wheeler. It's been a crazy tournament. All of our brains are fried, and we're all just
Absolutely.
saying things weird. I mean, earlier in the tournament, Justin went and said "large board," and I'm still thinking about that.
Bro, we cream crops today. Hold on.
Alright, so now here comes the Lily, because now the one knows this is the turn that matters.
Yeah, this is the one.
Matters.
Absolutely.
He knows that he might get like a mask out of this, so here comes the budding initiate to draw.
Another
Okay,
warning.
where's
Still
the
no
Magachio still?
Doesn't matter. You don't need Makachio until you play that budding to get that last Makachio out of the deck.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
So
that's
next
true.
turn he could be okay.
Do it mid-combo. The
Well,
problem is,
he's
he's got to
gonna
play another spell.
Yeah, I
'cause
noticed.
this Warden costs too much.
Yeah.
Not really anything there though.
Yo,
Wow.
hold on. What if John
Hold
board
on.
locks?
Oh no.
What if Sean board locks this?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Oh,
9,
no.
10. I mean, we saw it before. If
The
he
one
just
has
draws
to top deck
Magachio,
Fluo, and even then, it would be
is there a way? He doesn't have a way to bounce Lily. So if he could like, wow. Okay, this is heal. Necro Carnival.
Necro Carnival.
Not great.
doesn't even get a mask because he hasn't played.
Yeah,
it.
doesn't do anything here.
Yeah.
He doesn't have lethal. He only has 6 damage here.
Lily's up too, so the ghost doesn't do any damage.
Yeah. So he's gonna hold out for this turn, I suppose. And pray that the Lily doesn't get played or bounced. Necro Carnival. Okay,
Gets
that's
the ship.
Oh, just trade here, I guess.
But
Yeah.
the ghosts don't do anything?
I mean, it is still Ghost Gone at the end of the day, so the Ghastly Banishment is still getting, like, buffed up here. This is fine.
Hey, run into the Mika! Huh?
No.
No, we're
Saving
good.
it?
Yeah, we're
Trying to
good.
board lock?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, board like
Yeah.
this one dude. Yeah, Plumeri's not great, though. All right. Hold on, does he see it? He's moving,
Yeah,
bro.
it's lethal. It's
This
lethal.
is like
Is it?
Omega lethal. He's got
yeah,
He's got
you're right,
Maga
yeah.
into Warden, which gets him another. Oh no, it didn't. It's still fine.
Yeah,
This guy is the king of Magachio.
yeah,
Why
plus
is he
two,
so
plus
good at
two,
this
yeah.
deck? How does he do it?
Yeah, didn't even need that.
Didn't need the other assault.
Mikael.
Right?
Yikes.
Well, the assault. Yeah, good point.
But yeah,
Or the Mikael.
that's how the cookie crumbles when you don't draw a Masquerade Ghost.
That's it, man.
Tough time.
I mean, it was
Four.
already a tough matchup for Ghost in the first place because of Lily. Like that just stalls the turn so much, especially since the one has the option to even bounce Lilies. It just makes Ghost turn after turn do literally nothing. So like, then the only out for Gian is to mask into Gigantic into Banishment OTK, and like that's way too late against Chio.
Looks like
Alright,
John's
we get to
gonna
see
run
it
it back
again.
though.
Can Shadow fight through Haven?
Technically,
Like it's
this
nothing?
should be favored for Shadow, right? But
I don't know. Did you see the one snap? Keep that hand.
yup,
Yeah.
I saw it. You notice I ended my sentence with "but" because I was just about to bring that up.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yep, Skullfane. Yep. Nothing you're gonna have is ever gonna stick. Here we go. That is the word, my man.
I mean, John has an incredible hand by his own regards.
Yeah. Who plays
Yeah.
it?
He's
Plays it
guaranteed
early.
a-
We'll keep
he's
something
guaranteed
around.
a
Okay.
mask, right? Because he's got the curve on.
Astolfo? Okay, I'm just kidding.
Five.
That still works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still works.
After he evolves.
And he's trying to protect the Lucius that he's about to play on turn 3, because if that survives, that pushes an extra 4 damage on Evo.
That's true. Yeah, that's really true. Against Haven, Lucius on evolve does 4 damage for the evolve.
Reasons.
Effect,
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Whoa,
He's
whoa,
not
whoa,
playing
whoa!
Lucius.
Really? Really?
What is he?
Perhaps he
is
thinks it's too risky, and he wants to
On-
guarantee the Evo on it next turn.
Turn
Maybe?
4, he's
Yeah.
Turn 4, he's guaranteeing Freya into Lucius Evo into Kerberos turn 5, right? Is that the line?
He had that even if he played the Lucius on 3.
Yeah, he can
exactly.
still
He
the
had
option.
The second Lucius in the hand, so I don't even know. I was just thinking out loud.
Yeah.
But yeah, we couldn't figure it
That's
out.
definitely the play on turn 4, though. It's 100% Freya
Yeah.
plus Lucius. Evo for the extra 4 damage.
Feels good.
Azurite
maybe
already
healing?
active, by the way.
Wow.
Yikes.
Turn 4 Azurite
The
active.
power of Crystallized Haven, you just get your quest active so quickly.
Oh my
Turn
god, another
4,
Lucius.
your quest is already complete.
Coming for you.
Why are there so many Lucius in this?
What trait does
we're gonna
Lucius
push.
have?
Lucius is
Push
academic.
Oh,
damage
he
here.
is? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is he, the groundskeeper?
He's a teacher.
Yeah, he's a
What does he
teacher.
teach?
So the lore,
Dark
the,
arts.
The lore for Lucius is that he's a freeder. He does whatever part-time job that he can get.
Wow.
So in the game, he's been a goblin hunter. He's been a priest. Remember when he was in Haven for that short period of time?
Oh,
And
yeah.
now he's a teacher. So the lore of Lucius is that he just does whatever odd jobs he can find.
Bro,
Alright,
substitute
Cerberus,
teacher
go.
Lucius? He's
Yeah, this is like an
Cerberus,
insta-slam
go.
Cerberus, right? You know, like,
You're
Please.
Not.
big Serbs? Thank
he
you.
has the shadows, right? It's 5 shadows, right? It's
Yeah. Yeah.
He has exactly 5 shadows. That's why
Yep.
he had to trade the Freya.
Yeah, he had to trade the Freya.
Yeah.
And hey, look at this. Cool zero-cost Masqueradegos, huh?
Yeah.
Gone and done it.
But no, I've been in that situation where I did not check my shadows. Played Karen
Oh.
anyways. Evolve her for no,
Nothing.
just again nothing. Bad times.
Painful. That's
Bad
painful.
times.
Never.
All right, it would be painful if Diamond Master or Skullfane were to appear.
Where's the sheep?
That's what I've been saying! Thank you, Justin, for vindicating me. I've been talking about the sheep all the time. They gotta run that one of sheep and crystallize ASAP.
But I mean,
this is
he
just-
already has a 0-cost Skullfane, so you just
Yeah,
slam that.
this is
Get
Skullfane.
the he does not have Diamond Master, but he has Wingy, which is all he really needs here. So you just go in here, push as much as possible.
Play
Skullfang
Bendy?
clears by himself, and then ward up.
All right.
Bird?
Is that really?
Still
Wait,
a
what?
little awkward. I don't know, like without.
This is also damage, but you're not committing a lot of resources to board. I don't hate this, but
He heals to 17 this way. Plus.
Uh,
oh, if he plays.
Bird?
Emerald light.
Oh, really? Oh,
Just
you
get the
pop
draw
this. Yeah,
immediately.
yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. Yeah, okay, that's perfect.
See how it is.
He's looking for Gian, right? Like clearly.
Yeah, it is turn 6. Good point. I'm accepting salvation here,
Unfortunately, Gian didn't show up for work today.
Take a look.
Orchid
and then
for
yeah,
one healing.
Bam Beauty here. Oh no, just the one heal. The orchids.
Yeah, he doesn't have the 2 play points, so he can't. Mask,
Alright.
Mikael.
He's back.
Pretty obvious Lucius here.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh,
The
even with
Lucius.
oh,
Coral Souls.
Oh, Corral
Wow.
Souls.
Yeah, Lucius here. Corral Souls
That's
up.
pretty good, but the just enough play points for that, plus the Hellfire Strike.
Yep, you even just Lucius to evolve to
Four.
go 4 damage. Yep, run it
That's
in.
10 total.
And
Run a 2
we
damage to
know
the face.
we know the
Corral
one doesn't have
Is this
Diamond
lethal?
Master
No,
here.
no, right?
No, it's not quite
No,
lethal.
not quite, not
Two
quite,
off.
not quite.
But it is damn close.
Hellfire Strike, yeah. It's damn close. He has a board.
Is there any way that the one can win this game?
Jean? Jean pops. Maybe not. You need Diamond Master too. Sapphire Priestess ain't it though.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's looking for that Diamond Master.
Hey!
Oh my God!
Must be
What?
a mistake. Found it.
So it doesn't win the game, but it does
eats
clear.
the board, yeah.
So he still loses.
Yeah, good
But
point. Good point.
at least he
Yeah.
can clear.
Is there any way for him to heal out of range?
No, he doesn't have Azurite mate or anything.
No, he doesn't. Yeah.
He'd have to. The only way he could is to heal 3 with the amulet.
Bam Beauties.
But
Yeah, play
Yeah,
for plums,
that's-
right? Yeah.
Oh,
Plums,
Plums, excuse
that's
me.
the
Yeah.
one.
Bam Beauties is the one.
that's not enough to survive, though.
Yeah, with no shrine on the board either for a buffed up board, like.
Binky.
I'm pretty sure this banishment does 12 bajillion, quadrillion damage, and then
That's,
does at
that's
least
the exact
7.
number, actually. Yeah, that's the exact number. You got it. Yeah.
He even passes, doesn't even trade because he
Yeah.
knows it's enough. 8.
Big 8s.
8 quadrillion damage.
Yeah. The exact number. Yeah, exactly. That means Gian ties it up here against Team Sonar 5's the 1-1 here. That means that he's got what? Loot Sword versus Amulet
This is
Haven.
crystallize. The matchup
boy.
of the format.
I mean, this is literally the top 2 decks of the format. Who's gonna
Yeah,
take
yeah.
it? I think they're relatively even, but
Definitely.
See who's going first
But
here.
it
I mean,
depends
if the
on-
one gets another hand like he had in that first match against Essia, it's over. And he's
Ooh,
going
Gian
first.
going second.
I will do the work of the gods.
if
I heard.
Maga, I think Maga can. Oh wait, sorry, it's Crystal. All right, all right,
Yeah,
all right.
Crystal, yeah.
I don't know why I was thinking about Maga Shio. It's still in my brain.
Ooh, not a great
Beats
hand though.
Muse Chester
Yeah, Muse Gesture on the opening turn.
That's
I thought was good.
interesting.
I thought was good. Okay, I like that.
wants to guarantee a crystallize on turn 1. I don't agree with that philosophy.
Yeah, with no Fade either, it's a little weird, especially since his draw is kind of light, right? He would have to just spend all Stoffel for 2 for a draw.
Yeah, John's hand is also no better though.
It's weird. I don't know if I like that keep.
Ooh, all right. Metatron's a good pickup, especially going
Metatron's
second
solid.
here. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's give it that nice evolve. Get an early OTK. Ah, okay, there's part of it.
Alright, so John's gonna be like, okay, baited out the Astolfo, so now I can play a Storm Rack for free here.
JK, bro. JK.
You're demonic. You're a demonic man.
I mean, I would still play it. You got the second one.
Yeah.
And if it survives, you are in such a good spot for turn 4.
What do you think about playing? If you're thinking it's gonna survive with the intention,
Metatron immediately.
with the intention of Astolfo already spent.
Wow.
Yeah, doing it. But what's funny is,
Punish.
I'm totally kidding, because he gets the 2 wards coming out here, including a 4/4
Yeah,
that
gets
can
with
just kill the
4/4, so
Metatron
it
for
doesn't
free.
even matter.
Punished.
So I guess what he figures is that the one already has a formidable board on turn 4, so you might have to play the Storm Rack on turn 4 to
Is he gonna
clear.
double Astolfo and go face?
No.
What's happening? What is this?
He could just kill this off, lose one defense, and then just still push phase. Like the one defense is not
Now,
crazy.
that's fair, but he's got like no cards. That's what I'm thinking. It's like,
Yeah, okay,
when's he
all
gonna
right,
start
that's fair.
going through his deck to actually get cards that matter?
Don't worry, man. They'll come. It'll be fine.
Okay. He's fair enough.
That's not a money match. It's fine. Really. It's cool. That's not a money match. It's fine.
Blade.
Stab.
Blade gets him the Buccaneer, right? Yep.
Yep.
I see.
Ooh, free necklace.
Free necklace. Run the
Necklace
2-1 into
up.
the wolves. Run the
Oh, this works out
burly
really well,
man
actually.
into the 2-3. Yep.
Run the 2-1 in, yeah.
It's very heads up play there to play the Metatron to set that up.
Why does Gelt look like Stormrack first mate looks exactly like Gelt? Remember Gelt?
Yeah.
Gelt
They
Red
look
hair.
they look
Yeah,
exactly
wow.
the same. I was just thinking
Yeah.
about that.
Gelt's cousin, bro.
Secret life of Gelt.
So the one's still in a very awkward position. No Skull Fan, no Wingy.
I think
No
that
Diamond
Maidens.
Master.
Yeah.
I think
nothing
the
good here.
mulligan was incredibly like weird from the one side this game. Like keeping
Yeah.
Muse on one, was it really
Kinda
that
sussy.
impactful? Like,
Kind of sussy, yeah.
You extermination here? No. Okay. There's the
DM.
Diamond Master.
Oh,
Next
there's one.
time.
We got the Azurite for a draw. No fame.
Oof. Found her sister.
Azurite has to run into the Gelt.
5-1.
Gelt's cousin.
Gelt.
Gelt's left cousin.
Cousin, the first mate.
Oh,
Roger.
top
Hey.
decking
Oh
Rogers!
All right, John got to be feeling good about this. Your whole life,
The
really?
ruler of the seas.
All right, yeah, heal back up here. Play some boots.
Tony's
Tony.
gonna draw Barbaros. Oh no, never mind.
Oh, not this time.
Calm down over there, buddy. Calm down.
Not this time. Not this time. Rogers number 2 came out. His brother Rogers is in
John
hand.
off the top. So
let's
he's
give it-
got the
let's see
Diamond
what the
Master,
followers.
but he's got no way to give it Ward and Storm.
Hold up.
How many crystallizes have we had this game? It's not that many,
Azurite
right?
is gonna draw.
Double
Azurite
band,
drew
dude.
last turn, so he's definitely got at least 5.
Does he?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
So you got to start with
no,
Azurite
he does,
here.
yeah.
You gotta
If
draw,
Azurite,
heal up a
Azurite
bit.
draws a Fane,
It's gotta be Fane.
it's gotta be Fane.
Big Fane? Oof.
Ooh.
Big whiff. Big whiff.
That's not Fane. Are we board locking? What is this? This is so awkward.
Bro, we ain't
No, we're
board
just killing
locking
the 5/5
Rogers
and praying.
and his
What
homies.
happened here? This is the most awkward crystallized turn.
But,
This
I
is
mean,
how it goes.
Oh no.
Either you
Wow.
roll or you struggle.
Hey, at least he got Gian on turn 7, but what's he playing alongside a freaking? That nothing. He got no plays.
This is awkward,
He's got
actually.
4 draws. He'll get another follower.
Oh yeah.
Opulence?
Okay. Fair enough. He's got 4 draws. He's gonna mill one though, right? No, he's
No.
not. He's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right.
What's rally here? It's not enough for opulent, right?
Definitely not enough for our plan.
Ooh.
Is he just gonna necklace go phase? Evo phase?
Yeah, he is.
Wow. Yeah, just get
Give
the
a face.
loot played out so you
Yeah.
can get flagged soon.
The one out here praying for these draws.
That's the largest
Yeah.
Tony I've ever seen.
That is a big tone.
Alright.
Big tone right there.
That's big tone. Big T up in the sky.
Alright.
There's
Yeah.
the
Off the top.
Wiggy
Alright.
off the
Okay.
top!
Okay. Yeah, John up.
Show us a miracle.
Oh my lord.
Time to see a miracle, fellas.
I am durable and strong.
Then Wingy here. Yep. Evo slapped the board.
So no shrine here, fortunately, for
Yeah.
John.
But
But this is a formidable board.
like this board doesn't get cleared, I don't think, buddy.
If Shrine was up, it would have been lethal too. Isn't that
If he
ridiculous?
kept that, if he kept the first mate, maybe.
Ah,
but
the opulent strategy
unfortunately,
here is actually just enough. Yeah.
maneuver
Alright.
doesn't do anything. So he's gotta draw as much as he can here.
The one was
that's a
on the
good
back
point. Yeah,
foot the
you can't use
whole
this.
game,
Hold
and
on.
suddenly with Jean, it's like turned completely around, hasn't it?
Yup.
Yeah,
That
the
wingy
damage
top deck
shield
did
here.
Yeah, the wingy top deck was crazy.
Is there an out here? I don't think there is, fellas. Lyrala has a shield to stop something. But I mean, there's
really think
another
we should have
John in
saved that
hand.
Stormrack's first mate last turn. That's
Yeah.
really biting
It was a
him right
little
now.
greedy, wasn't it? You think?
It was
Like,
very greedy.
Mm,
No more play points left.
yeah. This might be all she wrote, fellas.
So funny enough, he's not dead on board. If you're not dead on board, then you're not dead. So
That's true, and he has
Still a
another.
chance.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, are you sure?
Muse
about
Jester is.
not by itself.
Oh,
He doesn't have the play points for the bird too.
the bird or
He
the bird already refunds.
Also he doesn't have a second follower for the John either. I don't think the one
Oh,
has
you're
lethal
right.
here.
Hold on. Jean living
Like
on
he
a
can go
prayer
Jean,
here.
he can go Jean plus Muse Jester, but it doesn't trigger the Jean.
No, you're right. It doesn't.
He needs another follower.
Lightning Bird refunds 2, right? So it would be 4.
Yeah.
play
Refunds
points.
2, it's basically 4, yeah. He could
2,
double
4.
bird, but that's still not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not.
Divine Wolves,
shield.
Divine Wolves doesn't even
Oh,
trigger.
it's right, the shield. Yeah, so you pop, like Raleigh, you pop the shield. Yeah, Divine Wolves might be the play here, just to heal up.
It doesn't even trigger. He's just playing it so it,
No.
you know, on the
heal
off
him.
chance the flag hits the wolves, he heals back.
Yeah.
That actually matters. And there's
Wow,
Barbaros.
Barbaros. What's up,
Barbaros
girl?
on the top.
Is that enough?
Is it?
It
enough?
kills-
They
it
got
kills-
one flag.
Well, it kills the Muse Jester, right? And then he's got
Yeah, you can Evo, get rid of the Muse Jester.
and he's got another flag off of
Hold
Yeah,
on, is this it?
He's got a couple of flags, and he has the Rogers, which can kill the
Oh
Wingy.
yeah, Rogers effect is 2. Yeah.
So the one is virtually at 13. That's lethal.
That's lethal.
Wow. John takes
Is it?
Really?
That's super lethal, right?
Yeah, it's
Huh?
super lethal.
Oh yeah. Yup. The heal though. But yeah, flags up and then run in. Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
what a game!
What a match to end this final SVO of the season.
Ooh. So what we're saying is the fella who needed to win the least
Wins the entire
wins
thing.
the event. But yeah, shout outs to Jean. I mean, he's played incredibly well. His deck building lineup and strategy was fantastic. Going with the ghost pick there, knowing that nobody's really running the Sacred Sheep at all. I mean, super heads up to that guy, and everything paid off for him.
That was wow. What a series to end it on, going all the way to game 3. I would want nothing less. And then we saw like their lineups matched up almost perfectly against each other, right? Where the
Yup.
Magachio hard countered the Ghost, and then the Ghost hard countered the Crystallized, and then it ended up being the top 2 decks fighting against each other in a very even match. What a set! What a set! You know, but congratulations to Jean for becoming the September Cup champion, winning $1,000 dues.
And a guaranteed spot to contenders, though he was already within the top 8, or top 7, so it's
Guaranteed
fine
twice.
either way. Yeah.
He's number 2 now
Yeah.
on the standings.
He's number 2 on the standings, right behind Life, huh?
Yup.
Ooh.
Man, Life?
46 points for John.
Life's untouchable, though. He's really up
Absolutely.
there.
Yeah, life has been crazy this
He
year.
won 3 times in the year, so like, but yeah, there you go. Congratulations to Jean. I mean, congratulations to the one as well. What an amazing showing
Yeah.
for his lineup too.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. And yeah, we're gonna try and get an interview with Jean right after the break, as well as show you the current standings. And remember, we also got maybe just
Oh, no.
saying.
No, we got it.
card
We got it.
I
I see it, but I know it's there.
We got it. We got
We
a
got
card reveal for Ordership. So don't go anywhere. Right after this break, we'll be back with the winners interview, a card reveal, and the final standings of the entire competitive year. Right after this.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you chat. time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, a beat. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. I got PhD, I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beach. Just go and spice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, domestic pigs unless you kept as pets. Their mini breeds are capable of surviving on their own, but
Hello everybody and welcome back. The Shadowverse Open 2023 September Cup and in large, like the competitive season is over with only the Contenders Cup remaining. We have with us the winner of the September Cup, the last SVO of the year, Gian from Team Crimson Orchid. Let's get him on and ask him how he's feeling. Gian, welcome. How do you feel now that you've won the September Cup, the last SVO of the entire year, and denied so many people that Contenders Cup auto-qual spot?
I'm glad I won because the most important one was winning against Bendy because Paper Flare is my friend, so me winning makes him auto-qual because I pass it down. It's either me or the one that passes it down to the 8th place. So the Paper Flare got in because I won. So
you were fighting for your friend. So.
Yeah.
Shout out to Paper Flare.
Yeah,
that's huge. That's a huge anime moment. Like
I've
already qualled, but
for my nakama.
I'm here to fight for my nakama. Yeah, exactly.
We thought you were
awesome.
here just crushing dreams all day, but you were doing it for your friends all along.
Yeah, we were joking that you were
We're
gatekeeping Calf and Bendy, but no, it was for Paper Flare all along. That's so wholesome.
Actually, Bendy beat me in Swiss yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
So you got the rerun against him and,
Yep.
and won it over. Very nice, very nice. I wanted to ask you in particular, you're the only person in top 8 that brought Ghost Shadowcraft. Was that specifically to target the wide field of Crystallized Havencraft? What was your thought process behind bringing Ghost in your lineup?
The reason I bought Ghost in my lineup is because I tried AF, I was bad at Artifact. I tried Magachio, I was bad at Magachio. So my last result was to bring Ghost because from what I saw in JCG and West, Magachio was not that popular, which is a counter to Ghost. But then Loot and Crystal was popular, and I had good matchups with both of them. So I banned Hugh Haven or Portal and then take the those two matchups.
Because we were commenting on it, and we thought it was super smart to bring Loot, Crystal, and Ghost, because with Ghost you can target Crystal, and that frees up your ban, which would usually be spent on Crystal onto something else like Artifact Portal. So like it ended up working out really, really well in terms of your lineup strategy, especially because Crystallize ended up being so popular in this format. So
the thing was, I was super unconfident in Ghost the day before because I was losing a lot with it. But then I got lucky on the day itself, I guess. I went second a lot, but I drew Masquerade like almost every game.
Yeah, we saw that too. Yeah, with the especially your turn 4 Freya, Lucius, Evolve, Kerberos, Mask. Like that's the best you could ask for, right?
Yeah, that was a great go second combination.
Very, very nice, very nice. I guess the last question we want to ask you before we let you go and finally take a rest after a long day of competing. Contenders Cup coming up. What's your thought process on how you're going to prepare for an event like that? And do you have any advice for people who are trying to get into competitive Shadowverse?
For me, I'm not sure how I'll prepare. I mean, this is my first time ever playing a BO5 format. So, I mean, I'll just scrim some of my friends who are willing. And then for people who want to get in competitive Shadowverse, you can play SVO, you can play JCG, those two are free to join. And if you really want to like improve like for real, you can spam ratings, I guess, because that's what I did when I first started. I spam like 100 to 200 BO3s in a month, and then obviously the improvements don't come immediately. Like I did pretty badly in 2021, but that's when I started grinding ratings. Then, as you can see, slowly improved from 2022 to 2023, and then I became better at the game.
Yeah, we can see that. Like as casters, we were here the whole time. We just saw you getting better and better and getting more and more placements. It was really a pleasure to see. Thank you so much, Gian, for coming on, and congratulations again for winning the September Cup.
Yeah, well
We're gonna let you go eat lunch now. I know it's been a long day, but congratulations, really.
Bye bye.
All right, take care, big dog.
Wow, good to hear from a champion going into the Contenders Cup. I mean, he's right, though. The Contenders Cup is a different format entirely with a best of 5, so it's a different form of competition. So very important for people to practice with each other. If you want to get involved in the Shadowverse community, make sure to join all the Discords. We are SVO_esports everywhere, and you can find so many like-minded people to play against and chat with about the game. All right, now, y'all, it's a pretty exciting moment here. As we know, at the end of this month, the new expansion, the 30th card set Order Shift, is coming out for Shadowverse. We're going to take a look at the trailer as well as go over the new mechanic. Let's take a look right now. Order Shift. We got the trailer?
I hope so.
Oh!
All right. The trailer is us? Is it us?
Hey, we were the trailer the whole time.
Order Shift all along.
All right. Fair enough. You want me to do the Order Shifts? I can do it. I can do the trailer by myself. All right?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Change is our constant companion. A great shift looms. The order of all things is changing, and only those who change with it will forge it anew. All right, how's that?
Why do you know that whole spiel? How do you know that? What?
It's on the website.
Where are you reading that from?
I was just reading that from the website.
I figured. Okay, good.
How'd I do?
You know, I think
We'll find out.
I think I'd rather just hear the real thing. You know, I'm good. I appreciate your service, Evie, but yeah, I'll watch the real thing. I'm sorry.
All right, let's roll the TV. Roll the trailer. Come on, get me out of here.
A great shift looms. The myriad hues of a new order emerge, pouring over the land of the living. A warrior's resolve, brilliant as the dawn. The scorn of a distant paradise, promising vivid but hollow miracles. The cool flame of ambition, burning with desire for truths unknown. Faint but enduring hope, crimson as a rose, blooming proud amidst the storm. All roads lead to me, but no two are paved with the same color. Order shift. Change is our constant companion.
I mean, I basically nailed it.
Yeah, you know, now that I think about it, you did a pretty good job. You did a pretty damn good job. All right, but you know, I know a lot of folks are watching, and they're probably wondering, like, what is this whole like transmute thing I've been hearing about in Shadowverse? Like, how cards are changing now? What does that mean? What does that mean, Iggy?
Let's find out. So with the 30th card set Order Shift, we get a new mechanic, Transmute. Cards with Transmute can transform into another card if certain conditions are met when cards are fused to them. So Transmute cards are inherently fusion cards, and when they fuse something to them, if they meet another condition on top of that, they transform into a whole new card. So
It seems so confusing. Can we get an example, perhaps?
Also, who is this lady?
Justin!
Who is this nice lady here? Who is she? She seems very kind. I'd like to get to meet her.
I'm getting derailed already. I can't work with these two anymore. Get me out of here. I'm going home. All right. So as you guys might have guessed, we do have an order shift card reveal for you right here, right now. World premiere. All right. So let's take a look at the new card for the 30th set, order shift. Right here for the first time ever. She's on the website. It's a Forestcraft Legendary Iris Sky Spirit 3.22 Fusion Forestcraft cards, but only one at a time. When a card is fused to this card, if it's fused with at least 3 different cards, transmute this into Iris Soaring Spirit. So we'll take a look at that in a second. But on its main body, Iris Sky Spirit, it has fanfare. If this card is fused with at least 1 card, draw 2 and add 2 to the number of cards played this turn. What? That's actually pretty good already.
Yeah. 3 play points, like actually getting, like we've seen it today, card draw in Forest, really light. So getting anything that has more card draw is a fantastic pickup. So if you can't fuse all the pieces, you have like this as this a 3 drop to get more cards in hand.
Yo, people were playing Cleaver Cat at one point, right? And this is just like, we get the draw and added cards played in a turn. You get to way easier proc your Reigns and your I guess Reigns rotating, but you proc your May more easily, and you proc your Whirlwind Assault more easily as well, with that effect of adding 2 to your played cards this turn. And the fact that it only fuses 1 card at a time is interesting, which means that you have to fuse over 3 turns in order to get Iris Soaring Spirit, which sounds like a bit of work. Let's see what Iris Soaring Spirit is and if the payoff is worth it.
Transmute into
an 8 play point 4/4.
What the heck? Is this a Forestcraft card?
Subtract X from the cost of all forest cards in your hand and deck.
Jesus
X
Christ.
equals the number of different allied forest cards fused this match?
It's like Carbuncle. When you play him and it reduces your whole deck by 1, but it reduces your whole deck by like 4.
A bajillion, yeah.
Not to mention there are neutral fuses, right? Like the neutral legendary that was already revealed can fuse into Forestcraft spells and amulets, so that can add to this count as well. Not to mention whatever other fuse cards that Forest or neutrals might be getting. This
make
might
your entire
lead to
deck 0 cost.
Yeah, make your entire deck 0 cost, and then lead into a huge turn 8 OTK. What card pairs best with this right now? What do you think?
Itself, because then you can just draw more.
Yeah. I mean, you could also just like fuse this, transmute, and then just play like the original Iris there, and you're actually getting free card draw. So.
Oberon.
Wait, really?
Oberon. Turn 8, triple attack or whatever. Oberon.
That's actually
for
disgusting.
0 cost.
That's actually disgusting.
Wait, hold up. Hold up. This, I mean, we don't have
You're playing Cleaver Cat now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're playing Cleaver Cat, right? We don't know the full breadth of all the Forestcraft cards revealed so far, but this is one of those kinds of cards where you look at it and you're like, it's just a matter of time before some combination of cards breaks this, making your entire deck 0 cost. Pretty good effect. So as long as you can get to turn 8, and you know, Forestcraft right now between Crystalia, Lily and May, I think you could probably get to turn 8, and then if you can manage to play an Iris alongside some kind of high cost win condition, this could be a huge combo deck in the making.
Ooh, this also gives like a little bit of sustain in the late games. Like we also already revealed the new Rain of Arrows card, and so like in later turns, if your one has a huge board, you could just Rain of Arrows for free and just murder the entire thing, because it's second follower play.
If you use Rain of Arrows and transmute it into Deluge of Arrows, isn't Deluge of Arrows an 8 cost card? And it does X damage. It does a bunch of damage to all enemies, right? Because you draw 7 cards and deal that damage.
Oh, it is enemies, you're right. Yeah.
So if you Iris into a 0 cost Deluge of Arrows, wait, that could be a.
Ouch.
Oh, okay.
Ouch.
Okay. I'm thinking about it. Because Deluge of Arrows fuses too. So it adds to the fuse count of this Iris fanfare effect.
So if you can empty your hand out, drop an Iris. Oh, I get it. Yeah. So you fuse in.
You fuse in all the cards into Deluge of Arrows, play Iris, play zero cost Deluge, draw a whole new hand, and all your deck is zero cost too because Deluge draws you a new hand.
That's
and then
insane.
Wait! We broke the entire meta!
That's
Let's
it.
go!
That's how Forestcraft plays.
Easy
Coming up.
When Deluge of Arrows was first revealed over on Jif's channel, shout out to Jif, we were
Word.
thinking, oh, it's so expensive, 8 play points. And then you draw cards, but you have no play points left. Now your hand and deck is 0. Deluge deals 7 and draws you 7 zero cost cards.
Oh my god.
We're demons over here. I'm so sorry. I take it back. We're gonna change Deluge of Arrows. I'm sorry.
I didn't understand Deluge of Arrows until I saw this. Now I get it. Now I get it.
So you just have to fuse 8 times and get to 8 play points.
Just so you know, Deluge of Arrows can fuse any forest card either.
Yeah.
So on your turn 8, you can have just a hand that's full, 1 Iris, 1 Deluge,
And
fuse
then just
everything into Deluge, play Iris, play Deluge, and then you just get a full hand of 0 cost 7 cards.
Yeet.
It's crazy.
After dealing 7 damage to all enemies. With Deluge of Arrows. Wait a minute.
Well, there you have it, folks.
I mean, it sounds like don't get us wrong. It sounds like a bit of work, but like it could work. It could work. We'll have to see what other cards you can play alongside after you Deluge.
Yeah.
If you can finish off the game that way on turn 8, but that could work.
I mean, a hand of 0 cost cards is enough Storm and Force for that to happen. Don't worry. And you very easily reach the 4 cards played per turn limit. I mean,
Oh boy. 7 0 cost cards after dealing 7 to all enemies. Okay. Okay.
we'll see. We'll see.
I apologize, Forestcraft. I was not familiar with your game, but now I understand. All right.
Imagination has been realized to its extreme.
Yeah, this is
now.
Forestcraft Imagination realized it's true. That's incredible. Oh my goodness. All right, well there you guys have it. That has been the card reveal for our set. Iris Sky Spirit. There you have it. Theory crafters go wild. I think Essia already in the tank doing some theory crafting as a forest mate. All right. Wow, that's so exciting. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in to the last SVO of the year, but we're not done yet. Remember, Contenders is coming up. So let's take a look at the leaderboard and see what the standings are like, and maybe get a sneak peek on some of the people who might be there. Ooh, Live still in first place with that 52 points.
52.
Untouchable.
So clean.
But with this win, Gian makes it up to 2nd place, which is incredible.
Yeah, then Rice in there as well as TKZY. Some folks we've seen all season here that maybe aren't represented today. Also, The One, again, he was fighting to get a spot and to really like secure a spot, but it looks like he got to the top 8 there. It's good to see it tied amongst TK Yahiko and TK Sadfeeder.
And then Paper Flare in 8th place, Aiden Reese in 9th, and Bima in 10th. By the way, 40 points, 10th place. SEAO is a hard region. Holy moly. All right. I mean, there you have it. The final list, obviously, of Contenders Cup participants will be revealed at a later date on our official social channels, SVO_esports, to stay up to date with everything. But yeah, that is the standings as it is right now. And if even some of these players make it to Contenders, it's going to be a very eventful Contenders Cup is all I'm going to say.
Yep. I mean, I feel like today was definitely like the teaser. We saw some like the greats go at it already. Now imagine having like the best 8 just going at it in one super stacked event. That's gonna be fun. With
a whole different format. Like the best of 5 is a completely different game, so it's gonna be really interesting to watch. Well, that is gonna be it from us.
Yeah.
That is going to be it from us for this September Cup, the last monthly SVO of the year. Make sure to tune in SVO_esports on everywhere to get notified of when that Contenders Cup is happening and who's going to be competing on there. Get involved with the community. Like Gian said, one of the best ways to improve is to scrim with people, your friends, whoever is willing to practice with you. And finally, just a final shout out one more time to the community support program. If you are making any content at all that you think is providing a service to the Shadowverse community, go to svo.gg/CSP. That's svo.gg/CSP. The deadline is literally tomorrow. So like you gotta go like literally right now and go apply for your packs, okay? Other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed the reveal and look forward to the 30th card set order shift coming at the end of this month. I've been Ignitius, that's been East, and our special guest Justin, who did amazing today. Thank you so much for staying up until freaking 3 a.m. in the morning to cast with us. Always a pleasure to be here with you. Almost 4 now, yeah, absolutely. Go get some rest. We're gonna be done here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bodies plus, play points. It's so clean. And the strike.
Crazy card, man.
That's nuts.
Meta into Ghost Club go all day. Yeah. And then hang on for Ghost Club. Preparing for a turn 5 match in the Morgan. This is like Omega League. He's got Maga into Warden, which gets him another. Oh no, he didn't.
This guy is the king of Maga SEAO.
Why is he so good at this deck? How does he do it?
Didn't even need that.
Didn't need the other assault. Right?
Yikes.
Well, the assault, good point.
That's how the cookie crumbles when you don't draw a Masquerade Ghost.
Yep, run it.
That's 10 total.
And we know the one doesn't have.
Is this
Diamond
lethal?
Master
No,
here.
no, right?
No, it's not quite lethal.
not quite.
2 up, but it is damn close.
Hellfire Strike, yeah. Damn close. He has a board.
Is there any way that the one can win this game?
Gian?
Quadrillion damage in
That's,
does at
that's
least
the exact
7.
number, actually. Yeah, that's the exact number. You got it.
He even passes, doesn't even trade.
Yeah.
Enough. Ace.
Big ace.
8 quadrillion damage. Oh my lord.
Time to see a miracle, fellas. And Wingy here. Yeah. Evo slaps the board.
So no shrine here, fortunately, for Sean. But this is a formidable board.
Like this board doesn't get cleared, I don't think, buddy.
If Shrine was up, it would have been lethal. It matters. And there's
Barrows. What's up,
Barrows
girl?
on the top.
Is that enough?
Is it?
It kills.
Flag.
Well, it kills the Muse Jester, right? And then he's got
Evo, get rid of the Muse Jester.
He's got another flag off of.
Yeah,
is this it?
Got a couple of flags, and he has the Rogers, which can kill the Wingy.
Yeah, Rogers effects too. Yeah.
So the one is virtually at 13. That's lethal.
That's lethal.
Wow. John takes it.
Really?
That's super lethal.
Yeah, it's super lethal.
Oh yeah. Yup. The heal though. But yeah, flagged up and then run in. Yeah.
Oh, what a game!
What a match to end the final SVO season.